Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 Tomb Wind. More and more people gathered in Qin's house city. Heroes from all sides of the great Xia dynasty gathered here. The whole city was prosperous. The discussion of the contest for the destiny list was almost everywhere in every restaurant in Qin's house city. There were only 3 days left before the pilgrimage to the ancient dynasty, which meant that the contest for the destiny list would really begin in 3 days. Now, in the sky above Qin's house city, monsters were circling, and strong men were flying in the air. Walking on the road, you only need to look up to see the figures of strong men whizzing through the void. In the vast land outside the great Xia ancient dynasty, countless figures gathered. They looked at the ancient dynasty in front of them. The huge pillars stood straight into the sky. The ancient pilgrimage road paved with 99 layers of blue dragon jade steps was full of endless majesty. The steps were the entrance to the ancient dynasty and the place of pilgrimage. On the vast land, there are many young talents. They look at the ancient pilgrimage road ahead, and their hearts are filled with endless yearning and expectation. They want to stand out at this time and become famous in one battle. They have practiced hard for many years, just for this battle today. If they become famous and enter the destiny list, they will not worry about the road ahead. The road ahead will be much smoother than practicing alone. All the major overlord level forces will invite them to join, and focus on training. Once they step into it, they will have more dazzling chips than many people and become the core of the core. Of course, there are also people who want to see the talents of the world, compete with them, and temper themselves. Only in this way can they sweep away the dark clouds and rise to the sky. Who can stop them? Legend has it that in the ancient dynasty of Daxia, there is a person with the fortune of the emperor. If he can have a dazzling performance in this competition, his fortune will change greatly from then on. A pair of young men and women stood together, and the woman murmured in a low voice, full of expectation. Of course, some people came here for other purposes, such as Shu Ruanayu from Wangzhou City. She stood alone in a place with a slightly cold look on her face, which made people around her dare not approach. In the past, she had an engagement with Yang Fan, was gifted, and was going to marry into the Zhixing mansion. However, after being captured by Qin Wentian, the Zhixing mansion began to doubt her innocence and gradually distanced herself from her. She even felt that Yang Fan's attitude had changed slightly, and he obviously had a grudge against her being captured. In anger, Shu Ruanayu proposed to break up and took the initiative to cancel the marriage. However, she still couldn't breathe smoothly today. She wanted to settle accounts with Qin Wentian, the man who captured her in the past. She just didn't know whether Qin Wentian, the cunning man, would come to Qin's house city to watch the battle for the destiny list. Shu Ruanayu glanced around and saw two figures standing not far from her, one old and one young. Both of them had extraordinary temperaments. He asked, Di Feng, are you ready for this destiny list? Di Feng looked ahead at the ancient great Xia dynasty, his chest full of passion, and an incomparably strong self-confidence permeated his body. A confident smile appeared on his handsome face, and he whispered, I come here to compete for the first place. You have been dormant for many years, and you have become famous in Great Xia. The competition for the destiny list is of great significance to you. If you can get it, your position will be unshakable from now on. In the future, you can command the hidden veins and let them know who you are. The old man murmured, and said calmly, but this time, you must remember not to ignore several opponents. King Chen and Shi Potion, they have not entered the Xiang Gang, and they will be your biggest competitors. Di Feng nodded lightly, but the self-confidence permeating his body was unshakable. Come back in 3 days. The old man said calmly, and then turned around with Di Feng and walked away. Shu Ruanayu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. This man was so arrogant that he wanted to compete for the first place. Moreover, the old man seemed to be very confident in him, thinking that only Chen Wang and Shi Potion were his opponents. Among the top few people on the destiny list, Hua Taixu, who was the first, and Jing Wu, who was the fourth, entered the Xiang Gang. Then, the strongest people should be Chen Wang, Shi Potion, and Wang Kang. Could it be that this person dared not care about Wang Kang? She didn't know that Di Feng and Wang Kang were the same person, and also the most mysterious person on the destiny list. Shu Ruanayu turned her eyes and her beautiful eyes condensed again. She saw another strange scene. The young man Di Feng, who was about to leave, also stopped and looked at his side in surprise. Two strange figures appeared beside him. A ragged woman, covered in dust, with dry, even yellowed hair. The only thing about her was her eyes, which were very clear and clean. Occasionally, she would look back at the person behind her, and her clean eyes were swollen and full of worry. This woman should be very young. The person behind her was dragged by her, on a tattered bamboo bed woven with bamboo, and dragged forward. On the bamboo bed was a figure in tattered clothes. He sat there like a beggar, with disheveled hair and a black aura on his face, as if he could die at any time. However, the aura on his body made people feel a little cold, and people passing by him couldn't help but walk away. Such a disabled person actually came to watch the battle for the destiny ranking. Some passers-by also showed disgust and said sarcastically. The ragged woman looked up and angrily stared at the person who was talking, and said coldly, "Don't talk about my brother Feng, he is not disabled." "This beggar girl is quite funny, brother Feng. You call so refreshingly, little girl, how old are you? You have a lover." The irony in the eyes of the passerby was even stronger. The young man sitting on the bamboo bed seemed as if nothing had happened, still very quiet, and even his eyelids did not move. "Get out of the way." The woman cursed in a low voice when she saw the man blocking her way. "Oh, you have such a bad temper. Although it is a little dirty, it seems to be quite beautiful. If you wash your body, you may be a little beauty. Do you want to go back with me to help you wash your body?" The man laughed as he spoke, and the two people beside him also laughed, and the woman was so angry that her body trembled slightly. At this time, the young man sitting on the bamboo bed moved his eyelids and seemed to look up. Several passers-by said a few more dirty words, but at this moment, they suddenly twitched all over, their bodies trembled violently, their foreheads turned black, and then they all fell limply to the ground. Such a scene made the people around them tremble slightly. What happened? Those people, without any vitality, died in an instant, their faces completely black. Shu Ruanai was also shocked when she saw such a scene. Her face was pale. It was the young man on the bamboo bed. He just raised his eyelids, and those people died. "Brother Feng, please don't do this." The woman saw this scene, turned her head, looked at the young man pitifully, and her heart softened. "I'm here, you can leave." The young man finally spoke. His voice was particularly cold, making people feel cold to the bone. "I won't leave, you can't let me go." The woman said a little aggrieved. "Get lost." The young man looked up, a terrifying cold light flashed in his eyes, staring at the woman, but the woman looked at him fearlessly and said, "No matter what you become, I still like you. Even if you kill me, I won't leave." The corner of the young man's eye twitched, but his eyes were still so cold, and no one knew what he was thinking. Poison, this person used poison, he must have practiced poison skills. At this time, someone exclaimed, because the faces of the dead people were so black that they looked unrecognizable, which was clearly a sign of being poisoned. They looked at the young man's expression again, and there was no longer any mockery or contempt, only a trace of fear. Could it be him? Shu Ruanayu's mind rang with a person, and she couldn't help but tremble. Mu Feng, a figure that everyone in the destiny list fears, ranks 7th in the destiny list. It is rumored that he is the youngest of the top 10 in the destiny list. His attainments in poison are superb, and his talent is so high that no one is afraid of him. He follows the forbidden figure of Daksha, the Poison King, to practice. There are many rumors about Mu Feng. Some people say that although this person is good at poison, he is loyal to his friends, generous, and even chivalrous. He is happy to make friends. Sometimes the Poison King even asked him to kill people to practice poison skills, and he dared to disobey the order. If the Poison King hadn't seen that he was very talented, he would have killed him at his hands. The Poison King is a cruel person. Moreover, it is said that although Mu Feng practices poison, he is also a romantic figure, but the person in front of him is gloomy and scary, with a strong yin aura. Moreover, he was dragged here by a woman, which is not like Mu Feng's style at all. At this moment, Shu Ruanayu's eyes suddenly condensed, and she looked into the distance, her beautiful eyes narrowed. It was him, that guy appeared, Qin Wentian, and the damn fat man, the fat man who often threatened him and wanted to take off his clothes. Qin Wentian and his group looked at the ancient dynasty in front of them. In his heart, Qin Wentian was a little shocked. Sure enough, it was very familiar with his memory. The memory left by his father passed by here, the ancient dynasty of Daksha. At this moment, he seemed to feel something, and his eyes looked in a certain direction, and he saw Shu Ruanayu, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. It was really a coincidence that this woman also came here, and after a year of not seeing each other, Shu Ruanayu stepped into the 9th level of Yuan Fu. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt that another pair of eyes seemed to be looking at him. When he turned his eyes, he saw the strange man, Mu Feng, who was sitting on the bamboo bed, staring at him with endless malicious intent, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. That kind of viciousness made Qin Wentian feel a little cold all over, as if the coldness penetrated into him. What's going on? Qin Wentian frowned slightly. He didn't recognize this person. It should be the first time he saw him. Why did he look at him with such vicious eyes? Be careful, Qin Wentian said in a low voice. The people around him also noticed the existence of Mu Feng. Qin Wentian. A voice that seemed to come from hell came out. Qin Wentian was stunned. The other party really knew him. Moreover, Mu Feng's eyes, in addition to being cold, seemed to have blood color, which was extremely terrifying. Who are you? Qin Wentian asked doubtfully. You actually pretended not to know me. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Mu Feng was full of murderous intent. A terrifying black air permeated from him. Qin Wentian only felt a chill all over his body, and a terrible poisonous intent penetrated into his body. Chapter 352, Horrible Poison Blood. Qin Wentian looked at Mu Feng. He could clearly feel his anger, as if they had a deep hatred. Sir, is there any misunderstanding? I really don't know you. Qin Wentian continued. In his memory, there was no such person in front of him. A wisp of mist seemed to be spreading on Mu Feng's body. He stared at Qin Wentian and others, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. You go, Qin Wentian said in a low voice. At this moment, he felt particularly uncomfortable. It seemed that a poisonous gas penetrated into his body and seemed to corrode his body. The person in front of him was a master of poison, and he was very scary. Bai Lui's face turned black in an instant. This scene made Bai Lujing's eyes burst into a terrible cold light. Stop. Qin Wentian glanced at Bai Lui, and suddenly a strong anger surged in his heart. He didn't recognize this person, but the other party used poison as soon as he attacked, which was extremely cruel and had already threatened their lives. In the mainland, some poison cultivators need to be extra vigilant. Even if their realm is weaker than yours, if you are a little careless, you may die in their hands. The name of the Poison King is a taboo in the Great Xia dynasty. Even those overlord-level forces are unwilling to mess with a Poison King. The worst family-destroying tragedy known in the history of the Great Xia dynasty was committed by the Poison King. It is said that the Poison King was also from a large family when he was a child. He was handsome and sunny, and practiced hard, but his fiancée was robbed and brutally killed. The Poison King's family went to seek justice, but almost suffered a disaster of extermination. Later, the Poison King appeared many times and poisoned his enemies. Every time he came out, he set off a storm, and also experienced life and death several times. Finally, the last time the Poison King came out, he had already mastered the poison. In a rage, he turned a family of more than 10,000 people into a pile of dead bodies overnight, and no one survived. At that time, this incident shocked the entire Great Xia. From then on, the Poison King became a taboo and no one dared to mess with him. Anyone who faces the news of using poison must be cautious, otherwise it will be miserable. Qin Wentian saw Bai Lui's face turn black, and his eyes turned completely cold. He clenched his hands, and the woman next to Mu Feng screamed in an instant, and a strong wind blew up. Qin Wentian said coldly, if you continue, I will kill her. Mu Feng glanced at the woman next to him coldly, and then said, I told you to get out. After that, he looked at Qin Wentian again. Okay, I will only kill you. You retreat. Qin Wentian said to the people around him, and the people around him also made way. Only Mu Feng was still sitting on the bamboo bed, confronting Qin Wentian. A black wind swept past, and Qin Wentian held his breath. His blood seemed to whistle uncontrollably. The will of blood. Qin Wentian swept towards the other party. This person was very powerful. Mu Feng's body floated up directly, and he saw his left hand swiping towards his right palm. In an instant, blood flowed out, and it was actually black blood. The black wind was howling, and Mu Feng's body floated directly towards Qin Wentian, as fast as lightning. Qin Wentian felt a stinging pain in his eyes and his skin seemed to be corroded. He felt very uncomfortable, Very uncomfortable. This was a strong man of the poison path, very dangerous. The blood in his body was rolling, and the demonic energy was soaring. Qin Wentian was covered with demon armor, and the terrifying power gathered in his palms. Seeing the opponent rushing, he pressed forward violently and killed him. The dragon roared, and the terrible dragon seal with the might of overwhelming power shook wildly and blasted towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng's eyes were cold, and he spat out blood at Qin Wentian. The black blood followed the wind and went towards Qin Wentian. His body was hard to bear the terrifying power that fell on Qin Wentian. His palm blasted out violently, and collided with Qin Wentian's violent power. Qin Wentian retreated. He rarely retreated in a battle to compete in strength, but this time he retreated. The opponent was full of poison, so he had to be cautious. However, Mu Feng had comprehended the will of the wind, and he had reached the first level of perfection, so his speed was so fast. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a fierce look when he saw this scene. The divine essence in his Yuan Fu roared crazily, and rushed into his arm with terrible blood. Suddenly, Qin Wentian did not retreat but advanced, with terrifying power, and blasted a terrible palm print towards the opponent. His palm seemed to have turned into gold, like the claws of a golden dragon, indestructible. Bang! The terrifying power collided with each other, and the palms of the two collided. Mu Feng spit out blood at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's body exploded backward, and drops of black blood seeped directly into his palm. In an instant, Qin Wentian felt as if his hand was paralyzed. A terrible corrosive force crazily eroded his arm and spread to his body. In just a moment, Qin Wentian's blood seemed to have turned black, and all his internal organs and meridians and Yuan Fu were corroded. His face instantly turned dark. His expression changed drastically, and Qin Wentian sat directly on the ground, looking at Mu Feng opposite him in shock. Mu Feng was also in a very bad state. The power of Qin Wentian's attack just now was so terrifying that his arm was shattered, his internal organs were shaken and shattered, and his whole body curled up on the ground, blood staining the ground. Brother Feng. The woman next to him was so scared that tears came out. She helped Mu Feng up, her body trembling. Wentian. Bai Luai and others also rushed to Qin Wentian's side, and their expressions were also extremely ugly. He is Mu Feng, the 7th on the destiny list. His combat power may be slightly inferior, but his poison skills are terrible. Ba Lujing said anxiously, Wentian, he has been poisoned by blood. Qin Wentian's body was filled with black air, staring at Mu Feng opposite him. How could the blood poison be so terrible? If such a powerful poison technique hits a strong man in the Xiangang realm, the people in the Xiangang realm will be the same as him. I have no grudges against you, why do you do this? Qin Wentian stared at Mu Feng. The other party should know what the consequences would be if he took his blow. Besides, his friends were all here. If he poisoned Qin Wentian, he would also die. He couldn't figure out what deep hatred the two sides had. No grudges? Why do you do this? Qin Wentian, I treat you like a brother. You beast, not only insulted my sister, but also brutally killed her. You also brutally killed my parents and their family of 5. If I don't kill you, how can I live in this world? Mu Feng stared at Qin Wentian. Even at this moment, his anger was still hard to dissipate. He couldn't forget the humiliating look in his sister's eyes when he saw her die naked at home, and he couldn't forget the tragic death of his family. He treated Qin Wentian like a brother, but suffered this disaster. It was ridiculous that he had said that he would come with Qin Wentian to participate in this battle for the destiny list. Qin Wentian's face was ugly. He had never done this, but Mu Feng was so resolute, and he was definitely not lying. It was ridiculous that the two of them fought so fiercely for something he didn't even know. I just want to say one thing. I don't even know who you are. I don't know anything about what you're talking about. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, his face was still covered with the black energy, and even on his body, black energy was flowing, as if he was on the verge of death. King appeared at some point, her face slightly pale. She walked to Qin Wentian's side, squatted down slightly, and looked at Qin Wentian. I didn't know. King saw Qin Wentian and showed a look of self-blame. She didn't know that the collision would put Qin Wentian on the verge of death. Don't blame you. Qin Wentian opened his eyes, forced a smile, and closed his eyes again. At this time, Fanel and Chu Mang roared. Both of them took out their bows and arrows, aiming directly at Mu Feng, with terrible killing intent. Kill. Fanel's eyes were red. Don't. The woman next to Mu Feng stood in front of him, protecting him with both hands, looking at Fan Li and Chu Mang and said, "Please, don't. Get out." Mu Feng roared in a low voice, but the woman kept shaking her head and tears kept flowing. "If he dies, I will make him die with a clear mind." Family stared at Mu Feng behind the woman and asked, "You said that my brother insulted and killed your family. What's the matter? Where is your home?" Mu Feng stared at Fan Li indifferently without answering, but heard the woman say, "Half a year ago, something happened outside Yaozhou City. Brother Feng was poisoned and seriously injured because of this incident. Later, he practiced more cruel poison skills just to get revenge. Your friend is so cruel, and you still want to help him. Bullshit. We brothers have been practicing in the Washuang realm of Kangzhou City half a year ago and have never left. Everyone in the Washuang realm knows about this. Later, under the gazes of everyone in Kangzhou City, we broke into the Xianbi Temple and came to Qinzhou City. When have we ever been to Yaozhou City? It's simply slanderous." Fan Li roared angrily, "Get out of here, he must die, otherwise, I will kill you too. It's unreasonable to do such a thing without any basis." Chu Mang was also trembling with anger. The woman turned pale when she heard their words. "This is impossible. I can also testify." Kinger walked over slowly. Seeing the fury-like figure, the woman had a hunch that the other party could not lie, and there was no need to lie at this moment. "How is this possible? I have known him for many days. How could I recognize the wrong person?" Mu Feng spat out another mouthful of blood after hearing the other party's words. After the poison attacked his heart, he practiced a terrible poison skill and almost died of poison. He merged the poison in his body into the poisonous blood and protected it with all his strength, not daring to waste a single bit. It was the woman in front of him who dragged him here all the way. Holding this breath, he was going to poison Qin Wentian. How could he make a mistake? Qin Wentian was speechless at this moment. Mu Feng was so crazy that he would never lie intentionally. Then, there was probably only one possibility. Someone pretended to be him and deliberately framed him, so that Mu Feng would not hesitate to come all the way to poison him. The terrible toxins in Qin Wentian's body penetrated the candle flame, but he was unable to extinguish it. Qin Wentian's mind moved, and he gathered a strong will to let the golden thread beside the candle flame move. Sure enough, the wisps of terrible toxins dissipated into the invisible, which made Qin Wentian feel relieved. There's hope. This kind of blood power can engrave the opponent's terrible toxins. Qin Wentian was a little horrified. If the opponent could use such a terrible poison method at will, everyone on the destiny list would be very afraid of him, and no one would dare to absolutely guarantee that they could escape unscathed from his hands. Chapter 353 Fighting Poison with Poison. Chu Mang and Fan Li would not pay attention to Mu Feng's words. Whether it was a misunderstanding or a mistake, Mu Feng should be killed. Get lost. Chu Mang roared at the woman in front of him, and Fan Li's arrow shot out as fast as lightning. Wait. Almost at the same moment, Qin Wentian's voice came out, and Fan Li's expression froze. He saw the arrow change direction. The arrow that was originally intended to shoot Mu Feng shot into the distance. Fan Li turned his head to look at Qin Wentian, but saw that Qin Wentian's face had regained a trace of blood color. His pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he was a little surprised. Don't kill him yet. Qin Wentian's eyes were still closed, and the golden lines in his body wandered around every position, dispelling the black toxins and repairing the damaged chakras and internal organs. His face gradually turned red. Seeing this scene, Bai Luoyi and others were overjoyed. It's okay, Qin Wentian, he is restraining the toxins that have eroded into his body. Huh? Qin Wentian exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. He saw Kinger's clear and beautiful eyes looking at him, and she showed a look of surprise, as if she was a little happy to see that he was safe and sound. But when Qin Wentian opened his eyes, she returned to her original state, still cold and without any ripples. Kinger, you look very beautiful when you smile. Qin Wentian smiled at Kinger. Kinger's eyelashes moved, but she didn't say anything. Then she turned her eyes away and didn't look at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had long been accustomed to this. If Kinger could keep smiling, it would be abnormal. Standing up, Qin Wentian walked towards Mu Feng, only to see Mu Feng showing a look of shock. How could this be possible? Qin Wentian could actually survive under his blood poison. Are you sure that the person who killed your family was me? Qin Wentian stared at Mu Feng, and stood in front of him and the woman, allowing Mu Feng to look more carefully. Mu Feng also stared at Qin Wentian, carefully looking at him from beginning to end, and then looked into Qin Wentian's eyes. No, how could it be possible? They are the same person. Why is their aura different, their body shape, and their body shape? How could it be possible? Mu Feng looked pale, and coughed a few times, spitting out black blood. In the past year, I have been to Qin's House City and Kang's House City, and have never been to other places. It is even more impossible for me to kill your family. I don't even know why you wanted to kill me just now. If you are not lying, then someone must be impersonating me. What is the strength of the Qin Wentian you know? Qin Wentian also wanted to find out who was impersonating him and doing such a cruel thing. This person really deserves to die. I only fought him briefly. He was very strong. The aura he occasionally revealed should be the same as my realm, the 9th level of Yuan Fu. I have always been at the 7th level of Yuan Fu. Qin Wentian released his aura. This is known to both my friends and enemies, and can be easily found out. Shu Ruanayu, you should be able to testify for me on this point. When I was still in Wangzhou City a year ago, my strength was not even at the 5th level of Yuan Fu. Qin Wentian looked at Shu Ruanayu not far away, causing Shu Ruanayu's beautiful eyes to condense. She originally wanted to settle accounts with Qin Wentian, but just now she saw Mu Feng fighting with Qin Wentian and knew that Qin Wentian's strength was probably stronger than hers. Moreover, even Xu Meng and the fat man were very powerful. Seeing Qin Wentian take the initiative to look at her at this moment, Shu Ruanayu's expression suddenly became unhappy. Mu Feng, you may have been framed. Although this person is not a good person, he is not so cruel. Although he captured me, he did not touch me at all. Besides, look at the woman next to him. Would she do such a thing for your sister? Shu Ruanayu said to Mu Feng, which made Qin Wentian stunned. This woman was so kind that she would speak for him? She hated him to the core at the beginning. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Wentian understood. I am afraid that after Shu Ruanayu returned to Wangzhou City, she was criticized because she was captured by him, and she wanted to clarify for herself. Mu Feng looked at Ruohun and Bai Luai, both of whom were stunning women. Although his sister was very beautiful, these two were not inferior in any way. When he saw King Er again, even with his concentration, he would be slightly moved. So, he was really framed? Thinking of this, Mu Feng looked extremely painful. Then what about his enemies? He tried desperately to kill Qin Wentian, but he killed the wrong person. Moreover, he didn't even know who his enemy was, and he put himself in such a miserable situation. He hated him. Thinking of this, the power in his body finally couldn't stop the poison gas that had merged into his blood from erupting. In an instant, his body was buried by the poison gas, and his whole body instantly turned black. Seeing this scene, the people around him retreated and dared not approach. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that Mu Feng had been carrying a serious injury, and the poison gas eroded his body. He just relied on a breath and used all his body's cultivation to seal it, just to kill Qin Wentian. Even if he killed Qin Wentian, he would probably be poisoned. Brother Feng. The woman's face turned pale when she saw the change in Mu Feng, and she wanted to pounce on him, but she saw Qin Wentian waving his palm, and a strong force directly enveloped her. Then Qin Wentian walked out, pulled her back, and said, "If you go forward, I'm afraid you will die. I will go with Brother Feng." The woman's tears kept flowing, looking at Qin Wentian and said, "I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I hope you can forgive me. Although Brother Feng practices poison, he is a very good person and is willing to make friends. Otherwise, he would not have been so badly plotted against. That incident was too much of a blow to him, so he practiced a kind of poison that could not be suppressed. He didn't intend to live, so he kept driving me away. I know he was mean to me and asked me to get out because he didn't want me to die with him." Qin Wentian glanced at Mu Feng, who was covered in poison gas, and sighed in his heart. Although Mu Feng almost took his life just now, he couldn't blame Mu Feng for this. Anyone who encountered such a cruel thing would go crazy. Who was so cruel, and framed him? Moreover, the other party seemed to know that he would come to participate in the competition for the destiny ranking, so Mu Feng held his breath and came here from 1,000 miles away just to kill him. If he and Mu Feng were not on the verge of life and death just now, there would be no chance to clarify this matter. Either he would die or Mu Feng would die. The actions of the person in the dark were extremely vicious. "I'll go and help you check on him." Qin Wentian pulled the woman to Bai Luai's side, and walked towards Mu Feng. At this time, Mu Feng's poison gas was out of control, but he was still awake. "You practiced poison skills, why did this happen?" Qin Wentian asked. In a hurry, I practiced a domineering poison skills, and I couldn't digest the poison gas. I just suppressed it in my body with strength and melted it into the poisonous blood. Mu Feng said in a low voice, looking at Qin Wentian, I almost killed you. I don't ask for forgiveness, I just hate that I can't kill the real enemy. If you find him in the future, you must kill him. And Xiaomin, she is kind-hearted, I hope you don't embarrass her. I have a set of acupuncture methods that can stimulate people's potential and make every part of your body active, but it is also very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die. Do you want to try it? Qin Wentian looked at Mu Feng and asked. Mu Feng stared at Qin Wentian. It would be easy for Qin Wentian to kill him at this moment. He didn't need any means at all. Life and death are determined by fate. Why dare not try when you are about to die? Mu Feng said in a low voice. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and squatted beside Mu Feng. He took out a silver needle and immediately pierced it into Mu Feng's eyebrows, ears, forehead, chest, arms. Soon, Mu Feng's body trembled slightly, revealing an extremely painful expression. You are right. Life and death are determined by fate, but the possibility of death is greater. If you want revenge, it is better to survive. Qin Wentian seemed to be talking about something very ordinary. This set of acupuncture was also taught to him by Heibo. It is called the extreme acupuncture method. It stimulates people's potential and makes the organs and blood of the human body in the most active state. However, if they cannot bear it, they may explode and die directly. Moreover, after the acupuncture, the other party will be in an extremely weak period. This kind of acupuncture is extremely dangerous, but Mu Feng is about to be killed by the backlash of the poison gas. The strength in his body can't bear it, so he can only fight poison with poison. After the acupuncture, Qin Wentian retreated, but saw Mu Feng's body shaking wildly. The needle seemed to have the power of stars penetrating into his body, reflecting the luster of stars. Brother Feng. The woman that Bai Lu Ai was holding wanted to rush forward when she saw this situation. How could Bai Lu Ai let go? Many people watched from afar and witnessed this crazy scene. At this time, Mu Feng seemed to be really crazy, making low roars, and a terrifying poisonous fog surrounded him. Even Mu Feng's expression became extremely ferocious, his face was distorted, his body was deformed, and he was in agony. Luminous tears kept flowing down. Seeing Mu Feng's situation at this moment, she was heartbroken, but Mu Feng was still insisting, no matter how uncomfortable or painful it was. Although he kept screaming, Mu Feng's eyes were still persistent. He couldn't die. He wanted to live and find his enemy. The disciple of the Poison King, Mu Feng, who ranks 7th on the destiny list, is so miserable and could die at any time. Some people felt sorry. If he died, the battle for the destiny list would undoubtedly lose an extremely scary person, which would be good for those who ranked higher on the destiny list. Some people hoped that Mu Feng would die. If he died, they would not have to face him. The disciple of the Poison King was definitely one of the people those people least wanted to meet. Roar. Finally, Mu Feng let out a deafening roar. The poisonous gas that filled his body rushed into his body crazily and then disappeared. Mu Feng tilted his head and finally stopped struggling. Dead. Everyone's expression froze. Mu Feng just died like that? Qin Wentian walked forward, his expression flashed. Mu Feng was still breathing, he was still alive. Qin Wentian squatted down, stretched out his hand, and placed it on Mu Feng's hand. In just a moment, he withdrew his hand. Wisps of black gas filled his palm. Qin Wentian was shocked. The poisonous gas in Mu Feng's body was even more terrifying. At this time, Mu Feng's eyes opened and looked at Qin Wentian. His eyes were still cold and chilly. Mu Feng struggled slightly, and he stood up. He glanced at the people around him, then looked at Qin Wentian deeply, took a step, and staggered away from here. Brother Feng. Lu Min rushed forward and supported Mu Feng's body. Qin Wentian saw that the poison on Mu Feng's body did not corrode Lu Minimum. This scene made Qin Wentian look surprised. It seems that fighting poison with poison really worked. In fact, Mu Feng did not fall into a weak period and could walk on his own. He was able to survive this difficulty because Mu Feng had an extremely tenacious belief in revenge. He could not die. The figure gradually went away, and the crowd also dispersed. They did not know at this moment that in the future, this weak young man would become a terrifying existence like the Poison King, or even more terrifying than the Poison King. Chapter 354 Who is the Master? Qin Wentian watched Mu Feng leave. This man's family was in shock, and he encountered such an unexpected disaster. I'm afraid his character would change drastically from then on. However, this man's heart became more and more tenacious. Such a terrible poison gas did not kill him. Instead, he achieved a balance under the double stimulation and survived. His obsession with revenge was so strong that it was terrifying. Turning his eyes, Qin Wentian looked at Shu Ruanayu again and smiled at her, dumped by Yang Fan. Shu Ruanayu frowned when she heard this, staring at Qin Wentian, gritting her teeth and said, I propose to break up. Qin Wentian smiled lightly. It seems that he really guessed it right. The big forces pay attention to reputation. Although he did not do anything to Shu Ruanayu is still innocent, but he was indeed captured by Qin Wentian and left for a period of time. It is inevitable that people will criticize him, so there's a gap, leading to the breakup. You were so arrogant that you wanted to kill me in the past, so I just captured you. This matter ends here. If you keep pestering me, I won't let you go as easily as last time. Qin Wentian said lightly. Family stared at Shu Ruanayu with a smirk. Be careful or I'll catch you to warm the bed. Shu Ruanayu bit her lips tightly and stared at the fat man. After a moment of silence, she finally turned away unwillingly. Qin Wentian didn't care about Shu Ruanayu. He walked forward slowly and came to the main gate of the Great Xia dynasty, facing the ancient palace. In front of him, 99 steps of blue dragon jade paved the ancient road, which was extremely majestic. On the steps of the ancient road, there were 9 huge drums. At the beginning of the pilgrimage, the drums had to be sounded. The drums had to be struck 9 times before they were qualified to worship the ancient dynasty and compete for the destiny. This was the entry. However, there are roads on both sides of the Qinglong Jade Stairs ancient road. Those roads are divided into 2 paths, which can lead to the sky and run parallel to the ancient road. This is the ancient road that only the 36 overlord level forces are qualified to climb. The other road can only go straight and need to overlook the sky. It is rumored that these 2 roads, the Heaven Road, were once prepared for the prominent people, royal families, and dukes of Daxia to review the Daxia army. Now, when young talents are fighting for the destiny, these 2 roads are the audience ancient roads. Climbing the ladder, beating the drum, pilgrimage, and fighting for the destiny have made many heroes and killed many heroes. This road is extremely cruel. After making a pilgrimage all the way, only 360 people can fight for the destiny in the end. This is the destiny list. Among the 360 people on the destiny list, only 36 are the pride of Daxia. How many heroes will fall along this road? Qin Wentian stood there, looking at the ancient road ahead. Daxia is vast, and there are so many heroes, all of whom come for the destiny. Everyone has struggled for many years, and has countless experiences and stories. They all dream of becoming famous in Daxia and looking at the world. He doesn't know what kind of powerful opponents he will face, nor what kind of crisis he will encounter, but he understands that this ambition will not be extinguished and his original intention will not change. He needs this battle to win the top 3 on the destiny list and control the White Deer Academy, so that he can have a foothold in Daxia. He needs this battle to defeat Xianchen, so that he is qualified to be with King Chen. He needs this battle to let Daxia know him. Closing his eyes, Qin Wentian seemed to be in a trance, forgetting everything. The breeze blew past his ears, and the endless sounds of the vast space floated into his ears. In a certain space, an old man looked at the young man beside him and said, "My son, you are very talented and have practiced for many years. This battle will make you famous." In another space, a young man, facing his relatives, smiled and said, "Father, mother, grandfather, don't worry, I will work hard." There was also a young girl, looking at her brother, raised her fist, and said, "Brother, you have to work hard. This time, maybe many beautiful women will like you. Then I will marry a sister-in-law." The exhortations of the elders, the exhortations of friends, and the bold words of the young people gathered together. They are all ordinary people, and they are all extraordinary. However, this time, many of them will be eliminated and fall. This is the baptism of fate. If you want to fight, you must face this cruelty. Fan Li walked forward and looked at Qin Wentian. He seemed to want to shout, but he saw Ruahun waving at him and stopped him. Chu Mang sat down next to Qin Wentian, just sitting on the ground, very quietly. Ruahun smiled lightly and looked at the face in front of her. Whether he succeeded or not, she would be proud of this junior brother. This time was not the Gemlin banquet, and this was not the Chu state. This time, Qin Wentian faced countless heroes from the entire Daksha. Kinger also looked at Qin Wentian, with a strange color in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something, and then she turned around and walked away slowly. The Bailujing siblings looked at the 99 steps in front of them, with endless expectations and yearning in their hearts. More and more people gathered here, and the crowd did not leave. They were all waiting for the battle of the destiny ranking. Countless scenes flashed in Qin Wentian's mind, as if in an instant, and like eternity. 3 days, like a dream. A dream passed, and when Qin Wentian opened his eyes, he felt a little strange. These 3 days passed too quickly. He felt vaguely that he wanted to grasp something, but it seemed that he couldn't grasp it firmly. That feeling was too strange. The world seemed to be greeted by the sound of mountains and seas. Looking up at the sky, Qin Wentian saw many figures walking towards the ancient road of the void, and walked to the long corridors and ancient roads above the stairs, the corridors of the void. Among these people, Qin Wentian saw some familiar faces, such as Luohi from the Dangwon Palace, such as the strong men of the Ouyang family. Qin Wentian knew that these people were from the 36 Overlord-level forces. The 9 forces standing in the middle were undoubtedly the strongest 9, Chen family, Qinshan Pavilion, Shi family, Wang family, Danwang Palace, Hua family, Yanshao Swordsman, Ouyang family, and Xian'ai sect. The 3 people in the middle, on the left is the strong man of the Chen family, on the right is the strong man of the Shi family, and in the middle is the strong man of the Qinshan Pavilion. As the host, these 3 forces are considered half the masters. The man from the Qinshan Pavilion is an old man with a misty aura. Qin Wentian saw countless people showing respect. It was only because this old man was the leader of the Qinshan Pavilion, the old man Xianji. Old man Xianji is able to observe the stars, glimpse into the fortune of Daksha, and see through the secrets of heaven. Under his governance, Qinshan Pavilion does not like fighting, but no one dares to underestimate the power of Qinshan Pavilion. They formulate the most authoritative list of Daksha, the Xianming list, which is also formulated by Qinshan Pavilion. I saw the old man Xianji waving at the countless figures below, with a smile on his face. That smile seemed to have remained unchanged for thousands of years, but it still made people feel friendly. At the moment when the old man Xianji waved his hand, the crowd moved spontaneously, and countless people gathered to the 2 sides, as if to make way for the extremely vast area in the middle. Soon, the space on both sides became more and more crowded, and some people even walked towards the path in front in advance, while the area under the 99 steps gradually became wider, but there were still many figures left, including young people, middle-aged people, and even old people. They all came for the destiny list. There seemed to be no other sound between heaven and earth except for the footsteps, as if there was an invisible order. Qin Wentian looked up at the figure in the void, and then looked at the vast crowd on the left and right. Their eyes were all staring at the center, staring at them. They were all wondering, who would be famous this time? Their eyes seemed to be looking for those who they thought were the most outstanding. Among these people, the most attention was focused on Chen Wang, Shi Potion and others, as if they were destined to be famous in Daksha. Brother, come on. Ruahun walked up to Qin Wentian and gave him a big hug. The softness made his heart beat faster, and Qin Wentian could only smile bitterly. Bai Lu Ai hugged Bai Lujing, then looked at Qin Wentian, and also stepped forward and gave him a hug, which made Qin Wentian flattered. The top 3 on the destiny list, I look forward to it. Bai Lu Ai whispered, and then quietly walked to the side with Ruahun and others. Qin Wentian, Yan Kuongshen, Bai Lujing, Chu Meng, Fennel and others stood in a row, but they did not attract too much attention. Even those who knew them, how many people would be optimistic about them? Even if these people had shown their talents in some places, this was the ancient dynasty of Daksha. This time, it was a battle for the destiny list, which gathered the most outstanding people from the Yuanfu of Daksha. Mo Qingcheng, this stunning beauty, would attract too many eyes wherever she went. At this moment, she walked to a place not far from Qin Wentian, and Zhang Chen followed behind her not far away, with a gloomy and cold look in the direction of Qin Wentian. In the distance, Luo, who was in the void, frowned slightly when she saw this scene, and glanced at Qin Wentian with a cold light. That woman, so beautiful. Someone exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. There were too many beauties participating in the destiny list, but Mo Qingcheng seemed to be in the crowd. Just one glance could make the crowd's eyes fixed on her, and they could never move away. Who is she? Someone asked. Mo Qingcheng of Dangwon Palace. As expected, the rumors are true. No wonder even a figure like Hua Taksu wants to pursue her. Behind her is Zhan Chen. I heard that Zhan Chen has practiced a terrible technique. Now, he is also a seed powerhouse. He will definitely not escape from the top 10. He has the hope of winning the top 3. He has been pursuing Mo Qingcheng, but was rejected. Countless people have thousands of ideas. They are looking forward to the time passing quickly so that they can see those peerless figures earlier. Finally, except for those who participated in the competition for the destiny list, everyone moved away from the center. Old man Xianji looked down and spoke slowly. Thousands of years ago, the ancient dynasty of Daxia ran out of luck and collapsed. However, this ancient palace of Daxia still focuses on the transportation and spiritual energy of our vast Daxia. Therefore, once every 3 years, the world's heroes come here to make a pilgrimage, seize the ancient luck, and become a person of destiny. I see that the star luck of Daxia has become a trend. There may be a person with destiny among you. Tonight, in front of Daxia, let us wait and see who will be the master of the future world. Chapter 355, Fighting with Drums. The passionate voice of the old man Xianji resounded through the world, as if there was a magical power, which made countless people's hearts surge. Even those who came to watch seemed to have blood boiling in their chests. The star fortune of Daxia has become a trend. Is there a person with destiny born? Who will be the master of the future of Daxia? The old man Xianji's expression remained the same, looking at the endless figures below. The people who came to participate in the competition for the destiny list and the ancient fortune this time were still more than 10,000 people as in the past. Most of these 10,000 people are at the 9th level of Yuan Fu. Without the strength and confidence, they would not come to participate in the competition for the destiny list. Although it seems a lot, looking at the whole Daxia, 10,000 people are just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, among these people, they will continue to be eliminated. First of all, they have to get the ticket to compete. At this time, the old man Xianji spoke again and said loudly, "At this moment, you can climb the ancient road of the dynasty, hit the drum at the top, and you can hit it continuously. Those who do not hit the drum 9 times will leave on their own. The drum is the first level. There are too many people and many need to be eliminated. The 9 giant drums on the ancient steps are extremely difficult to play. If you can't play 9 drums, you won't even be qualified to enter the ancient dynasty of Daxia. Moreover, the giant drum can be hit continuously, but it is impossible to stop the drum sound. If the drum sound is interrupted, it will be ineffective to play it again." More than 10,000 people walked out one after another, and one after another stepped onto the 99 steps with a solemn meaning. No one walked in the air. They all walked up the ancient road one step at a time. This was a respect for the ancient road. Finally, the first person climbed the 99 steps and walked to the giant drum in the middle. His robe fluttered, and a strong breath emanated from him. He kept a step away from the giant drum. His body seemed to be covered with a layer of divine armor, and his whole body was filled with a terrible sharp aura, as if he was a divine weapon. It's the prince. He beat the drum first. Is he going to compete for the first place? The crowd's eyes fell on this person. Wang Ju, the pride of the Wang family in Bingzhou City, ranked 6th on the destiny list. He was one of the strongest contenders for the top 3 on the destiny list, a seed powerhouse. At this moment, Wang Ju's fist seemed to turn into silver white, and suddenly blasted forward. In an instant, a thumping sound was heard, and the sound of drums shook the sky. The terrifying gale blew Wang Ju's long hair, and the sound of the huge drums continued. For 9 consecutive times, a terrifying force bombarded Wang Ju, but he stood there motionless, as strong as an ancient pine. To fight for destiny, then, start with a beating of the drums. How can I fall behind? Wang Ju's voice fell, and before the 9 beatings stopped, his fist light blasted out again, with an incomparably terrifying sharpness. The crowd saw the terrifying power madly bombarding Wang Ju, and the drums sounded 3 more times, but his fist light blasted out again, and the frenzied airflow seemed to lift Wang Ju up. Another punch, a violent hit, he stepped forward, stood in front of the giant drum, let the terrifying wind blow on his body, his heart remained unchanged. The people around him looked at Wang Ju, they were ready to beat the drum but they all seemed to forget to make a move, shocked. In the end, Wang Ju beat the drum 18 times, the lingering sound continued, echoing between heaven and earth. Beat the drum 18 times, so strong, according to historical records, in the battle for the fate list of the Great Xia dynasty, beating the drum 18 times, almost locked the top 10 seats. Everyone thought to themselves, this Wang Ju, when he entered the door, he beat the drum to demonstrate, let the world witness his determination as a king. On the void ancient road, the people of the Wang family smiled and showed a satisfied look. Starting from the entrance, this is Wang Ju's heart. Fighting for fate, then, starts with beating the drum. After Wang Ju, people continued to beat the drum, but most of them were less than 15 times, only occasionally there were very few people who could break through 15 times, and many of those people were already on the fate list. As for the person who beat the drum 18 times, no one was born again. There were more than 10,000 people, even if there were 9 giant drums, one of them would need to go through 1,000 people, which was extremely time-consuming, but everyone was extremely quiet and seemed very patient. In 3 years, there was only one time, and they should cherish even the sound of the drum for the entrance. From the beginning of the drum beating, the geniuses had the intention to compete. Of course, there were also many people who beat the drum less than 9 times, revealing endless loneliness and leaving unwillingly. They came to participate in the competition of the destiny list with endless yearning, but were eliminated at the entrance. Of course, they were unwilling, but the reality was so cruel. Afterwards, someone beat the drum 17 times, which surprised many people. It turned out that this person was Li Yu, the 9th on the destiny list, Jinja League. Half of the people beat less than 9 times. How terrible are these drums, 9 giant drums. Family stared at the big drum in front of him and said secretly that the number of people eliminated was more than half. This ratio was shocking. After all, not many of the participants were just there to make up the numbers. They all had strong confidence in their own strength. 19 drums. Just then, a thunderous drum sound came out. Family's mouth was still open, staring at a figure in the sky. Half of the people only beat 9 drums, but 19 drums, how terrible. Emperor Feng. Qin Wentian stared at the man. It's Wang Kang. The others exclaimed. The 5th person on the destiny list, Wang Kang, also had the surname Wang. He surpassed Wang Ju and refreshed Wang Ju's first place. They didn't know that Wang Kang was not actually surnamed Wang. Wang Kang, so strong, I wonder if anyone can break his record. Yang Zhen went up, but surprisingly, only 17 drums. Qin Wentian saw a person next to Emperor Feng, who beat 17 drums. It should have been dazzling, but was overwhelmed by Wang Kang. Yang Zhen was a genius of the Yang family, ranked 10th on the destiny list. Although the drum beats cannot represent the final ranking, it is, after all, a competition. Especially when the prince started it, no one was willing to lag behind. Then, those powerful people took action one after another. Yang Fan of Zhaixing Mansion, 16 beats. Zhao Lai of Xian'an sect, 16 beats. Hua Feng of Hua family, 15 beats. Duan Qingshan, 16 beats. Shi Potion is going to take action. At this moment, countless people's eyes focused on one person, that is Shi Potion of Shi family. Shi Potion took action and beat the drum 20 times, once again breaking the record. As expected of a person of Shi family with the blood of ancient demons, terrifying. Everyone thought in their hearts. In this competition for the destiny ranking, King Chen and Shi Potion are undoubtedly the two with the highest voices. King Chen of the Sun, Shi Potion, who can compete with him? Black-robed man. At this time, Qin Wentian saw a black-robed man walking up the stairs, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker. Is this the black-robed man who practiced magic that day? The black-robed man was filled with demonic power. He slapped out his palm, as if a black palm print was crushing him. The drums trembled violently, and the drums continued to beat for 9 times. However, this did not attract the attention of others. It was not until the black-robed man beat the drum for 15 times that people began to look over. When the 16th and 17th drums were played, everyone looked over there. However, at this moment, the black-robed man stopped and put his arms down. He clearly had some strength left, but he gave up and walked forward, seemingly not caring about the result. He actually practices demonic skills. I have never heard of such a person before. He must be a dark horse. Moreover, he is wearing a black robe, obviously trying to hide his identity. King Chen of the Sun, has finally made a move. The crowd saw another person walking up. It was King Chen, the 2nd person on the destiny list. Hu Taixu did not participate in the battle this time. I wonder who can be King Chen's opponent. The sun's light was dazzling. King Chen beat the drum, not disappointing everyone. He beat the drum 20 times, Just like sheep ocean. Mu Feng, he actually came here. I heard that he almost died 3 days ago. Mu Feng stood in front of a huge drum on the left, beat it 9 times, and then walked forward, not caring about other people's opinions. Even so, no one dared to look down on Mu Feng, no one dared, because his most terrifying thing was his poison. Even King Chen and Sheep Ocean, if they faced Mu Feng directly, they would have to be cautious. After that, someone else caught everyone's attention, beating the drum 18 times. That person was Sitapo, a genius of the Jiutian sword sect. At this time, Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at the side not far away. Mo Qingchang seemed to have noticed something, and a playful look flashed in the corner of her eyes, and then she walked forward. Qin Wentian and the others also walked out, step by step, and climbed the ancient steps of Daxia. They lined up in a row and stood in front of the huge drums. It's Zhan Chen. He's going to make a move. Following behind Mo Qingcheng, he's obviously still infatuated with her. Who is that woman? She's so beautiful. Although she's not as beautiful as Mo Qingcheng, she's like a snow lotus on an iceberg, surpassing many beauties. Everyone saw Yun Mengai. However, although Yun Mengai is famous in the Wuxiang realm, very few people in Daxia know her. Juan Yan, she also went up at this time. What a feast of beauties. Mo Qingcheng, Yun Mengai, Juan Yan, actually went up at the same time. Moreover, there was Zhan Chen. Apart from that, the few people in the middle were a real spoiler. Qin Wentian, Yan Kuangshen, Chu Meng, Fan Li, Bai Lujing. There were 9 people in total, just occupying 9 giant drums. Fatty, let's see how loud you can make this time. Juan Yan said in a low voice. Obviously, she was talking to Fan Li. Fan Li felt a little guilty. The situation this time seemed different from the last time. What made the crowd feel quite interesting was that these 9 people actually attacked at the same time. In an instant, 9 huge drums sounded at the same time. The frenzy of air swept the sky and earth. Qin Wentian's punch was so terrifying that it sounded 9 ancient sounds in a row. However, no one paid attention to him, because most people's eyes were on Zhan Chen and Mo Qingcheng. Occasionally, some people would pay attention to Yun Mengai and Juan Yan. The crowd saw Zhan Chen bathed in golden light, and slashed out with terrifying swords. Not long after, the drum sounded 15 times, and the momentum was still the same. Obviously, he still had some strength to spare. Mo Qingcheng had stopped. She only struck 9 times and did not continue, but she did not leave for the time being. The people behind did not urge her. It was also a kind of enjoyment to watch a few more times. Fan Li, Chu Meng, Yan Kuangshen, and Bai Lujing stopped one after another. The people who struck the most were Bai Lujing and Chu Meng, with 16. Juan Yan exerted her strength and struck 17 times, which was amazing. But they soon discovered that there were still 3 people who had not stopped. Even the beautiful woman on the right, who looked like an iceberg snow lotus, was still continuing. She actually struck 18 times, and her sword came out, as if it was born from heaven. What's going on? The people in this round are so strong. Juan Yan struck 17 times, and Yun Mengai struck 18 times. Zhan Chen and Qin Wentian also struck 18 times, but they were still continuing. The drumbeats were filled with tit-for-tat. Zhan Chen sneered, and 9 swords came out at the same time. He shouted angrily, 19 times, and it seemed that he wanted to break the record of today, 20 times. But when this sound sounded, the overwhelming power made Zhan Chen's eyes seem to close. Qin Wentian looked solemn, his blood was surging, and his strength was unparalleled. He punched out again, as if all the endless power between heaven and earth had gathered and collapsed on the giant drum. Boom! 19 times, and it was born. How is this possible? Many people showed incredible expressions. It was the first time they saw 2 people who surpassed 18 rings confronting each other. Moreover, they were competing with Zhan Chen. P.S. The battle for the Destiny ranking has finally begun. Qin Wentian is competing for the Destiny. Wu Han shouted for recommendation votes. Brothers who have votes, please vote. Thank you all. Chapter 356, Battle of the River of Life and Death. Who is this person? Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, with a little doubt in their hearts. Most of them had never heard of this person. In fact, the aura that bloomed from him was only the peak of the 7th level of Yuan Fu. To be able to beat the drum 19 times, there is no doubt that his will is tough, and the pure attack power must be extremely strong, And he must also have terrible defense. Zhan Chen looked cold and swept across Qin Wentian. The golden edge in his eyes was terrifying. At this moment, Mo Qingchang was still watching from the sidelines. Even the people of the world were watching. How could he, Zhan Chen, lose? Even if it was just beating the drum, he must not lose to Qin Wentian. The star souls bloomed, and a terrible golden storm blew around Zhan Chen, gathering into an ancient sword that punished the heaven and earth. It rolled forward, broke through everything, and hit the giant drum again. Boom! After beating the drum 20 times, the terrifying force rebounded and tore the golden armor on Zhan Chen's body into pieces, impacting his mind and causing him to shake violently. He knew that if he wanted to beat the drum again, he would probably be injured. However, the drum sounded for a long time. He turned his eyes and looked at Qin Wentian, with a cold look in his eyes. However, he saw Qin Wentian stretched out his finger and pressed forward. A terrifying force broke through everything and descended into the sound of the giant drum. Boom! The world trembled. Similarly, 20 rings tied the record. This sound impacted people's hearts. Qin Wentian felt the terrifying power sweeping through his body, but he did not move. His heart was as calm as water. He seemed to feel the killing field of the great Xia imperial city in the past. The blood dyed the world red. Endless blood and tears gathered, and infinite will rushed into his mind. It was too terrible. Zhan Chen hesitated a little. At this moment, the drum sound stopped and was no longer continuous. He had no chance to hesitate. However, 20 rings tied the record, which was still dazzling. He did the same as King Chen and Shi Potion. Although this did not mean anything, at least it showed people his Zhan Chen style. How can your humble heart defeat my indestructible will? As soon as the words fell, the crowd saw Qin Wentian pointing his finger again, and the heaven and earth seemed to gather wonderful patterns, turning into vortex and piercing the giant drum. Dong! 21 sounds occurred, breaking the record. This sound, along with Qin Wentian's voice, gathered together and fell on the entire world, shocking countless people. This person challenged and despised Zhan Chen, and his heart was firm. How can your humble heart defeat my indestructible will? Although the Battle of Drums was an entry ticket, he still wanted to win. What's more, he was standing with Zhan Chen, and Mo Qingchang was right next to him. How could he lose to Zhan Chen? Qin Wentian took a step forward, and the people around him smiled and walked forward, leaving only their backs. This boy has extraordinary style, but it's a pity that his realm is slightly low, the 7th level of Yuanfu, and it's too arrogant to challenge Zhan Chen. At this point, there were not many people who had not yet sounded the drum, and those top-ranked strong men had already sounded the drum and passed. Along the ancient roads on both sides, the crowd walked forward one after another. Along the wide corridor, people squeezed and rushed to the road ahead. The drum sounded at the entrance, but half of the people had been eliminated. Next, it was even more dangerous. They would face the river of life and death. The river of life and death was a real test of life and death. If you cross it, you will live, and if you fall, you will die. Throughout the ages, countless heroes have fallen in the river of life and death. After Qin Wentian and others climbed the stairs, they looked down and saw the river of life and death, or it would be more appropriate to call it the lake of life and death. The width of the river of life and death was the same as the ancient road of the Great Xia stairs that they had just climbed, and it could accommodate 1,000 people. As for the length, it was 100,000 meters away. For martial artists, this distance was actually not far, and any of these geniuses could reach it at a very short speed. However, crossing the river of life and death, with thousands of people rushing to the road, was not so easy. What's more terrifying is that the river of life and death is a river full of corrosive power. If the people of Yuanfu fall into it, they will surely die. The crowd saw that the old man Xianji and other 36 overlord-level forces flew forward in the air and landed on the other side of the river of life and death. On the ancient city wall, they opened the gate of the city wall. Once, this river of life and death was the heavenly mirror of the ancient dynasty of Daxia. As long as they guarded the end of the river of life and death, on the ancient city wall, one man could block the pass and 10,000 men could not open it. The old man Xianji looked forward. At this moment, everyone was facing the river of life and death. A distance of 100,000 meters seemed short, but it was destined that many people would fall here. The old man Xianji lit a thin incense stick, which was thin and short. I'm afraid it would burn out in 100 breaths. However, those people needed to cross the river of life and death before this thin incense stick burned out. At least, It would take 100 meters in an instant. With so many people walking together, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to cross 100 meters in an instant. They would definitely attack each other and there would be chaos. The incense has been burned. Those who have not passed before it burns out will be eliminated. The old man Xianji said calmly, "Let's go. Let's go." Qin Wentian shouted loudly, and thousands of people roared out at the same time, all as fast as lightning, rushing to the road. One stick of incense, a distance of 100,000 meters, they need to maintain a fast speed at every moment, and must not delay for a moment. How can they not rush forward madly? Thousands of people ran wildly above the river of life and death at the same time. The impact of this scene was huge and shocking. Some of them had seen the momentum of thousands of horses galloping, as if a hurricane was blowing up the world, but at this moment, it was thousands of people running, and the terrifying gale blowing in the void seemed to be able to tear people apart. Moreover, countless terrible auras burst out crazily, and there was a frenzy between heaven and earth. Many people had already launched attacks. "Get out of the way!" Someone behind Qin Wentian roared, and chopped out with a sword, as fast as lightning. At the same time, the man flew the sword under his feet, trying to escape. "I'll guard the rear, you guys go forward." Qin Wentian shouted, and with his backhand he blasted out a terrifying demon seal, which collided with the ancient sword. A cold look flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hands wildly, and suddenly it seemed as if a terrifying dampening rushed out wildly behind him, blocking the way of the people behind. Similarly, in front of Qin Wentian and his team, there were also people attacking, blocking them from rushing to the road. Even above Qin Wentian and his team, there were people trampling and attacking horribly, trying to shake people down and lose their chance. Chaos. The situation at the moment was a mess. With a soft sound of pudong, someone fell into the river of life and death, screaming, and his body corroded in an instant, turning into white bones. Then, even the bones in his body were corroded and disappeared. Qin Wentian glanced at it and felt terrible. This was the first level after entering the Minggu, and it was so cruel. The competition of geniuses was so tragic. Qin Wentian looked to the side. At this moment, there was too much chaos and it was difficult to move a distance. Everyone was just rushing forward, but he found that Mo Qingchang was okay. Perhaps because of her stunning beauty, no one was cruel to her. Perhaps this was the innate advantage of beauty. There was no life and death hatred, just grabbing the road. As long as Mo Qingchang did not take the initiative to offend others, those strong men would not be willing to destroy her. Chu Meng and Fan Li were guarding in front. There were golden arrows floating above their heads. Fan Li's blood was fully opened, bathing in golden flames, like a fire god of war, and he was extremely majestic. Bang! Someone attacked back, trying to block the way. Fan Li and Chu Meng snorted coldly, and Chu Meng broke the attack. Fan Li's arrow went straight to the person who attacked in front. The person wanted to shoot down the arrow with his backhand, but saw the arrow suddenly turned. His expression changed drastically, and he turned around suddenly. Chu Meng and Fan Li's subsequent arrows instantly killed him. There was a sound of puffing, and his head was stuck in the sharp arrow and fell to the sky below. With the speed of Fan Li and others, they were enough to catch up. They would not take the initiative to kill people to grab the way, but if someone deliberately blocked them, they would only kill them to grab the way. After Chu Meng took the realm-breaking pill, his cultivation level was already at the peak of the Yuanfu realm, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Bang! At this moment, a terrible force suppressed down, as if ancient peaks fell from the sky, suppressing Chu Meng, Fan Li and others. Even in front of them, there were ancient peaks. Situpo. Qin Wentian looked up and saw Situpo standing in the sky, wearing a star rock armor, dazzling and attacking them. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian soared into the sky, raised his hand to smash the ancient peak, but saw a sword falling from the void, which was Situpo's sword, the sword of life. And at the same moment, a gravity descended on Qin Wentian and the others, and a giant leg fell from the sky, suppressing them, containing a monstrous power, covering Qin Wentian, Chu Meng and the others. Duan Qingshan. Qin Wentian's expression was cold. Situpo actually joined forces with Duan Qingshan to attack them. Both of them were powerful. Duan Qingshan was already ranked 25th on the destiny list, and Situpo must have such combat power. Chu Meng's axe chopped towards the void, and flames and lightning intertwined on Ouyang Kuangsheng's body. Zhan Chen saw this scene here, how could he miss it, and saw his figure flash, and in an instant a golden sword tore through and rushed straight to Qin Wentian. At this moment, they were attacked from both sides. However, at this moment, a monstrous demonic power descended, as if a terrifying demonic lightning had pounced on them. A dark demonic spear pierced through everything and killed Zhan Chen, causing Zhan Chen's expression to change drastically. He stared at the black-robed man who was attacking and roared, "It's you again." Yun Mengai also took action. She went straight to Sitapo, and the terrible icy power seemed to freeze the void. Chaos. This space was in chaos, and when the people behind rushed up, they would also attack, and then whistled away from them. It would be best if these people were eliminated together. Many people also noticed this battle group, and they couldn't help but be quite surprised. They didn't expect that the person who broke the record of the drum just now would have such a great influence, with many enemies and many friends. Those who wanted to destroy them were all extraordinary people: Zhan Chen, Duan Qingshan, and Situpo. At this time, a star-picking palm print even appeared and grabbed towards them, causing everyone's expressions to freeze again. Those were people from the star-picking mansion, and Yang Fan was among them. Two people from the star-picking mansion attacked Qin Wentian at the same time. Chapter 357, Blast into the River of Life and Death. Qin Wentian's eyes were like lightning, filled with a terrifying cold light. His blood burst out, and there was a light shining between his eyebrows, as if a third eye appeared. Yun Mengai, freeze this space. Qin Wentian's voice was cold. Yun Mengai swung her sword, and then she felt terribly cold. This space seemed to have a coldness that could freeze everything, and frost was attached to everyone's body. Qin Wentian and his men no longer moved forward, but stopped to fight with these people directly on the river of life and death. This scene shocked countless people. Are these people crazy? Why waste time to fight here? Zhan Chen, Yang Fan and others frowned. Although they wanted to kill Qin Wentian, it was obvious that the battle for the fate list was more important to them, so their fighting spirit was greatly reduced. Kill Duan Qingshan. Qin Wentian's voice was extremely cold. He said that if they met again, he would definitely kill Duan Qingshan. Now, he dared to attack him again. This time, he would pay the price with Duan Qingshan's life. The black-robed man held back Zhan Chen. Chu Meng was fighting with Sitapo. Bai Lujing and Yu Yang Kuangsheng were resisting the attacks of Yang Fan, two powerful men from the Zhixing mansion. Yun Mengai looked at Duan Qingshan, and an extreme chill suddenly broke out. Duan Qingshan's body seemed to be covered with frost, which was piercing. Suddenly, an invisible force directly hid him, and at the same time, a terrible will rushed into his mind. He looked up at Qin Wentian, and his expression was ugly. He saw a terrible ancient monster descending into his mind, trying to swallow him up, and the shock force made his mind tremble violently. The attack of the martial arts will actually rushed into his mind. Fan Li's arrows broke through the air and Duan Qingshan's face was ashen. He retreated, raised his foot and stepped out, and hit Qin Wentian and others, but saw Qin Wentian tremble with his hand, and an invisible terrible force directly broke through the giant foot attack and rushed into his body. No, this kind of martial arts will is the second realm. Duan Qingshan's face was livid. How could it be possible? Qin Wentian was only at the 7th level of Yuan Fu. How could he comprehend the second realm of martial arts will? This was the entry level of Xiangang realm. Yun Mengai's speed was extremely fast. She also comprehended the will of the wind. With the help of the frozen power, she could deal with Duan Qingshan. Therefore, she was faster than Duan Qingshan. She came in front of the opponent, slashed with a sword, and fell from the sky, as if she had descended from the 9 heavens. Duan Qingshan looked ugly. Few people in the Wushuang realm knew Yun Mengai, but an unknown person was so powerful. Duan Qingshan roared, and the power of the star soul burst out crazily, as if a pair of giant feet rushed up and blasted into the sky. However, he saw Qin Wentian rushing towards him crazily, with terrible murderous intent on his body. At this time, Qin Wentian had only one thought, to kill Duan Qingshan. Duan Qingshan looked indifferent, but saw Qin Wentian raise his palm and pressed it towards the void. In an instant, the power was like a prehistoric beast, madly bombarding Duan Qingshan's body, causing him to groan. Yishan's sword technique descended, and Duan Qingshan's face was as pale as paper, but no one helped him. Boom! It seemed that an ancient bell bloomed in the void, shaking his heart, and then Qin Wentian's body arrived. His eyes were extremely strange, and the third eye seemed to open between his eyebrows, sweeping past, and his palm print was printed forward. Duan Qingshan roared, and could only collide with Qin Wentian abruptly. An infinite force bombarded his body, directly ignoring the body's defense, shaking in his body, pressing his body, and heading towards the river of life and death below. A rustling sound came out. That was the sound of the water flowing in the river of life and death. No. Jiutian looked back. His face was as pale as paper. Qin Wentian pressed his palm on him, regardless of everything, and pressed down into the air. I said, I will kill you. A cold voice came out, and Qin Wentian slapped out his palm again, with a monstrous force. With a loud bang, Jiutian rushed into the river of life and death, and his body corroded instantly. No. Jiutian's face was hideous, but in an instant, his body turned into white bones, and then went along the direction of the water. Jiutian fell. The people on both sides of the river of life and death watched the white bones drift away with the water, and their hearts were shaken violently. That was Jiutian, who ranked among the top 36 in the destiny list, but he was killed in the river of life and death. Although the river of life and death was cruel, it was the first level after the drum sounded. Jiutian actually fell. This made people sigh at the cruelty and fierce competition of the destiny list. At the same time, it also made people look at this handsome young man again. Who is this person? He has many friends around him, but there are so many strong people who want to kill him. Moreover, just when the drum sounded, he broke the record this time and won the first place. At that time, everyone thought that this meant nothing. After all, his realm was weak. However, he then killed Jiutian. Although he used the power of others, Qin Wentian's own strength was unquestionable. Otherwise, how could he suppress Jiutian and blast him down the river of life and death? Of course, the people of the Yang family also saw this scene, and they looked a little ugly. Jiutian, although he was an outsider, was also a genius of his Yang family. Unexpectedly, he was killed by Qin Wentian. They felt quite complicated. Qin Wentian's entry into the Yang family had caused a wave of waves. At that time, Qin Wentian was still so weak. Now, he was able to kill Jiutian, and he had a good relationship with Yang Kuangshen. As for Yang Ting, her face was as pale as paper, and she was out of her mind. How could it be possible? How could it be possible that Jiutian was killed by Qin Wentian? At this moment, Yang Ting's eyes were red, and she was a little at a loss. Her mind kept telling herself that it was impossible, but the facts were in front of her, but in her opinion, it was too cruel. Why is it such an ending? Shouldn't it be the opposite? Jiutian killed Qin Wentian. All this happened in a very short time, but it also delayed some time. Qin Wentian's body rushed into the sky in an instant, and his eyes swept over the figures. Zhan Chen, Citropo and others knew that there was no time to waste. They flew forward in the air, unwilling to continue to entangle. Hurry up. Qin Wentian and others also ran quickly. There were still people fighting in front, and people kept falling into the river of life and death. They fell here, which made everyone feel terrified. The people who fell were all geniuses. The thin incense was about to burn out, and the crowd fell on the wall at the end of the river of life and death, and then walked through the city gate. The strong wind swept past, and the figures of Qin Wentian and others also landed. The thin incense had reached the bottom, and they all took a deep breath. They didn't expect a battle of the river of life and death to be so dangerous. Fortunately, they all arrived, and no one was left behind. Let's go. Qin Wentian and his companions passed through the city gate and met Zhan Chen and his companions. Their eyes collided with each other, and their expressions were extremely sharp and filled with murderous intent. You are lucky. Zhan Chen said coldly with golden light in his eyes. Then he glanced at the black-robed man, who had ruined his good deed several times. Qin Wentian also looked at the black-robed figure and nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you." The black-robed man's expression flashed, and his eyes gave people a delicate feeling, which made Qin Wentian a little suspicious. Could this black-robed man who practiced magic skills be a woman? This magic skill is domineering, and the practitioner is very likely to be backfired, which is very dangerous. If a woman practices it, how tough she must be. But he was just thinking about it. He didn't know if he could know the other party's identity and why he wanted to help him after the destiny list. After stepping through the city gate, the number of people who still stayed dropped sharply again, and half of them stayed in the battle of life and death river. Now, although this space still gathers a vast crowd, it has been reduced a lot compared to the previous lineup. However, those who stayed are all elites. As the screening continues, the people who stay will become stronger and stronger. Sometimes luck is also needed in the battle of the destiny ranking. For example, Duan Qingshan has strength. He was already in the top 36 of the destiny ranking, so he naturally has the ability to impact again. However, he was killed. His luck was a bit bad. Moreover, in the process of the battle of the destiny ranking, many people with grudges will fight in advance, eliminating some powerful people. However, the battle of the destiny ranking requires such a test. Only when the sand is washed away by the waves can gold be found. Some people with bad luck may be eliminated in advance, but it is absolutely impossible to rely on luck to get to the end. Only strength can do it. At this moment, in front of everyone, the space is vast, as if there are a number of generals' platforms, like a place for reviewing the army. Old Man Xianji and others are still strolling in the empty corridor, going forward, overlooking everything below. On the left and right sides, countless figures appear, still crowded, as if it is already the ancient road outside the palace, but the scene in front of them can still be seen clearly. Rumor has it that although the present-day Great Xia retains many features of the ancient Great Xia dynasty, it has actually changed a lot. For example, there should have been many ancient palaces outside the River of Life and Death, but they have long been destroyed. After crossing the stairs, there is only the River of Life and Death. As for the historical features of Great Xia, no one will study them. As long as they can see the battle for the destiny list with their own eyes, they will be satisfied. This place was the place where the ancient Great Xia dynasty trained its troops in the past. There are hundreds of battle platforms. When you step on them, there will be illusory strongmen with corresponding strength. Those below the yellow battle robe will all be eliminated. Now, we can start. The old man Xianji looked at everyone and spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the figure of King Chen of the Sun flash, like a dazzling sun, standing on the battle platform in the middle. This battle platform was not big, and it was blasted down, and the battle ended. The light shone, and opposite King Chen, an illusory figure appeared. This figure was wearing red armor and had a terrifying aura. Like King Chen, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan mansion. Buzz! The armored warrior held a spear and attacked violently, instantly killing King Chen. King Chen's eyes flashed, as if there was a sun in his eyes, and the other party's body burned in an instant. He waved his palm, and the armored warrior's body instantly burned with terrible flames, and then disappeared into smoke, turning into light and merging into King Chen's body. Suddenly, King Chen put on a red armor. After that, 2 armored warriors appeared, wearing orange armor. King Chen stepped forward, and the power of the great Sun Qianqin was so terrifying. He slapped out with his palm power, and the 2 armored warriors were burned at the same time. Suddenly, the battle armor on King Chen's body turned orange. In the armor battle, stronger armored warriors keep appearing. The colors of the armor they wear are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. If you can pass 7 levels, you will be wearing purple armor and stand out on the crowd. Some people have even passed 7 levels and fought against purple gold armored warriors, wearing purple gold battle armor. Yang Kuangsheng said in a low voice. After this level is over, the armor on their bodies will be able to directly reflect their strength, and you can tell by looking at the armor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, King Chen's Power. King Chen's strength was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he defeated 3 yellow armored warriors. He was also covered with a layer of illusory yellow battle armor. These 3 armored warriors have reached the peak of the 9th level of Yuanfu, and their martial arts will is perfect. Their spear skills are terrible. Qin Wentian saw this scene and understood. In the previous 3 battles, there was 1 more armored warrior in each battle, but the strength of these armored warriors was the same. However, the 3 armored warriors cooperated well and complemented each other. Their power was much more terrible than that of 1 armored warrior. In the 4th battle, an armored warrior wearing green battle armor appeared on the battle platform where King Chen was. His cultivation was still at the peak of Yuanfu, but his spear skills were even more terrible. The light of the sun shone on King Chen's body, and the great Sun Qianqin Jindao burst out without concealment. He even blossomed the 2nd level of martial arts will. However, the armored warrior was still able to fight him. Obviously, the green armored warrior's martial arts will was also at the 2nd level. However, he still lost to King Chen. People walked onto the hundreds of battle platforms one after another and began to accept this powerful challenge, starting with the red armored warriors, and blasted and killed all the way. Those below the yellow battle robes would be eliminated, which meant that they had to pass 3 battles and defeat the 3 strong warriors wearing yellow armored warriors, otherwise, they would be eliminated. More people were watching King Chen, their hearts were constantly shaking. At this moment, King Chen had put on an illusory blue battle robe and defeated 2 blue armored warriors, who were armored warriors of the 2nd level of martial arts will. Now, King Chen was fighting madly against 3 blue armored warriors. The 3 were powerful beings with a peak cultivation of the Yuan mansion and the 2nd level of martial arts will. Moreover, although their weapons were all spears, their martial arts wills were actually different. When they cooperated with each other, their power was terrifying, which made many people tremble with fear. This battle platform should be left behind by the ancient imperial city of Daxia. It's so wonderful. Qin Wentian murmured. King Chen was more terrible than him, but it was not just a martial arts will that entered the 2nd level. But this is normal. Chen Wang was the 2nd most powerful being on the destiny list. In the past few years, he has been able to achieve his current achievements from a low-level Yuan Fu. How could a genius like Chen Wang spend his time in vain? I'm afraid it won't be too difficult for Chen Wang to enter the Xiangang realm. He has made all the preparations. Moreover, once Chen Wang enters the Xiangang realm, he will definitely be able to kill ordinary Xiangang characters in seconds. This is called Xianjiao, the future pillar of the Overlord level forces. Win. Everyone showed an amazed look. Chen Wang, he defeated 3 blue armored warriors, wearing a blue battle robe, and was extremely majestic. At this moment, a purple armored warrior appeared on the battle stage where he was, and he was extremely solemn, and his eyes made people feel deeply afraid. Prince Chen, you are so strong. The first realm of martial arts is the basic realm, which is divided into the initial realm, the entry realm, the transformation realm, and the great perfection, then continue to comprehend and break through the 2nd realm of martial arts will. However, the 2nd realm of martial arts will is also divided into the initial realm, the entry realm, the transformation realm, and the great perfection. Although the blue armored warriors have entered the 2nd realm just now, they are all in the initial realm. So what about this purple armored warrior now? Qin Wentian stared at the battle stage where Prince Chen was. This battle could reveal the level of combat power of these characters. He comprehended 3 kinds of martial arts wills, the will of power, the will of sleep, and the will of demons. They have all reached the great perfection of the 1st realm, and the martial arts will of power has even entered the 2nd realm. The 1st realm is strength, and the power of great perfection gives him 16 times the terrible attack power, and the 2nd realm of the will of power he comprehended is the shock wave of nothingness of power. The power is everywhere and can kill people from a distance. Moreover, the 2nd realm is based on the 1st realm of great perfection, that is to say, the power of this void shock wave itself incorporates 16 times the attack power. Countless eyes fell on King Chen, wanting to see how strong King Chen was. And King Chen did not disappoint them. He began to show his absolute power. His entire body, flesh and blood, seemed to have turned into flames, like the Flame King in the underground magma, solidified flames. Seeing King Chen's performance, the people of the Chen family smiled and nodded, quite satisfied. Only such a King Chen could exert the most terrifying power of the Great Sun Qianqin Jindao, and the Great Sun Qianqin Jindao spread throughout his body. A person of the 9th level of Yuan Fu. The people of the Chen family sneered. Not to mention the people of the 9th level of Yuan Fu, even if they were ranked on the destiny list, fighting with King Chen, even if King Chen stood there and let them touch him, they would not dare to touch him. The Great Sun Qianqin Jindao on King Chen's body could directly evaporate them. This is absolute strength. Under the astonishing eyes of everyone, King Chen defeated the purple armored warrior, and the purple battle robe beside him. King Chen, the 2nd level of the flame martial arts will is burning, the 2nd level is solidification of flames. After the purple armored warrior was caught by him just now, his body turned directly into solidified flames, and then was burned and evaporated. I am afraid that the 2nd level has surpassed the initial level and reached the entry level. No one dares to touch him. Who can compete with him? For the first time, the crowd really realized the power of King Chen. He wanted to put on the most gorgeous battle robe, seize the destiny, and fight for the 1st place. After Hua Take Su, He was the strongest person on the destiny list. Now that Hua Taksu is not participating in the destiny list, how could he, King Chen, not take the first place? King Chen won another round and defeated 2 terrifying purple and gold armored warriors. In the side of the crowd, 3 gorgeous platinum armored warriors appeared, overlooking King Chen. The aura permeated on his body was already so terrifying. Finally, King Chen was unable to continue to win this battle and was blasted off the battlefield by 3 platinum armored warriors, but it was still dazzling enough. King Chen was wearing a purple gold battle robe. I'm afraid no one could surpass him. I just don't know if Shi Potion can catch up with King Chen and also wear the gorgeous purple gold battle robe. There were constantly strong men on the stage. This time, it was a real selection. Those who couldn't crush people of the same realm, who couldn't pass the 3rd battle and couldn't wear the yellow battle robe, were eliminated. The weakest of those who could stay after the selection could defeat the 3-peak Yuanfu and the perfect martial arts will. It is conceivable how terrible the challenges behind would be. After Shi Potion stepped onto the stage, the crowd became excited again, until Shi Potion also put on the purple gold battle robe, showing his dignity and powerful strength that was not weaker than King Chen. King Chen and Shi Potion were absolutely powerful, and they were probably far ahead of others. Wang Kang, Wang Ju and others only put on blue battle robes, not purple battle robes, not to mention purple gold. There was a level between them and King Chen and Shi Potion. After all, the purple armored warriors they faced were terrifying beings who had already entered the 2nd realm of martial arts will. It was not surprising that they were defeated. Of course, if they fought hard, they might be able to win, but not yet. However, even so, it also meant that Wang Kang and Wang Ju had also entered the 2nd realm of martial arts will. Otherwise, how could they wear blue battle robes? Are they starting to show their talents? The lineup of this year's battle for the destiny ranking is so terrifying. The crowd was shocked. Wang Kang and Wang Ju had actually comprehended the 2nd realm of martial arts will. Qin Wentian stood there, watching the battle in front of him, feeling his heart fluctuating and a strong pressure on his body. He seemed to have underestimated the difficulty of competing for the destiny ranking. These people who had once entered the top 10 had left people like Du and Qingshan far behind. Du and Qingshan would probably be easily defeated in front of them. The gap between them, who were both on the destiny ranking, would become huge. Top 3 on the destiny ranking. Qin Wentian took a deep breath. This was an extremely difficult challenge for him. Zhan Chen, is he hiding his strength? Qin Wentian suddenly thought to himself. Zhan Chen was also ranked 11th on the destiny ranking a few years ago. Moreover, he got the golden punishment scroll and became more powerful than before. How strong would he be? Qin Wentian found that Zhan Chen just put on a yellow battle robe and barely passed the test. There was always a ray of golden light in his eyes, and he didn't care about other people's opinions at all. Zhan Chen, is he hiding his strength, or is he really only able to do this? Many people speculated in their hearts. Most people were eliminated or wore yellow armor. After all, there were very few people who could defeat the peak figures of the same realm who had comprehended the 2nd realm of martial arts will. This also made it more prominent and dazzling that the purple and gold battle robes of King Chen and Shi Potion were. However, there was a person who attracted everyone's attention. This person was wearing a black robe and his face could not be seen clearly. However, at this time, he was already wearing an illusory green battle robe. His cultivation is the 8th level of Yuanfu, so those armored warriors are also the 8th level of Yuanfu. However, even if they are the 8th level of Yuanfu, their martial arts wills have been fully perfected in the first 3 battles. In the 4th battle, their martial arts wills are at the 2nd level. There is no difference in martial arts wills. The only difference is the realm, which is the same as the realm of the person fighting. This black-robed man practices magic skills, which are terrifyingly powerful. Therefore, even if he faces a strong man of the same level in the 2nd level of martial arts will, he can still defeat him. The crowd found that the black-robed man became stronger and stronger in battle, and his magic power was terrible. Even the strong men in the void corridor noticed this man. That was the Chaos Heaven magic skill. This lost and domineering magic skill, there are still people who dare to practice it. Are they really not afraid of exploding or being possessed by the devil? In the end, the black-robed man put on a blue battle robe. Except for Chen Wang and Shi Potion, the most dazzling one was the blue battle robe. It seems that I have a great advantage. Qin Wentian smiled. His realm is the 7th level of Yuanfu, so the object of his battle will also be the armored warrior of the 7th level of Yuanfu. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian strolled out and landed on an empty battle stage. As soon as he stepped down, the battle stage shone with light, as if there was a mysterious power. Then an armored warrior appeared, with a cultivation level of the 7th level of Yuanfu. Qin Wentian flashed and punched out. With a loud bang, he was destroyed. Then, 2 people appeared. Qin Wentian's body flashed. This time, 2 punches, destroyed. The third battle, 3 armored warriors, without exception, this time, 3 punches. So fast, this guy again. Someone noticed Qin Wentian. He broke the record of the day when the drum sounded. He was the person who killed Jiutian on the river of life and death. He began to show his strength again. He was the 7th level of Yuanfu, but his combat power was terrible. People of the same level could be killed in seconds. On the battle stage, a warrior wearing green armor had already appeared. The 2nd level of martial arts will. Qin Wentian sneered. It was only the 7th level of Yuanfu. What can a 2nd level of martial arts will do? His figure flashed again, and he instantly descended in front of the opponent. The terrifying force directly collided with the opponent's critical strike spear, and a terrible shock wave appeared. The crowd saw the shining light, and the green armored warrior exploded. Qin Wentian was covered with a green robe. The crowd froze. Looking at this situation, he can definitely wear a blue battle robe. Chapter 359, Purple Robe. Even though the green armored warrior was at the same level as Qin Wentian, his martial arts willpower was already at the 2nd level. But even so, he was killed by Qin Wentian the moment he collided with him. This shows how strong Qin Wentian's attack power is. Even with the power of the 2nd level of willpower, he is still no match for people at the same level. This person was able to kill Jiutian. His attack power is definitely at the peak level of Yuanfu. Even if the willpower of a Yuanfu 7th level armored warrior is stronger than his, he will still be crushed. This is normal. I don't know who he is, but he actually has such attack power. It's a pity that he is only at the 7th level of Yuanfu. If he is stronger and enters the 9th level of Yuanfu to participate in the Battle of the Destiny list, he will really be the top 1 and be able to compete for the top 5 of the Destiny list. Even now, with his strength, he may be able to enter the top 36 of the Destiny list. More and more people began to pay attention to Qin Wentian. He started with a drum beating and attracted people's attention step by step. He ranked first in the drum beating and killed Jiutian in the river of life and death. Now, his 7th level of Yuanfu allowed him to perform well in this round. At this time, 2 armored warriors appeared. These 2 armored warriors were wearing green battle armor and were filled with a terrifying aura. Buzz! The strong wind passed by, and the 2 armored warriors rushed towards Qin Wentian at the same time, and their long spears hit out violently, one on the left and one on the right, as if to seal Qin Wentian's body. However, they saw Qin Wentian twisting his body, and his palms hit out at the same time, and he actually used his fists to directly collide with the long spears. However, his fists were attached with terrible demon scales, and the martial arts will of power and the martial arts will of demons burst out in an instant. Coupled with his own terrible power, an invisible shock wave hit the green robe armored warriors along the long spears. The light flash passed, and the armored warriors were destroyed. This power. The crowd looked at Qin Wentian seriously. This kind of attack power was too terrible. Qin Wentian began to use the 2nd level of power, the Void Shockwave, in his attack. With his own attack power, the green robe warrior was powerful, but after all, he was at the same level as him, and his martial arts will did not have an advantage. How could he not be destroyed by Qin Wentian, who was almost invincible at the same level? Power. He was good at the martial arts will of power. No matter what means you used, he would directly break it with the strongest power. When you realized your mistake, you had been destroyed by his power. Next, there were 3 blue armored warriors. The blue armored warrior, if he wins again, he will wear a blue robe. Then, except for King Chen and Shi Potion, he will be the most dazzling one like other blue-robed warriors. Moreover, looking at this trend, there is no great pressure at all. Mo Xiang, Ruo Huan and Bai Lu Ai did not participate in the Destiny ranking, so they squeezed in the crowd to watch the battle of the Destiny ranking. Hearing the words of the people next to them, they were also quite excited. Ruahan, do you think I am useless as a teacher? I have never taught Wentian anything, but he has become so powerful in just a few years. Mo Shuang sighed in his heart. Qin Wentian practiced too fast, which made him feel that he had lived in vain. Teacher, everyone has his own fate. Wentian is very talented, but when he was in Xianyang City, who knew how powerful he was and how far he could go? At that time, you took us to Xianyang City without hesitation, which was the greatest favor to junior brother Wentian. Junior brother is a person who values feelings and naturally respects you, the teacher. You should stop thinking about that. Ruohun advised. She also knew that when the master is more powerful than the disciple, he will have a strong majesty in front of the disciple, but one day the master finds that his disciple is more powerful than himself, and will become more and more powerful. It is inevitable that he will feel that he is not worthy of his disciple, and a gap will arise between the master and the disciple. Qin Wentian is not that kind of person. Ruohun hopes that Mo Shuang will not think that way. Otherwise, the relationship between the master and the disciple will become more and more alienated. Okay, you're the only one who can talk. Family is already very good. You should also practice well. Mo Shuang smiled. Ruohun hugged his arm and said with a smile, it's okay. I'll just follow this junior brother in the future. I'm afraid he won't protect his sister or my mother. Mo Shuang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Bai Luai beside them found it interesting. It seemed that Qin Wentian's experience in the past must have been quite rich. His teacher and senior sister were not as good as him. Just as Qin Wentian told her, he came from a small country called Chu. He persisted step by step and finally achieved what he has today. I hope you can do well on the destiny list, Mo Qingchen. She is also there. You must achieve good results and let the people of Daxia and the Dangwang Palace witness you too, a pair of immortal lovers. Bai Luai silently sent blessings to Qin Wentian in her heart. She looked at the stunning figure, Mo Qingchen. She is really beautiful. Perhaps she and Qin Wentian are a perfect match. Bai Luai smiled. For some reason, she felt a strange feeling in her heart, as if she felt a little sour, but she was mostly blessing him. Qin Wentian had chased all the way to Wangzhou City because of Mo Qingchen, and even risked his life to kill Hu Xiaoyan. How could they not be together? Qin Wentian, who was still in the battle, certainly didn't know Bai Luai's thoughts. At this time, he was already wearing the illusory blue robe armor, which meant that he had defeated 3 blue armor warriors. Purple, Qin Wentian, is going to challenge the purple armor warrior. Once he wins, he will be able to wear the purple robe and become the first person under King Chen and Shi Potion. There will be no other equals. Can he win? Among the hundreds of battle platforms, Qin Wentian's battle platform attracted more attention than any other battle platform, even occupying half of the attention, because of the appearance of the purple armor warrior. Even though the purple armored warrior was only at the 7th level of Yuanfu, his martial arts will was at the 2nd level, and it was at the entry level of the 2nd level. The spear, the opponent's weapon, was always a spear. Qin Wentian stared at the purple armored warrior, not knowing what the martial arts will of this purple armored warrior was, and how powerful the 2nd level entry was. He had to win this battle, this was his belief. At this moment, he was fighting with the armored warrior who had entered the 2nd level, so that he could estimate how terrifying the strength of King Chen, who was at the peak of the 9th level of Yuanfu, was. Swish, swish. A series of harsh sounds came out, and Qin Wentian saw the terrifying lightning appearing on the opponent's spear. Thunder and lightning martial arts will. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed. The attack power of thunder and lightning is very terrifying. If it is the 2nd level of martial arts will. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's blood burst out crazily, his body was like a demon, and the whole person was like an ancient giant beast. Almost at the same moment, the opponent made a move, a shot was fired, and the thunder dragon roared. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and the lightning on Qin Wentian's body was dazzling, which shocked Qin Wentian and made him groan. The blood in his body rolled. Qin Wentian's body was charred. If it weren't for his strong body, I'm afraid his whole body would be charred in the thunder and lightning. This is the power of thunder and lightning. It's too terrible, and the strongest attack has not yet arrived. The opponent's spear carries a terrifying thunder dragon. If it hits him, the destructive force will be able to tear Qin Wentian apart. Qin Wentian's divine essence burst out in his body, and then the dragon seal was blasted out. In an instant, it seemed that there was a sound of dragon roaring, and the shock wave of nothingness of power was hidden in it. It collided with the opponent's spear and thunder dragon, and a terrible airflow rushed straight into the sky. Both were at the 7th level of Yuanfu. Qin Wentian had an absolute advantage in strength, but his martial arts will was at the beginning of the second level, while the purple armored warrior was at the beginning of the second level. Moreover, both had extremely terrifying martial arts wills. A gust of wind passed by, and Qin Wentian's body was like a gust of wind, pressing directly forward. His palms were like a tidal wave, and the demonic energy was overwhelming. The opponent's spear was blocked just as it was about to break out. Kill. Qin Wentian's body was extremely fast. The purple armored warrior of the same level was not as fast as him. It seemed as if terrible wings had grown from his back, staring at the approaching power of thunder and lightning. The purple armored warrior's palm slashed out, like a bolt of lightning in the void. How could Qin Wentian, who was pressing so close this time, retreat? He attacked at close range, and his power burst out in an instant, colliding with the palm print of the opponent. Bang! The purple armored warrior's arm was directly shattered, and Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and the palm print directly hit the opponent. The purple armored warrior fell. Qin Wentian was wearing a purple battle robe. Huh? Purple battle robe, except for King Chen and Shi Potion, the most gorgeous battle robe, this. Stunned, shocked. 7th level of Yuanfu, what level is Qin Wentian's martial arts will? They couldn't tell, because Qin Wentian's martial arts will is power, which is reflected in the attack power. Without directly colliding with Qin Wentian, it is impossible to feel it. But in any case, Qin Wentian put on the purple battle robe. Although his realm was the 7th level of Yuanfu, so his opponent was also the 7th level of Yuanfu, but this also proved how terrible his crushing power was in the same realm. I'm afraid there is no one in the 7th level of Yuanfu who is so strong, right? At the 7th level of Yuanfu, he was only weaker than the two people wearing purple and gold robes. Next, Qin Wentian challenged two purple and gold armored warriors. When the two appeared, more people's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Can he still win this battle? If Qin Wentian wins, he will wear the dazzling purple and gold robe like King Chen and Shi Potion. However, it is probably impossible. After all, this time, it is two purple and gold armored warriors. How terrifying will the power of the attack be? Qin Wentian's eyes also showed a solemn look. He still wanted to win this battle. Only if he wins, it will prove that he is not weaker than King Chen and Shi Potion in the ability to crush in the same realm. In this way, he will have the opportunity to attack the two after improving his realm. Even if he was really not as good as Chen Wang and Shi Potion, he had to be the third person below them, otherwise he would not even be in the top 3. This was the bottom line. But his eyes were fixed on Chen Wang and Shi Potion. Therefore, in the next battle, he could only win. Chapter 360 Platinum Battle Robe. The two warriors were wearing purple gold armor, holding their spears tightly, and exuding a strong sense of majesty. Qin Wentian looked solemn. This time, he didn't know what kind of martial arts will these two purple gold armored warriors had. He hoped that they were not too abnormal. Although it is difficult to absolutely divide the strength of martial arts will, such as the martial arts will of wind, fire, thunder, and earth, you can't say which martial arts will is stronger. The key still depends on how powerful the martial arts cultivator who comprehends it is. The same martial arts will, if different people comprehend it, the first realm may not have much difference, because the basic realm is the same, but the second realm is different, which may widen the gap. In addition, some people comprehend rare martial arts wills, such as space martial arts will. Although you can't say that it is definitely stronger than flame or earth martial arts will, it does have advantages. For the same person, if his comprehension of space martial arts will and flame martial arts will is similar, then perhaps he will have more advantages in fighting with space martial arts will. But even so, you still can't say that space martial arts will is stronger than flame martial arts will. What if it's a different person? Some people comprehend the will of the fire martial arts. In the second realm, they can comprehend the burning heart, which can burn your heart the moment of contact. The general space martial arts will cannot achieve such power. The key is to see the person's comprehension. Qin Wentian's second realm of the will of the power martial arts is quite good. The shock wave of nothingness can kill in the void. If it is attacked in close contact, the power is even more terrible. His attack power can directly shock the internal organs. Therefore, those armored warriors will be destroyed as long as they collide with him in close contact. The wind blew, and the two armored warriors moved. One of the armored warriors controlled the will of the wind martial arts. At the same time, a heavy sense of power descended on Qin Wentian, oppressing him. This is the power of the will of the earth martial arts. So fast. Qin Wentian suddenly saw a shadow. His body retreated, and the shadow descended instantly. The long spear broke through the wind and killed. The speed was so fast that people's eyes could not keep up. Qin Wentian raised his hand to resist hastily, and the spear pierced the monster's body. There was a cracking sound, and the terrifying spear tip spun wildly, chasing the repelled Qin Wentian, as if to completely break his defense and send the spear into his body. Another purple gold armored warrior also stepped down, and his spear was extremely heavy. As soon as he struck, before it arrived, Qin Wentian felt as if his body was about to crack. If he was hit, he didn't know what the consequences would be. It's over. Seeing this scene, many people thought in their hearts. A purple gold armored warrior controlled the martial arts will of wind. His body followed Qin Wentian, and the spear kept pressing. The battle stage was not big. It only took a moment for Qin Wentian to be blasted out, thus ending the battle. Sure enough, Qin Wentian had reached the edge of the battle stage in an instant. Many people thought it was a pity that he finally stopped at the purple robe. The purple gold battle robe was only worn by King Chen and Jiutian. Finally, Qin Wentian's figure seemed to disappear from the battle stage. No. The crowd suddenly found that Qin Wentian was not under the stage. There, how come it's so fast? The crowd saw Qin Wentian appear beside the purple gold armored warrior who was good at the will of the wind. Success. Qin Wentian thought to himself. In the past, in the Wuxiang realm, he imitated the power of monsters and practiced the 81 magic skills of monster magic. He had many magical powers obtained by imitating monsters. One of them, Pension, was created by simulating the terrible lightning speed of the golden winged Dapan. It can make people lose your figure in an instant. Although Qin Wentian had practiced before, he still lacked the fire. At this moment, he was pressed to the edge of the stage, but he played Pension. The purple gold armored warrior found something wrong and turned his body suddenly. Although he was fast, he was too late. Qin Wentian's attack fell, and the purple gold armored warrior still couldn't bear it. After destroying this purple gold armored warrior, Qin Wentian stomped his foot heavily and went to another purple gold armored warrior who was good at the will of the earth martial arts. His body was like a demon and his eyes were terrible. This was an illusory armor without a heart. Otherwise he could attack with such a powerful magical power as the heart-slaying ancient bell. Now, it was a battle of strength. Qin Wentian collided with the purple gold armor, and there was a loud bang. The terrible airflow rolled wildly. He only felt that his arm was about to be shattered. His body was shaking wildly. With a muffled groan, Qin Wentian spilled a mouthful of blood. The opponent's second level of the Earth's will was similar to his nothingness shockwave. It was a vibration attack that made his body feel like it was about to crack. But the defense of the purple gold armored warrior was not as strong as Qin Wentian's demon body. He was illusory. The 7th level of Yuan Fu was based on the martial arts cultivation of the 7th level of Yuan Fu. He was destroyed by Qin Wentian's attack. The purple gold light shone and covered Qin Wentian's body, like a purple gold war god, revealing a terrible sense of majesty. Purple gold battle robe. Many people's eyes froze there. Qin Wentian was wearing a purple gold battle robe. This ability to fight at the same level was already somewhat terrifying. Even those who had reached the 2nd level of martial arts were crushed and destroyed, and there were 2 of them. Perhaps his attack power also contains the attack of the 2nd level of martial arts will. Someone stared at Qin Wentian and speculated in his heart. Chen Wang and Jiutian also saw this scene. This was the 3rd person wearing a purple gold battle robe besides the 2 of them. However, he was only an excellent at the 7th level of Yuan Fu, and his battle robe was as shining as theirs. Many people frowned slightly, as if they were somewhat disdainful. For example, Zhang Chen and others. Although Qin Wentian's combat power at the same level was powerful, he was participating in the destiny ranking, and others would not suppress their realm to fight him. He was lucky to have such a dazzling light at this level. On the battle stage, 3 warriors wearing platinum armor appeared. Platinum armor, noble and majestic, as if it was the armor of an emperor. Neither King Chen nor Jiutian was able to put it on. Now, Qin Wentian is the 3rd person to attack the platinum armor. 3 lords. Can Qin Wentian still win this time? On the void corridor, the eyes of old man Xianji and others also looked at Qin Wentian, with calm and unperturbed expressions. The people of the Hui family, the people of the Danyuan Palace, and the people of the Ouyang family beside him all noticed it. Luohe glanced at Mo Qingchen. She did not fight with all her strength, but just wore a simple yellow battle robe. Perhaps for Mo Qingchen, Her purpose of participating in the destiny list was not for a higher ranking, but for him. Master, junior sister King Cheng has refined the breaking realm pill. Bai Fei stood behind Luo He and said carefully. I know. Luo He responded coldly, seeming a little unhappy. The breaking realm pill, Mo King Cheng spent a lot of effort to refine, and left it all to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's realm was the same as the last time they met, but Luo He knew that as long as he took the realm-breaking pill, Qin Wentian's cultivation would leap into the 8th level of Yuan Fu. Now that he was at the 7th level of Yuan Fu, he had an invincible crushing ability in the same realm, so the 8th level of Yuan Fu should not be much worse, and even enough to deal with most of the 9th level of Yuan Fu. This boy should be able to enter the top 36 of the destiny list. However, it was absolutely impossible for Mo King Cheng to make him win over Zhang Chen. Luo He had heard his master mention Zhang Chen's current strength, which was far from what he saw. It had been a long time since the Dan King Hall had an amazing figure on the destiny list. Although Zhang Chen had previously entered the 11th position on the destiny list, for the people of the Dan King Hall, it was not even in the top 10, which was not something to be proud of. In this battle for the destiny list, the Dan King Hall needed Zhang Chen to move forward. On the battle stage, the 3 platinum-armored warriors around Qin Wentian had already taken action. A terrible storm vortex seemed to be about to swallow Qin Wentian. In this battle, he would have no hope. The 3 platinum-armored warriors took action at the same time. The 3 people's attacks trapped Qin Wentian tightly. The terrible golden light closed the surroundings. The sky was full of golden light. The 3 platinum-armored warriors all comprehended the will of the golden martial arts. Under the joint attack, there was no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. Danger, is this attack going to kill Qin Wentian? This platinum-armored warrior. At this moment, everyone showed a look of astonishment. Qin Wentian, will he be the first person to die on the battlefield? He has made it to the level of platinum-armored warriors, but there is no solution to such an attack. Qin Wentian's expression also changed, but there was no time to hesitate at all. A terrifying sharpness flashed in his eyes. As soon as he pointed, the demonic energy broke through the sky, and a terrifying vortex appeared, turning into endless power, falling on a platinum-armored warrior, instantly wiping it out. At the same time, his body burst into a terrifying ancient shield, directly wrapping his body. Bangka. The attack power of the spear was so terrifying that even though these ancient shields were all divine pattern ancient shields condensed by divine essence, flowing with divine pattern light, they were still broken abruptly, and the attack of the platinum-armored warrior was also stagnant. Qin Wentian grabbed it with his palm, and the golden dragon claws burst out, directly landing on the head of an armored warrior, instantly cracking it, which was a completely desperate fighting method. Sure enough, his attack caused the best armored warrior's spear to pierce his body, blood flowed out, and his body seemed to solidify into gold. However, Qin Wentian's eyes were still extremely cold. His palm swept across, and the sword slashed down, and the platinum-armored warrior was directly split. At this moment, countless eyes froze there. The finger technique and the power of the grasp, as well as the best exchanging injury for attack, were too crazy. Qin Wentian broke it, and it only took a moment. The illusory platinum armor robe was draped on Qin Wentian's body, making the crowd ignore his injuries and coughs. They didn't know how much prepared divine energy Qin Wentian consumed in this instant of attack. They only saw that he was wearing a platinum armor robe. King Chen and Shi Potion didn't do it. Chapter 361, Vermilion Bird Formation. The platinum armor on Qin Wentian's body shone brightly, and no more armored warriors appeared on the battle stage, which meant that Qin Wentian had reached the limit of fighting in the same realm. There was no one else with platinum armor except him. It was a pity that he was born at the wrong time. What a pity. Many people secretly said that if they waited another year or two, perhaps Qin Wentian's realm would be able to step into the 8th or 9th level of Yuan Fu. At that time, his martial arts will would be even stronger. In that case, he could really compete with Chen Wang and Shi Potion for the most dazzling position on the destiny list. As for now, although he put on the platinum battle robe and performed extremely well, the gap between him and Chen Wang and others was still insurmountable. Whether it was the realm, martial arts will, or magical power level, he would probably be absolutely crushed and there was no comparison. Perhaps he could endure the last session like Chen Wang, and in the battle of the destiny list 3 years later, he would have the opportunity to impact the top 3 seats. Qin Wentian walked onto the battlefield. The blood on his chest seemed to be frozen by the power of gold. The attack of the three armored warriors just now caught him off guard. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, silently recovering from his injuries. A pill flew over. Qin Wentian swallowed it without thinking. This scene made many people look puzzled and looked at Mo Qingcheng deeply. The pill was ejected from Mo Qingcheng's hand. She actually gave it to Qin Wentian. Could it be that she had a good impression of Qin Wentian after seeing him wearing platinum armor? But this seemed unrealistic. Mo Qingcheng did not even accept Hua Taixu's pursuit. Maybe she only lent a hand when she saw Qin Wentian injured. But Qin Wentian was not polite at all. After swallowing the pill, he did not even say thank you and continued to heal his wounds. The rest of the people challenged one after another. More and more people who were not eligible for the yellow robe left in disgrace. However, one person attracted everyone's attention because his face was quite unfamiliar. Many people didn't know who he was. He was not a figure on the destiny list. However, he put on a purple gold robe. With the 9th level of Yuanfu, he put on a purple gold robe. It is conceivable how powerful he is. For a time, he was more popular than Qin Wentian. After all, Qin Wentian was wearing a platinum robe at the 7th level of Yuanfu. This was a battle on the destiny list. Only strength was considered. Although the fighting power of the same level was strong, it was amazing. However, this battle still depended on who is the strongest. This person was in the city after taking the purple gold robe. He was Si Kaiwang. No one had heard of this person, and even didn't know his background. In addition, when this round of battles was over, several powerful figures emerged. They had never shown their strength before, but now they have burst out and made people look at them with admiration. In the end, the person wearing the platinum robe was Qin Wentian. There are 3 people wearing purple and gold battle robes, namely, King Chen, Shi Potion, and Si Kaiwang. In addition, there are 5 people wearing purple robes, namely, Yan Cheng, Leng Hong, Qin Zheng, Yao Jun, and Hua Shaoqing. These 5 people are quite unexpected, but the outbreak of Yan Cheng and Yao Jun is not too shocking. After all, Yan Cheng, the swordsman of Yan's Hao, is ranked 8th on the destiny list, and Yao Jun of the Heavenly Demon Sect is ranked 13th on the destiny list. There are so many strong people on the destiny list, so it is not surprising that several people have exploded. But Leng Hong, Qin Zheng, and Hua Shaoqing are surprising. Leng Hong is somewhat similar to Si Kaiwang. No one knows his background. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people claim to know Leng Hong, who is a prodigal son wandering around Daxia. Qin Zheng is relatively unfamiliar in Daxia, but those who have practiced in the Washuang realm must have heard of him. Finally, Hua Shaoqing, he is actually a member of the Hua family. Everyone thought that after Hua Taixu, the pillar of the Hua family would be Hua Feng, but they didn't expect that there would be a Hua Shaoqing. This made many people smell a hint of something unusual. The Hua family has many talented young people, and Hua Shaoqing had been hidden before. Unknowingly, he has become so powerful. The Hua family has great ambitions. Everyone witnessed a battle between Si Kaiwang, Leng Hong, Qin Zheng and Hua Shaoqing. They were very powerful. These 4 people are likely to be the 4 dark horses in the competition for the destiny list. In this round of battles, the elimination rate of armored warriors is extremely high. There are less than 1,000 people who can continue to stay, but those who stay are even more terrifying. To be able to defeat the 3 yellow-robed warriors, at least 1 martial arts will is perfect. In addition, most of the people who come to participate in the competition for the destiny list are in the 9th level of Yuanfu. They can wear yellow robes. In addition to the great perfection of 1 martial arts will, they must also be at the peak of the 9th level. The competition for the destiny list gathered the Yuanfu elites of the Great Xia dynasty. Most of them fought their best in this round of battle. Of course, some people had different personalities and hid some of their strength, preparing to surprise others in the following battles. The mighty people on both sides have continued to move forward, deep into the Great Xia dynasty. The battle for the destiny list has been held for many times, and they naturally understand the rules. The next round will be even more tragic. Moreover, the order of the destiny list will be temporarily arranged. All 360 seats will be arranged. The next battle will truly kick off the battle for the destiny list ranking and affect the final ranking. The next round begins, and the battle for the Great Xia Ancient Fortune begins. In the empty corridor, the old man Xianqi looked forward and looked at everyone. Then, his eyes fell on Qin Wentian and he said, "The one wearing the platinum robe can be the first person to walk through the ancient door." This door has the ancient luck of Daksha. You can seize the ancient luck of the other party when you are in it. When only 360 people have the ancient luck, this round will end. At that time, you will have a temporary ranking. Qin Wentian looked in the final direction of the battle platforms, where there was an ancient door. Standing up, Qin Wentian walked forward slowly. Wait! At this moment, a low voice came out, causing Qin Wentian to stop. Turning back, Qin Wentian looked at the person who spoke, and it turned out to be King Chen. You are not suitable to be the first to enter. King Chen said calmly. Looking forward, he didn't even look at Qin Wentian. He fought for the purple gold robe, thinking that no one would surpass him. However, Qin Wentian actually put on the platinum robe and snatched his chance to be the first to step in. What do you mean? Qin Wentian frowned and asked calmly. King Chen still didn't look at Qin Wentian, but looked in the direction of Elder Xianji and said, Senior, according to the rules, the order of entering this gate can be determined by the battle robes, but as long as he gives up, it is still possible, right? Yes. Elder Xianji said calmly, but unless he is willing to give up. The people of the Dai Chen family smiled. King Chen, he wants to be the first to step into it, the first to let the ancient luck fall on him. Everyone showed an interesting look when they saw this scene. Those who knew the rules of the destiny list understood why King Chen wanted to compete for the first person to enter it, because he had such strength, and he wanted to be recognized by the ancient luck. Qin Wentian, although he was wearing a platinum battle robe, his realm was low. I'm afraid it wouldn't work. Entering first or later will not change the final result much, but King Chen still wants to fight for the first place. The first place has different meanings. You will give up on your own, right? King Chen's eyes finally fell on Qin Wentian, and he said calmly. Qin Wentian also looked at him without saying anything. Inside, there is a closed formation. When you seize the ancient luck, you can also seize the life of the person with the ancient luck. King Chen continued to speak, and the meaning of his words was self-evident. King Chen, he wanted to be the first to enter, threatening Qin Wentian. You are the purple gold battle robe? At this time, Qin Wentian finally spoke, causing King Chen to frown. What was the meaning of this sentence? And I am the white gold. Qin Wentian continued to speak, then turned around and continued to walk forward. In an instant, a cold light flashed in King Chen's eyes, and there was a flash of murderous intent. Qin Wentian, he insisted on being the first to step in. The one in the purple gold battle robe will enter next. Old man Xianji looked at everyone and spoke again, but King Chen and the others were particularly calm. As long as they were not the first to enter, what was the point, especially for King Chen? Qin Wentian pushed open the door and stepped into it. The light flashed, and his body appeared on an ancient peak. This scene made him look surprised. Is this a space formation? The power of space is seen again. Above the void, a terrifying and majestic aura permeated, causing Qin Wentian's body to stiffen. Before he could find out the situation around him, he raised his head and looked up. The next moment, Qin Wentian's eyes froze there. Above the void, there seemed to be a layer of light curtain, covering the entire sky. In the light curtain, a fire-colored airflow was flowing. An extremely gorgeous huge monster blocked the sun and floated in the air, overlooking the sky below. Above the golden wings, the red light seemed to flow with a dark luster, full of majestic beauty. This demon beast has 9 tails. Its body is so huge that it presses the entire formation under it, as if it is the soul of the formation. Its eyes are so sharp that they seem to be able to penetrate people. At this moment, these eyes are staring at Qin Wentian, making Qin Wentian feel suffocated. The divine bird, Suzaku. The totem beast of the ancient Daksha dynasty. The people of Daksha used to regard Suzaku as a god and a totem. But now, thousands of years have passed, Daksha is no longer the Daksha of the past, and there are fewer and fewer rumors about Suzaku. The Suzaku in the void is like a living creature, staring at Qin Wentian. The first person sent in is only at the 7th level of Yuanfu, but he is wearing a platinum battle robe. A majestic and indifferent voice came out, and when it fell into Qin Wentian's ears, the sense of majesty became even stronger. I grant you the ancient luck of purgatory. The vermilion bird uttered a voice again, and then it seemed to open its mouth and spit out a beam of light towards Qin Wentian. In an instant, behind Qin Wentian, there was an illusory vermilion bird floating there, the vermilion bird of purgatory. P.S. The update is a little late, a little stuck. Wuhan will sort out the problems when writing, and this is also responsible for the brothers, so it is inevitable that it will be late sometimes. I hope that brothers can understand. Sorry. Chapter 362 Seizing the Ancient Luck. Qin Wentian looked up at the huge vermilion bird in the void, and was shocked. Ancient luck. It was said that the battle for the fate list was about grabbing ancient luck and fighting for destiny. There really was ancient luck. At this moment, the purgatory vermilion bird appeared behind him. It was not big, but it exuded a terrible fierce aura. It was filled with a terrible purgatory aura. Its body, which was intertwined with red and black, gave people a suffocating feeling. The vermilion bird in the void seemed to look at other places. Qin Wentian began to look at the surrounding environment. He was actually in a mountainous area. In the distance, there was an endless space area. He was teleported through the power of space and stepped into a world of formation. This world of formations was ancient in vicissitudes. It seemed to have an aura from ancient times. It was probably left over from the ancient dynasty. I don't know how terrifying strength is needed to have a world of formations. Yee. The purgatory vermilion bird let out a low roar, as if it was not an illusory body, but a real vermilion bird. Qin Wentian's terrifying perception power spread out, and at the same time his figure flickered, wanting to see what kind of space this was. However, not long after, he turned his eyes while flying in the air, and looked back in the direction of a mountain wall, with a gleam of light in his pupils. There. Qin Wentian turned around in an instant and headed in that direction. A moment later, he stood in front of a mountain wall, and a terrifying pressure spread out from it. On the mountain wall, a terrifying giant axe was inserted horizontally. This giant axe seemed to have been here for many years. It was old and worn, but there was no rust at all. The most terrifying thing was the pressure on the giant axe, which made people feel terrible. What a powerful magic weapon! Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and his palm instantly grasped the handle of the giant axe. He pulled it out fiercely, but found that the giant axe did not move at all. Despite his terrifying power, it was still quietly inserted there. What is this place? Qin Wentian was shocked. Just standing here, he could feel a terrible axe will, as if an axe-like could strike him at any time and split him in half. Qin Wentian retreated, and the wings of a rock appeared behind him. His body suddenly turned and flashed away like a rock, away from here. He wanted to see what kind of world this was. Not long after, Qin Wentian stood in a vast ocean. He was standing on a huge reef. There was a terrible cold air in front of him, as if there was a vortex there that could lead to the bottom of the sea. However, Qin Wentian did not take the risk. He was cautious and would never do such a rash thing without any certainty. However, he seemed to understand vaguely why some people who had reached the realm, the will of martial arts, and no shortage of cultivation resources deliberately did not impact the Xiangang realm. Although there might not be many such people, only some people at the top of the destiny list, it was enough to make Qin Wentian feel that the competition for the destiny list seemed to have something they wanted to pursue. Looking up, Qin Wentian looked into the void. The huge vermilion bird was still there, as if it was the master of this world. On the coast, a figure walked slowly. This figure was a middle-aged man wearing a windbreaker. He was quite old. His realm had not yet broken through to the Xiangang realm, which only showed that his talent was not very good, but it did not mean that his strength at the Yuanfu realm would be poor. This person was also a strong man on the destiny list, and ranked within the top 100. Behind him, there was also a floating image of a vermilion bird, but this vermilion bird was different from the vermilion bird behind Qin Wentian. It was an ordinary vermilion bird, not the alien purgatory vermilion bird like Qin Wentian. The shadow of the battle robe on this person was a yellow battle robe. This person walked slowly, looked in Qin Wentian's direction, and then continued to look forward. There, Qin Wentian saw a familiar figure, Li Xiaoyu from the Washuang realm. Li Xiaoyu was also considered to be a talented person in the Zhuan Palace. She had entered the 9th level of the Yuanfu and was qualified to enter the formation. She was wearing a yellow robe. The middle-aged man's speed suddenly increased. Li Xiaoyu frowned and suddenly turned around and ran away. The two chased each other, both very fast. However, Li Xiaoyu was still caught up. The middle-aged man attacked her directly. The star souls of the two burst out. The star soul of the middle-aged man was actually a blood-colored figure, revealing an evil spirit. The martial arts will he was good at was actually the blood martial arts will, and it was perfect. In addition, the first level of the wind martial arts will and the gold martial arts will were also perfect. Although Li Xiaoyu was equally powerful, she soon couldn't support it. Blood spit out from the corner of her mouth, staining her clothes red. Qin Wentian just watched all this calmly. Although they were both practitioners of the Wuxiang realm, they didn't have any friendship. Li Xiao wanted to break up Fan Lanzuingsen at the beginning, so Qin Wentian naturally had no reason to help her. At the end of the battle, Li Xiao was defeated. Qin Wentian discovered that the Suzaku behind the opponent actually devoured the Suzaku phantom behind Li Xiao, making the Suzaku aura behind the middle-aged man seem to be stronger. His body gradually became fixed, as if the formation was the Suzaku ancient luck. Li Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared and was removed from the formation, which made Qin Wentian secretly wonder. Is this to seize the ancient luck? Qin Wentian's heart was secretly chilled. The battle for the ancient luck was so cruel. Whoever lost the battle might have his ancient luck seized, and thus be kicked out of the battle for the destiny ranking. After defeating Li Xiao, the middle-aged man looked back at Qin Wentian, as if he was a little hesitant. Then, as if he had made a decision, his figure flashed and floated towards Qin Wentian. This person was suspended in the sky, looking at Qin Wentian, and said coldly, "Although you are extraordinary, your realm is so weak. Give me this ancient luck of the Suzaku in purgatory." Qin Wentian looked at the other person, and saw that there seemed to be two spots of light on the forehead of the other person's Suzaku, which seemed to mean that it was the fusion of the ancient luck of the two Suzaku. As soon as the voice fell, he saw his mind moved slightly, and the Suzaku in the sky above his hut flew towards the Suzaku in purgatory above Qin Wentian, making a roaring sound. The Suzaku in purgatory also cried angrily, causing the middle-aged man to frown and say, "If you don't let it surrender, then I have to do it myself, let you suffer a little, and then take away your ancient luck of Suzaku." A cold light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, and his ancient luck of Suzaku suddenly became more powerful, and it was entangled with the ancient luck of the other person's Suzaku, and neither of them retreated. It's a telepathic connection. Qin Wentian understood how the other party swallowed Li Xiao's ancient luck of Suzaku. Gathering the ancient luck of the vermilion bird, what's the use? Qin Wentian asked. Huh? Has no one told you that gathering the ancient luck, condensing the true body of the vermilion bird, and opening the ancient ruins of Daksha, but you are so weak, what can you do even if you know it? The middle-aged man exuded pressure, and an evil star soul was suspended on his body, like a pair of blood eyes, which made Qin Wentian's blood seem to be agitated. Qin Wentian sneered. The middle-aged man seemed to despise him, but in fact he was very cautious. He deliberately tried to test him with words, but did not dare to attack him directly, wanting to test his confidence and strength. The middle-aged man was older, but he did not comprehend the second realm of martial arts will. It was not that he did not enter the Xiangang, but that he could not enter the Xiangang at all. He was trapped in the Xianming list for many years and was surpassed by countless people. Seeing those people step into the Xiangang realm again, this feeling was not very good, but he came here every 3 years to find opportunities. The fact that he was able to survive every time was naturally related to his cautious style. The power of my bloodline cannot be shaken by you. Since you can seize the ancient luck, give up your ancient luck. Qin Wentian's figure flew into the air and suddenly rushed towards the opponent. The middle-aged man frowned, turned around and fled. Qin Wentian sneered and chased after him. Buzz! Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned and rushed towards Qin Wentian. Like a terrible lightning, the will of blood burst out, and his palm grabbed forward, as if he wanted to grab Qin Wentian's flesh and blood, so fast that people could not dodge. This person has not comprehended the second level of martial arts will. How could Qin Wentian be afraid? He raised his hand and punched violently. The moment the two collided, Qin Wentian only felt the blood in his body rolling wildly, as if it was about to explode, and the blood on his arm burst out. But the other party was even worse, and collided with Qin Wentian at close range. The shock wave of the power of nothingness directly penetrated into the other party's body, and the terrifying power shattered everything. You. The middle-aged man stared at Qin Wentian. This is the second level of martial arts will. Bang! Qin Wentian continued to press his palm forward, and a more terrible shock wave swept out wildly. The other party groaned, vomited blood, and the suspended Suzaku became weak, and the purgatory Suzaku cried out and swallowed it. After a moment, a spatial force permeated, and the middle-aged man was swept out of the formation world. The Suzaku floating above Qin Wentian had 3 bright lights on his forehead. The aura has become stronger, and the illusory body seems to be solid. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. Taking away the ancient luck was really cruel. His figure continued to flicker. He met 6 or 7 people along the way. As expected, all the ancient luck was taken away by him. The Suzaku above Qin Wentian actually condensed into a substance. There was a vertical light between the eyebrows, revealing an even more terrifying hostility. It actually had the momentum of the first level of Yuan Fu. In the Great Xia ancient dynasty, outside, everyone looked at the formation in the middle. The formation world was extremely clear, but in their eyes, it seemed very small. They could see what was happening inside, but it was just shrunk. King Chen and Shi Potion are sweeping like crazy. There are already 2 vertical rays. Si Kaiyong is the same, and Zhang Chen, these few people are the craziest in seizing ancient luck. Every time a light spot appears between their eyebrows, it means that one person is out, and an extra vertical ray means that 10 people are out. Qin Wentian's strength can really defeat those on the destiny list. It seems that his martial arts will has really reached the 2nd level. Only a strong man in the 2nd level of the 9th level of the Yuan Mansion martial arts will can engrave him. Look at that fat guy, it's too despicable. He actually hid under the reef by the sea and practiced. Someone saw a fat man. The fat guy was so despicable. He wanted to hide and practice until the end, but he still kept his ancient luck. In this way, he passed the test and entered the destiny list smoothly. Such a method must be said to be too despicable. King Chen and Shi Potion met, but they didn't collide, obviously wanting to save the duel for last. That direction is the direction of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian is going to meet King Chen. He's in trouble. At this time, everyone discovered that in that space, Qin Wentian and King Chen were walking towards each other, but in that formation world, they probably didn't know that the other party was approaching. Qin Wentian had offended King Chen just now. This time, I'm afraid it will be very miserable. Chapter 363, Peerless World Qin Zhen. This Suzaku formation is a super large formation that existed during the Great Xia dynasty. It is extremely ancient. After the 9 great clans rebelled against the Great Xia dynasty and the imperial city collapsed, they still could not occupy this Suzaku formation. They could not break this formation and it operated on its own. Only people in the Yuanfu realm could enter it. Therefore, among the 18 trial fields of the Great Xia dynasty, the Suzaku trial field of the Great Xia dynasty is the #1 trial field at the Yuanfu level. Thousands of years later, these major forces still have not given up on digging into the Suzaku formation. In each session of the destiny list, they would let the strong men of the clan come to see if they could discover the secrets of the Suzaku formation. This has never stopped. In the thousands of years after the fall of the Great Xia dynasty, several amazing people appeared in the competition for the destiny list, and they gained great benefits from this Suzaku formation. It is rumored that King Kang obtained a set of powerful skills here, but no one knows what the specific skills are. Qin Wentian was in this Suzaku formation, so he naturally didn't know the history of the Suzaku formation. He only felt that this formation was extraordinary, and it could even give birth to the spirit of the Suzaku. With his current ability, he couldn't see through this formation at all. He only knew that this formation space was extremely vast. In 3 days, he only met more than 10 people. He also saw a lot of ancient monuments. Some of them seemed to have been excavated by others, so naturally he had no share. There were also some monuments that he couldn't shake, such as the giant axe inserted into the stone wall when he just came in. In fact, in order to fight for the ancient fortune, Qin Wentian could stay somewhere and spend some time carving a 4th-level divine pattern formation, so that no one could do anything to him, but the formation space was too vast, so the method of waiting for the rabbit was obviously not feasible, so he had to go out and plunder. The powerful perception continued to spread in all directions. Not long after, a figure appeared in Qin Wentian's perception, causing him to stop. King Chen. Chen Wang of the Dari Chen family came for the 1st place on the destiny list. He was originally the 2nd on the destiny list, after Hua Takesu. Hua Takesu was now trying to reach the 2nd level of the Tiangang realm. Chen Wang was still in Yuanfu, but it was conceivable that Chen Wang, who stayed in Yuanfu, would have a much stronger advantage than others in this realm. His martial arts will had entered the 2nd level, and his flame will was at the entry level of the 2nd level. It was even unknown whether this was Chen Wang's limit. But one thing was certain, in the battle for the destiny list, Chen Wang was someone no one wanted to mess with. Qin Wentian turned around calmly and walked back, causing everyone's eyes to freeze. When Qin Wentian and Chen Wang were about to meet, he turned around first. Was it a coincidence, or was Qin Wentian's perception stronger than Chen Wang's? He knew in advance where Chen Wang was. Sure enough, Chen Wang did not notice Qin Wentian's existence. He continued to move at the original speed, neither hurried nor slow. The battle that was thought to be about to break out did not happen. King Chen changed direction, his figure continued to flash, and his speed increased slightly. He knew how wide this space was, and he had to speed up to plunder the ancient luck. Under the surprised gaze of everyone, Qin Wentian did not leave, but followed King Chen when he turned. This made people sigh that this boy was really bold, or he had an almost arrogant confidence in his perception. He actually tracked King Chen. It's Qin Zheng, the Black Horse. He has the same surname Qin as Qin Wentian, and he is about to meet King Chen. People outside can see everything clearly. The people they pay the most attention to are King Chen, Shi Potion, Wang Ju and others. Now, the Black Horse Si Kaiong, Qin Zheng, Hua Shaoqing and others have also begun to attract the attention of some people. Sure enough, King Chen and Qin Zheng met. King Chen obviously plundered more Suzaku ancient luck than Qin Zheng. His Suzaku ancient luck is also extraordinary, which is the golden feather Suzaku, while Qin Zheng's Suzaku is an ordinary Suzaku ancient luck. Do you want to hand over the ancient luck yourself, or do I do it myself? King Chen stared at the phantom of the vermilion bird above Qin Zheng. There were 5 points of light on his forehead. If he plundered it, it would be equivalent to plundering the ancient luck 5 times. King Chen. Qin Zheng smiled indifferently and said, "You can't get my ancient luck." A sneer flashed across King Chen's mouth. With a cold snort, he stepped forward, his arms turned red, like a flaming arm. The temperature of the void rose, and a terrible hot feeling filled the air, as if the air near King Chen had been evaporated of moisture. "It seems that you don't believe it." Qin Zheng smiled, and King Chen shouted coldly, and his domineering fist light broke through the air. A terrible flaming fist light appeared in the void, sweeping through, filled with terrible violent meaning, and the speed was also very fast. Bang! The terrifying flaming fist seemed to hit Qin Zheng directly, but everyone found that Qin Zheng's figure appeared next to him. In the instant just now, he changed his position at a very fast speed. King Chen walked out and reached out to grab the void. A terrifying palm print of void flames came down and grabbed Qin Zheng's body. Such a magical skill was deeply shocking. Break! Qin Zheng uttered a word, and the palm print shattered, as if there was a terrible sword energy whistling. At the same time, King Chen's figure descended, and the light of the sun shone incomparably. Every ray of the sun's light seemed to be able to blind people's eyes. Qin Zheng closed his eyes. When Qin Zheng's sword of the sun fell, his body disappeared again. At this moment, he appeared in front of King Chen. The palm chopped out. Qin Zheng's palm was like a blade, revealing a terrifying cutting force. King Chen smashed out with his left hand, and his arm was branded red. He directly grabbed the cutting force. The terrifying high temperature made the opponent's palm also branded red, and then shook fiercely. Break! Qin Zheng shouted coldly, his palm passed, his sleeves began to burn, his arm had a scorched black color, Chen Wang's red arm seemed to have flames falling off. When his arm returned to normal, his sleeves also burned, there was a blood mark there. Space martial arts will. Chen Wang murmured, looking at the blood mark on his arm. With such martial arts will, no wonder he's so confident. Looking up, Chen Wang's eyes were like the scorching sun, his body was blazing, the sun appeared, and the space around him seemed to be boiling. His figure flashed in an instant, and he rushed towards the other party, like a sun, and the land he passed by would be burned to scorched earth. Burn! Chen Wang shouted coldly, and saw the light of the sun rushing towards the other party. 2 terrible martial arts will powers emerged from Qin Zheng's body, and then his palm turned into the void, and the extremely dazzling large cutting sword came from the sky, splitting the sun, turning into endless flames and continuing to rush towards Qin Zheng, but his speed was so fast that he disappeared in an instant and retreated to distance. The art of space cutting, integrated with the martial arts will of wind, achieves the power of great cutting. King Chen stared at Qin Zheng and said, "Who are you?" "Wushuang realm, Qin Zheng. Your martial arts will gives you a strong ability to dodge, but if you are in a decisive battle, will you still have a chance?" King Chen stared at Qin Zheng. His fighting power was obviously stronger than Qin Zheng, but he personally controlled the will of space and the will of wind very well, and his dodge ability was super strong. "King Chen, don't really think that you are invincible in this destiny list. Let's not talk about the decisive battle. At this moment, you are being chased but you don't know it, and you are still talking about the decisive battle here," Qin Zheng said with a smile. King Chen's eyes condensed, and suddenly, his perception began to spread all over. Qin Wentian cursed inwardly. This Qin Zheng was too unkind, and he saw his figure flashing and immediately fled. King Chen seemed to feel something, and his expression suddenly changed. His figure was like the wind, chasing out like lightning, obviously feeling the fluctuation of Qin Wentian's breath when he moved. Qin Wentian didn't think he could fight with King Chen directly by relying on his strength. Qin Wentian. King Chen grinned. He was at the peak of the 9th level of Yuan Fu. Even though Qin Wentian had practiced body skills, so was King Chen. When comparing their speeds, King Chen was obviously faster than Qin Wentian. After all, there was a gap in their realms. You can't escape. King Chen had already seen Qin Wentian's figure. The two kept getting closer. The light of the sun on King Chen was terrifying. Then his fingers passed forward, and in an instant, several sun swords fell from the void. Qin Wentian turned around and blasted out a dragon seal. However, the sword of the sun was extremely bright and directly shattered the dragon seal. There was still residual power shaking Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked indifferent and continued to move forward. The wings of the rock behind him flapped rapidly. A cave appeared in front of him. It was extremely dark inside. His figure flashed and rushed directly into it. Looking for death? Seeing this scene, King Chen sneered, and his footsteps did not stop. His body was bathed in the flames. The power of the sun could burn everything. He descended into the cave and walked directly inside. The moment he stepped into the cave, a terrifying pressure rushed over, causing his long hair and clothes to fly wildly. King Chen's face turned cold, and a ray of sunlight blasted out of his palm. Boom! His heart seemed to tremble slightly and contract violently. Then an even more terrifying attack force destroyed the sun, destroyed everything, and stabbed towards his heart. King Chen shouted angrily, and his bones and blood seemed to turn into magma fire. A huge wave of flames erupted at the entrance of the cave, and the cave shook. King Chen's body was shaken out. His right arm trembled slightly, and drops of blood flowed there, as if they were about to drip down. A hot flame grew out and evaporated the blood. King Chen stabilized his palm, his face livid. In the battle with Qin Zheng, he had no way to defeat him. Now, he was actually at a disadvantage at the hands of Qin Wentian. But how could he launch such a terrible attack force? A beam of sunlight fell, and King Chen wanted to destroy the cave, but found that although the cave was shaking, it did not collapse at all. With a condensed look, King Chen walked outside the cave. A terrible blazing flame rushed into it and buried the cave. He stood outside waiting and said coldly, "Can you only hide in it?" "King Chen, when you were competing for the destiny list, I'm afraid I was still in the low-level Yuan Fu realm. Now you can't do anything to me, but you still dare to speak arrogantly." A sneer spread out, with a hint of sarcasm. "If you have the guts, you can come in." King Chen only heard the sound coming out of the cave. His expression was cold, and he still urged the flame to rush into the cave. Chapter 364 King Chen is furious. The cave where Qin Wentian was located was dim, and the rock wall was surprisingly hard. Even the ground was very solid. Qin Wentian had to spend a lot of effort when he carved the divine pattern. The moment he stepped into the cave, he gathered all his strength, his blood was boiling, his divine essence burst out, and the heart-piercing ancient bell and the sky-breaking finger were blasted out at the same time. This made King Chen suffer a loss in an instant, defeated King Chen's attack and made King Chen afraid, not daring to step into the cave. In terms of realm, Qin Wentian's 7th level of Yuan Fu realm, plus the power of blood, demon god transformation, and divine essence, can make his realm directly comparable to the peak of Yuan Fu strong man, plus the martial arts will and magical skills he controls. As long as the peak of Yuan Fu people do not control the 2nd level of martial arts will, it is not difficult for him to kill them. But Chen Wang was different. His own cultivation realm was already the limit of the Yuan Fu realm. He also practiced the Great Sun Kyankan heart method and had the Great Sun bloodline. In addition, his martial arts will was at the entry level. He could fight against people who had just entered the Xiangang realm. They could never be measured by the Yuan Fu realm. When facing him, Qin Wentian's weak realm made him have no advantage. At this moment, the flames continued to pour into the cave, but there seemed to be light flowing under Qin Wentian's feet, and ancient shields appeared in front of him, blocking the erosion of the flames. Suddenly, a sharp sword penetrated, and a crackling sound was heard. The ancient shield shattered. Qin Wentian looked indifferent, raised his hand and slapped it, destroying the Great Sun sword, but the movement of his hand did not stop and continued to carve the divine pattern. King Chen, you are so arrogant. I am at the 7th level of Yuanfu, but you can't do anything to me. What will happen if I reach the 8th level of Yuanfu one day? If I step into the 9th level of Yuanfu, how will you fight me? Qin Wentian said indifferently, at that time, I am afraid that I can easily kill you, the so-called genius of the great Sun Chen family. Let me ask you, are you ashamed of your self-proclaimed genius? King Chen stood outside the cave, frowning, staring at the cave, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He felt that Qin Wentian seemed to be carving divine patterns. The sarcastic voice must be Qin Wentian deliberately trying to anger him and let him step into the cave. At this time, King Chen stopped attacking and closed his eyes. He knew that everything in sight at this time could be seen clearly by the outside world. He chased Qin Wentian, but failed. I am afraid that he was being witnessed by countless people. The people of the great Sun Chen family and the 36 overlord-level forces were all staring at him. Hu Taixu's reputation has long been praised by Daxia. As for King Chen, the world will only remember the first place, and will not remember who is the second. As Qin Wentian said, even the 7th level Yuanfu people can't deal with him, so how can King Chen be the pride of Daxia? King Chen's heart is extremely tenacious. You want to die so much? I will help you. King Chen took a step forward, and his body turned into a giant of fire in the underground magma. The meridians and bones all over his body seemed to turn into a strange fiery red. His eyes seemed to have the light of the sun, and the sun's Qianqin power completely erupted. It seemed that the sun's blood was roaring and flowing in his body, which was extremely gorgeous, shocking everyone outside. King Chen, after all, is King Chen. He is the one who has the most hope of winning the first place in this destiny list. He took his own steps and walked into the cave. People outside can't see the situation inside the cave. They don't know what is in the cave. Why does King Chen become so cautious? The flames on King Chen's body illuminated the cave. He saw Qin Wentian in the cave. A terrible hot air instantly grew in the cave. Scorch marks appeared on the ground, and the earth was burned. I will kill you first, and then swallow your Suzaku ancient luck. King Chen's voice was cold and powerful. Qin Wentian only felt a terrible heat on his body, as if the whole person was about to burn. King Chen put one hand on the rock wall of the cave. In an instant, the hot air was transmitted, and the whole cave gradually became red. The space was getting hotter and hotter. King Chen wanted to make Qin Wentian regret it. Do you feel desperate? King Chen put his hand on the rock wall and walked forward step by step. Qin Wentian stared at him coldly with a cold look. The angry King Chen was more terrifying than before. Now King Chen is indeed the most powerful contender for the first place on the destiny list. Kill. Qin Wentian's voice was cold, and a terrifying sword storm swept out, instantly submerging the entire cave. The sword storms rolled towards King Chen, blocking any blind spots. Divine pattern killing array, so you want to deal with me this way. King Chen rushed forward, but he didn't retreat but advanced. His palm trembled, and the great sun sword suddenly split everything and killed Qin Wentian. Go. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and pointed, and the terrifying sword vortex rolled over, trying to engulf King Chen's body. SHH, SHH. A sharp whistle came out, and Qin Wentian saw the sword storm running wildly, making a sharp sound, and two solidified flame hands appeared. Suddenly, he looked to both sides and pulled, and the sword vortex disappeared. King Chen, who had transformed into a flame man, appeared, and above his head was the flame giant star soul from the fifth heaven. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and endless swords killed away. King Chen seemed to be merging with the star soul. He was the flame giant. This is already the power of Wuming Xiangang. King Chen, he is already preparing for the Xiangang realm, and may even be half a step into the Xiangang realm. Qin Wentian stared at the other party. A stronger storm rolled over. King Chen trampled on the ground and grabbed Qin Wentian with his palm. If the palm of fire was on Qin Wentian, it would be enough to burn Qin Wentian into nothingness. King Chen's attack power has truly entered the Xiangang level. Qin Wentian hastily carved the killing sword energy storm that had just entered the 4th level, but it couldn't kill him. Despair. King Chen slapped his palm back, and the sword energy was wiped out. He walked towards Qin Wentian like a god. At the center of Qin Wentian's eyebrows, a third eye suddenly opened, and the instantaneous brilliance was extremely dazzling. A terrifying willpower rushed into King Chen's mind. At the same time, Qin Wentian slapped his palms wildly, and ancient bells burst out wildly. Dong, dong, Dong! The bell rang continuously, and there was an echo in the cave. King Chen's head hurt, and his heart began to beat wildly, as if it was about to burst, but his palm still slapped Qin Wentian. Cover! Qin Wentian's mind moved slightly, and the monstrous sword energy immediately covered his body, burying him completely, except for a pair of eyes that were still outside, so cold, his body rushed out, no longer skimping on any of his divine essence. The bell rang again, and the sky-breaking finger, one finger broke the sky. Qin Wentian's palm not only covered the demon armor, but also the sword body, and the endless sword energy in the void gathered in this finger. With this finger, those sharp swords were all blood-colored, and the endless blood swords gathered into vortex and gathered towards King Chen. His finger pressed down. A destructive storm seemed to destroy the entire cave, shaking wildly. King Chen's flaming body seemed to have cracks. The killing divine pattern rolled towards him again. With a roar, his body rushed out of the cave, while Qin Wentian's body slammed into the rock wall of the cave, and his bones seemed to be broken. The sword body and demon armor on his body were all broken. The Yuan power in the Emperor Demon Yuan Palace and the Skyhammer Yuan Palace was exhausted. The last Yuan Palace only had half of the Star Yuan power left, and there was almost no way to support him to fight. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Qin Wentian sat there, feeling as if his whole body was broken, very painful, but his eyes stared outside, incomparably indifferent. After rushing out, King Chen's body returned to normal, no longer a body of fire. He put on a piece of clothing, but the clothing was instantly stained red with blood. The blood seemed to stick to the clothes, which was shocking. The people outside were shocked by what they saw. King Chen entered the cave, and when he came out, he was so seriously injured. What happened in the cave? The smiles on the faces of the people of the Dai Chen family disappeared. King Chen, so tragic? How could this be? Qin Wentian, he is a 4th-level divine pattern master. Luo, he said lightly, causing the eyes of the people of the Dai Chen family to freeze. The man of the 7th level of Yuanfu, who was arrogantly fighting against many in their Chen family, was actually a 4th-level divine pattern master. No wonder King Chen suffered such a big loss. The crowd saw King Chen's rage, his body soared into the air, and he seemed to roar in the void. And outside the cave, a voice resounded between heaven and earth. Qin Wentian, I will not be content you if you don't. I, King Chen, am willing to protect your safety and form an alliance. As long as there is someone willing to guard this cave for me, Qin Wentian will kill him. King Chen's voice echoed wildly in the void, spreading in all directions. Not long after, someone actually appeared here. This person was Yang Fan, the 18th-ranked strongman on the destiny list, from the star-picking mansion. He had always wanted to kill Qin Wentian. When he came nearby and heard King Chen's words, he rushed over immediately. Yang Fan looked at King Chen in the void. He had suffered such a great loss from Qin Wentian, no wonder he was furious. Qin Wentian is good at divine patterns. I need to force him out. He must be injured at this moment. If he comes out, he will die. King Chen looked at Yang Fan and said, you guard this place for me. I will go find his friends. Yang Fan saw the anger burning on King Chen's body and knew that he was really furious. He nodded slightly and said, I will guard this place. I will continue to summon people to this place. Even if I don't get the first place in this round, I want him to die. King Chen's voice was extremely cold. He walked out and disappeared in an instant. He left in a mighty manner. Qin Wentian heard all the words of King Chen. His expression was indifferent, and a cold light flashed across his face. He, Yan Kuongshen, Chu Meng, Fan Li and others came together to participate in the competition for the destiny ranking. Everyone knew that King Chen was planning to use them to force him to leave the cave. Qin Wentian's body was leaning against a stone wall. Beside him were many meteorites, which he used to practice and restore his star energy. At this moment, his mind moved slightly, a pill appeared in his palm, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, Demonization Again. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Outside the Vermilion Bird Formation, in the vast dynasty, countless eyes were still staring at the formation, day and night, and tirelessly. It had been 7 days since Qin Wentian and King Chen had fought. Now, the strength of the people participating in the destiny list this time seemed to be gradually clear, and one or two things could be glimpsed. There were many strong people who were already on the destiny list, and there were also some dark horses. Similarly, many people were destined to be surpassed, even if they were in a very high position on the destiny list, but cultivation was like going against the storm. If you stagnated in the wind and waves, others would jump over you and immediately surpass you, or even throw you away. The strong people on the destiny list were no exception, and this was also because the people in the front of the destiny list were all young people. Because those who were older had stayed in the Yuanfu realm for a long time, why did they stay there for a long time? In addition to resources, it was because they could not comprehend the second realm of the martial arts will. In this case, they were destined to be constantly surpassed by future generations. It was cruel, but this was the natural law of the cultivation world. The most promising people are Chen Wang, Shi Potion, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen. Si Kaiong is very powerful and seems to be bottomless, and Zhan Chen gives people the feeling that he is becoming more and more demonic, and he becomes stronger when he meets a strong opponent. These 4 people should be the most capable people to compete for the top 3 seats. In addition to them, there are some other promising characters, namely, Qin Zheng, Wang Kang, Yao Jun, Hua Shaoqing, Yan Cheng, Leng Hong, Wang Ju, Yun Mengai. There are also a few people who are mysterious and cannot be seen through, such as the Black-Robed Man, Mu Feng, Qin Wentian, and Mo Qingchen. The Black-Robed Man and Mu Feng are relatively low-key. They rarely provoke others. It seems that as long as no one offends them, they will not even compete for the ancient fortune of Suzaku. However, if someone dares to attack them, they will defeat the other party without hesitation, especially Mu Feng. It is rumored that he has experienced a major change and his temperament has changed. He has become indifferent and cruel. Those who have troubled him have all died in his hands. His temperament has become more suitable for using poison. As for the reason why Qin Wentian is so hard to see through, it is because in the battle 7 days ago, he actually survived from the hands of King Chen. What is even more shocking is that he not only survived, but also made King Chen covered in blood and went into a state of rampage. As for Mo Qingchen, she rarely took action. What is more interesting is that those who met her did not try to rob her of the Suzaku ancient luck. Her charm is still so great. Even if she is cold and icy, no one is willing to take action against her. It is really difficult to take action against such a beautiful woman. Therefore, how strong Mo Qingchen is still a mystery. Everyone only knows that as a disciple of Luohi, her alchemy ability is super terrible and her talent is extremely strong. Moreover, some people who are not so strong began to walk together. In order to avoid being taken away by those powerful people, and also to seize the ancient luck of others, they temporarily formed an alliance. As time passed, such alliances gradually increased, so that even if they met very strong people, they would not be deprived of the qualification to stay. Then, a strange phenomenon occurred. The ancient luck of the top strong men was getting more and more. Most of the ancient luck of those who were blasted out finally gathered on them. The number of people is getting smaller and smaller. There are only about 500 people left. Everyone looked at the Suzaku formation and said secretly, "This King Chen, while plundering the ancient luck, seems to be looking for people." Yang Fan, Sitopo and Hua Feng are all outside the cave where Qin Wentian is. Many people looked at a certain position in the formation and were quite surprised. Yang Fan, Sitopo and Hua Feng were all quite powerful figures. They all had a grudge against Qin Wentian. However, if Qin Wentian didn't come out, they didn't seem to dare to enter the cave to deal with Qin Wentian. This Qin Wentian is so powerful that he actually let so many people wait for him outside. In the empty corridor, in the direction of Zhuan's hall, the young and beautiful Xuanzin whispered, looking a little surprised. Fanel's friends seem to be good, especially Qin Wentian, who is very extraordinary. If you offend King Chen, you're going to die. Now you're hiding in there. If you come out, you'll die. After Li Shihai was deprived of her ancient luck and got out of the Suzaku formation, she witnessed the next scene. The middle-aged man who blasted her out had his ancient luck taken away by Qin Wentian, and then he was blasted out like her. Qin Wentian was so powerful that if he had wanted to, he could have saved her at that time. All he had to do was to move his hands. Sister, you can't say that. What realm is Qin Wentian at? What was his cultivation level when he entered the Wushuang realm? You should know that. Now he can already hurt King Chen. Even if he has been hiding in the cave, King Chen and others dare not go in. It is incompetence. Qin Wentian has nothing to be ashamed of. Xuanzin said softly, "Sister, you can't hold a grudge against Qin Wentian because he didn't help you. It was because my strength was not stable that I was defeated and my ancient luck was taken away." Li Xiaoyu was a little displeased by Xuanzin's words. She snorted coldly, "I'm just telling the truth. You should check on your baby fatty. He's still hiding there." Xuanzin found Fang Li's figure and smiled indifferently. It's rare for him to reach this point in the 7th level of Yuan Fu. Now he can practice and improve his strength with peace of mind. There is nothing wrong. This is called smart. No matter how people outside look at it, the people in the Suzaku formation stick to their hearts and do what they think. Qin Wentian is still practicing in the cave, and no one dares to step into it. "Qin Wentian, don't you want to fight me for real? Now, I am here. If you fight, I will kill you." A voice came into the cave. It was Situpo's voice. Situpo knew that such provocation would not anger Qin Wentian and make him come out on his own, but his voice could disrupt Qin Wentian's practice. At least it would not make it so easy for him. King Chen is really slow in doing things. Hua Feng said impatiently, staring at the cave without any movement. "King Chen, still haven't found Chu Mang and family? It's not a good idea to keep wasting time like this." Fortunately, Hua Feng has self-knowledge. He knows that it is probably impossible for him to seize a lot of ancient luck. If he seizes a lot of ancient luck, he might be targeted by people like King Chen. King Chen has spread the news everywhere. I'm afraid everyone in the formation knows that he is looking for someone. Don't worry, it's just a matter of time. Yang Fan was very calm. Although he broke up with Shu Ruanayu, he was still a little unhappy. Shu Ruanayu was a good woman, beautiful and talented, and born extraordinary. He had already prepared to marry her, but he didn't expect that his woman was kidnapped by Qin Wentian. This matter in Wangzhou City was a big blow to Yang Fan's reputation. His fiancée, the beautiful and sexy Shu Ruanayu, was still a virgin. What would the people of Wangzhou City think if she was kidnapped by Qin Wentian? This was also the reason why Yang Fan broke up with Shu Ruanayu. Therefore, not to mention the previous grievances, Yang Fan must kill Qin Wentian for this matter. "Qin Wentian, you were so arrogant in front of the ancient road of the heavenly monument, but now you are hiding in the cave like an animal. Isn't it sad?" Situpo continued coldly, "Besides, your cowardice may very likely lead to the death of your friend. If King Chen captures your friend, he will never let him go and will kill him." Infuriating, Situpo wanted to provoke Qin Wentian, and kept provoking him with vulgar words, but Qin Wentian still ignored him. He was at a critical moment of cultivation. Hua Feng walked forward and came to the cave. He stared inside and sneered, "Qin Wentian, tell me, if King Chen knew about the relationship between you and Mo Qingcheng, would he do something to Mo Qingcheng?" Mo Qingcheng was a member of the Dangwon Palace, a proud daughter of heaven, and Luo He's favorite disciple. Even if King Chen knew about the relationship between Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, he would not vent his anger on Mo Qingcheng. Qin Wentian understood this, and Hua Feng also understood it, but his words were just to provoke Qin Wentian. Situpo was stunned. What was the relationship between Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng? Only the people of the Hua family knew about their relationship. After all, Hua Xiaoyan died at the hands of Qin Wentian because of this. Hua Feng came here for a purpose. Hua Taixu had already broken through the 2nd level of the Xiangang realm, and his status in the Hua family was constantly rising. Therefore, the people of the Hua family gave Hua Feng an order to eliminate Qin Wentian in the competition for the destiny list. Hua Xiaoqing was going to challenge the high position of the destiny list. This made Hua Feng very unhappy. Why did he have to run errands for Hua Taixu, and it was him, not Hua Xiaoqing? This feeling of being ordered was very uncomfortable. Therefore, he wanted to vent this unhappiness on Qin Wentian, and even wanted Qin Wentian to die. Qin Wentian, if Mo Qingcheng, that beautiful person, was insulted by someone, what kind of scene would it be? Hua Feng lowered his voice very low, so that it could be transmitted into the cave, so that only Qin Wentian could hear it. He didn't believe that Qin Wentian could still endure it, and how long he could endure it. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic aura rushed out, carrying a cold murderous aura. Hua Feng retreated to avoid being ambushed, but there was a sneer in his eyes. He knew that his goal had been achieved. Qin Wentian was angry. As long as he was angry and knew his weakness, then it would be easy to deal with. I don't believe he won't come out. In the cave, Qin Wentian was shrouded in a terrifying demonic aura. Demons are violent and bloodthirsty, with brutal strength, strong bodies, and extremely vigorous vitality. The basic martial arts will of demons, that is, the first realm, is demonization, which makes people closer to demons, become more violent, become more powerful, have more terrifying bodies, and more vigorous vitality. So what will be the second realm of the demon martial arts will? Qin Wentian's anger told that the demon martial arts will is different from other martial arts wills because it is the demon will. The demon's martial arts will is the second demonization. Qin Wentian's body seems to be expanding, and his bones are transforming. There is a terrible crackling sound on his body. His eyes give people a terrifying sense of demonic strangeness. The third eye opened, and a demonic light flashed by, as if it came from an ancient demon, overlooking thousands of creatures. As for the aura that Qin Wentian is now filled with, the artistic conception is the aura of the 8th level of the Yuan Fu realm. His eyes suddenly opened, and there seemed to be 3 bright lights in the cave, which were breathtaking. Chapter 366, Anger. In the Suzaku formation, there are all kinds of life. Qin Wentian encounters King Chen, and the two have a great battle. After being ambushed, King Chen went berserk and wanted to capture Qin Wentian's friend to threaten Qin Wentian to leave the cave. As for the movements of Qin Wentian's friend at this time, Fan Li's purpose is very clear, that is, to break through to the 8th level of Yuan Fu. He doesn't care about other people's opinions. Even if the world thinks he is wretched, so what? He has come here to compete with these geniuses with the peak cultivation of the 7th level of Yuan Fu. Even if the martial arts will is perfected, it is useless. He can't compete at all. He can only break through the current realm first. Therefore, Fan Li is still practicing under the reefs by the sea. The flames are burning on his body, causing a blazing heat to surge from his body. However, rounds of huge waves come and hide him continuously, trying to put out the flames on his body. However, the flames are still there and cannot be extinguished. The water on his body evaporates instantly, and the cycle repeats. Yang Kuangsheng's realm was higher than Fan Li and Qin Wentian before, so he was the first to break through the realm. After that, he took the realm-breaking pill and entered the 9th level of Yuan Fu. He was looking for people everywhere to fight with. The opponents he faced were very strong, because the people who had not been eliminated and remained in the Suzaku formation were all very powerful, but this only made Yang Kuangsheng excited. He finally started to reach this step. He didn't care whether he had any results on the destiny list. He just needed to constantly break through himself and become stronger. Even if he had no chance to compete on the destiny list this time, it would not affect his future challenge to those people and knock them down. Many people on the destiny list now did so. As for Chu Mang, his heart might even be more determined and persistent than Fan Li and Yang Kuangsheng. On a mountain peak, there was a huge axe inserted there. Chu Mang stood there to practice. Standing on the mountain, he waved the star axe in his hand over and over again, or changed the action, or repeated an action 10 or 100 times, as if he didn't know fatigue. There seemed to be a ray of light in his axe. Chu Mang's favorite things are axes and arrows. Arrows can kill enemies from a distance, and axes can split mountains and seas. He gave up the practice of the 3rd martial arts will and immersed himself in these 2 martial arts wills. In the Wuxiang realm, after he was accepted as a disciple by the Barbarian King, the Barbarian King had deliberately discussed this issue with him. His heart was very determined. In the end, the Barbarian King supported him very much. In addition to strengthening his strength, he also let him keep going on his own path. The Barbarian King had many methods of practice, but he did not teach them to Chu Mang. He told Chu Mang that he was right. Follow your heart and you can keep going. Even if his practice is always only one move, it can always break through his own limits and reach an incredible level. Chu Wuwei once taught him this way, and now, he keeps going like this, walking with incomparable determination. Chu Mang's axe once again crossed the void. In an instant, a light seemed to fall from an ancient peak in the distance. Chu Mang seemed not to see it, and swung his axe casually again. This time, the axe fell, and there seemed to be another light. When Chu Mang put away his axe and stood up, there were continuous cracking sounds. Then, the ancient peak in front was split open, leaving several terrifying axe marks. It's great. Chu Mang grinned, and then he turned his eyes and looked into the distance. There, he saw 2 figures fighting, one man and one woman. These two people were Jiutian from Zhuan Temple and Jiutian from Xian'ai sect. Jiutian was ranked 17th on the destiny list, while Jiutian was ranked 13th. This time on the destiny list, Jiutian broke out again. He comprehended the second level of martial arts will and became very scary. Very strong. This time, Jiutian was favored by people outside, and his performance was extremely dazzling. Chu Meng hesitated, and then he stepped out. Jiutian was Xuanzin's senior sister, and Xuanzin was Fanli's girlfriend. In addition, Chu Meng had a good impression of Jiutian, so it was okay to help her once. This might make Jiutian recognize Fanli a little more in the future. At the same time, Chu Meng also wanted to test his own strength. Jiutian had been completely crushed. The Suzaku ancient luck floating behind the Demon King was extremely bright. Behind him, a demon wing grew. Every time he attacked, the power was extremely violent. As if sensing something, the Demon King turned his eyes and then saw Chu Meng's figure. His demonic eyes swept over the Suzaku phantom behind Chu Meng, and a demonic light flashed in his eyes. Another person is sending ancient luck. The Demon King said coldly. Then, he saw Chu Meng coming forward and slashed down at him with a star axe. No need for your help, you are not his opponent. Jiutian shouted when she saw Chu Meng coming over. If she failed, there was nothing to say. Chu Meng made a meaningless sacrifice, and there was no need. The Demon King raised his hand and blasted out, and a terrifying beast roared out and rolled through the void. Puff. The axe seemed ordinary, but it seemed to have light. It split the roaring beast with one slash and slashed towards the Demon King. The Demon King's expression suddenly changed, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, his wings flapped rapidly, staggered in an instant, a ray of golden light fell from the place where he was just now, flashed and disappeared, and a terrifying crack appeared on the ground, which was several hundred meters long. Second realm. The Demon King's eyes were so vicious that he could tell at a glance that this was the power of the second realm of martial arts will. He looked up and stared at Chu Meng, and the demon light in his eyes was even stronger. The people participating in the destiny list this time seemed to be much stronger. He did not participate in the last destiny list, but he also saw it. It was very powerful, but the strength was definitely not as strong as this time. After he saw the destiny list last time, he worked hard and fought all the way up. By defeating the people in front of him, he kept rushing to the front of the destiny list. This time he came here, ready to show his talent, but he didn't expect there were so many powerful competitors. Jiutian also showed a surprised look, looked at Chu Meng deeply, but felt a little lonely in her heart. Looking for death? The Demon King had a terrifying demonic aura on his body, and walked towards Chu Meng, and the two of them fought wildly. The Demon King's demon skills are strong, and he can use all kinds of powerful demon beast attack skills. When he transforms into a demon, his power is extremely violent, and his combat power is constantly improving. But Jiutian found that no matter how strong the Demon King becomes, Chu Meng still chops his axe slowly and leisurely. That feeling is too carefree and relaxed, just like chopping wood. Chu Meng regards fighting as chopping wood, and each axe is so accurate and easy. It seems casual, but it gives people a feeling of being impervious to wind and rain. Occasionally, he seizes the opportunity and chops out with an axe, which can scare people. The axe light is too fast. If it hits, it will definitely kill. At the end of the battle, the Demon King didn't even want to stalemate with him, and instead wanted to break through the defense and seize Jiutian's ancient luck, but Chu Meng still stood in front of Jiutian slowly, like a guardian god, and no one could shake him. Jiutian looked at the broad back and was a little absent-minded. She didn't expect that she would need someone to protect her. Finally, the Demon King could not break Chu Meng, and roared, soaring into the sky, leaving this place, giving up the idea of stealing the ancient luck. Chu Meng stood in the void with a big axe in his hand, and turned his head to look at Jiutian. Thank you. Jiutian looked at Chu Meng and whispered. No, I'm doing this to help Fanli. Yuan Temple should not embarrass him in the future. We brothers will not embarrass Yuan Temple. Chu Meng said to Jiutian. If it were before, Jiutian might have looked down on Qin Wentian, Chu Meng and Fanli, but this idea gradually changed slowly with the journey of the Xianbei ancient road. Now, Jiutian didn't know what it felt in her heart. At this time, Chu Meng and Jiutian looked into the distance, and saw two figures walking over. One of them was the Demon King who had returned, and as for the other, his aura was even more violent and powerful. It was King Chen. In front of him, The powerful demon king had to be convinced and followed him. King Chen's eyes instantly locked onto Chu Mang, and a terrifying flame burned on his body. His bones, muscles and blood once again turned into terrifying magma fire, and his body solidified like the fire supreme. So strong. Jiutian's beautiful eyes narrowed, and then she saw King Chen rushing towards Chu Mang. Go! Jiutian roared in a low voice. Chu Mang stared ahead, with a strong fighting spirit burning in his body. He stepped forward and chopped out with the axe. King Chen came in anger, with a surging momentum. He had once humiliated Qin Wentian, so how could he do it again? What's the matter with this second level of martial arts will? He is King Chen, and the second level of martial arts will is the transformation level. If Qin Wentian hadn't secretly plotted against him, how could he be so miserable? He blasted his palm forward, and the power of the sun and the universe burst out. He grabbed the axe with a solidified flame in his hand. Bang! The light of the axe chopped on the palm print of the universe, and the terrifying flame splashed. King Chen's face condensed, and he felt a sharp pain in his palm. The anger in his body was even more surging. Crack! With a clenched palm, the axe burned, and Chu Mang's arm was also solidified, turning into magma flames. Chu Mang was instantly freed and his body exploded backwards, but how could King Chen give him a chance? A beam of light slashed past, and Chu Mang let out a low roar, blood splattered from his chest, and he looked extremely miserable. Direction, I don't want your ancient luck. King Chen shouted coldly, and slapped his palm out. With a loud bang, Chu Mang's blood gushed out, and a palm print of fire hit his chest. His body directly hit the ground, and a palm print of fire was branded on his chest, burning his body. Chu Mang. Jiutian's face was ugly, and she ran to Chu Mang's side, but she saw King Chen's body floating in the air, overlooking Chu Mang, and said coldly, your friend Qin Wentian has angered me, and now he's hiding and dare not see me. He thinks he can escape like this, and he will pay the price. Even if I want your ancient luck, I will kill you first. Chu Mang's face was cold, and he stood up. The axe appeared again, and the star soul exploded. It is better to fight to the death than to die in humiliation. The wind flickered, Chu Mang rushed towards King Chen in the void, and swung an axe again. A brilliant axe light appeared in the void, destroying everything. Is it useful? King Chen shouted angrily, and his palm was printed towards the void. There, the palm print of the sun appeared, blocking the axe light. His figure walked forward, and once again blasted out a terrible palm force, hitting Chu Mang, and once again knocked Chu Mang to the ground. King Chen was powerful and unstoppable. People outside sighed in their hearts when they saw this scene. King Chen was still King Chen, and no one could stop him. I just don't know how Qin Wentian injured him. Qin Wentian injured King Chen, and he also paid a great price, and King Chen also underestimated the enemy. At this time, Chu Mang's breath was floating all over his body, and blood kept flowing out. Jiutian saw this scene, her face was pale, and she looked up at King Chen, only to see King Chen's expression was indifferent, murderous, and walked towards Chu Mang. King Chen's target was Qin Wentian. If he captured Chu Mang would die. Thinking of this, Jiutian's heart hardened, and the Suzaku behind her instantly pounced out, violently attacking Chu Mang's Suzaku. What are you doing? Chu Mang stared at Jiutian, but his weak Suzaku ancient luck also weakened, and in an instant Suzaku ancient luck was swallowed up. You are so presumptuous. King Chen shouted angrily, but saw Chu Mang's figure disappear on the spot. Jiutian turned around and looked at King Chen calmly. She did not regret making this decision. Chapter 367 Where does the courage come from? When King Chen saw Jiutian swallowing Chu Mang's Suzaku ancient luck, he felt something was wrong, but it was too late to stop him. At this moment, he stared at Jiutian, and his palm hit violently. With a loud bang, Jiutian's body was knocked away, blood-stained, and his clothes were slightly torn, revealing his white skin. Are you looking for death? King Chen's voice was cold. He didn't expect Jiutian to dare to stop him from doing things. King Chen, there is no who will take you this term. You are at least the highest-ranked person on the destiny list. Don't you think it's a loss of status to threaten Qin Wentian with such means? Jiutian looked at King Chen and said coldly. I want to kill him, regardless of the means. In the battle for the destiny list, no matter who stops him, he will definitely die. King Chen's voice was cold and decisive. He suffered a loss at the hands of Qin Wentian twice, so how could he let it go? Qin Wentian took refuge in the cave to carve the 4th-level divine pattern. It was unwise for him to enter it. Therefore, he wanted to capture Chu Meng or Fan Li and others. For him, this was just a means. If you dare to stop me, then you will have to pay the price. Chen Wang's voice was cold, and then he looked at the Demon King and said, "Her ancient luck belongs to you, but you need to do one thing for me. From now on, if I meet you again, I will never make it difficult." The Demon King looked at Chen Wang with a slightly demonic light in his eyes. Okay. The Demon King nodded slightly and agreed to Chen Wang. Chen Wang told him the location of Qin Wentian, and then gave him an instruction. After that, his body soared into the sky and left again. He still needed to find Fan Li or Yan Kuangshen. Qin Wentian and Zhuan Yan were not familiar with each other. Chen Wang was not sure that Zhuan Yan could force Qin Wentian to come out in his hands. He left this matter to the Demon King. He believed that since the Demon King agreed, he would never dare to disobey him, otherwise if they met in the future, he would make the Demon King die very ugly. This is the power brought by strong strength. Even a powerful Demon King has to do things for him. Of course, the Demon King agreed to Chen Wang for his own purpose. After King Chen left, the Demon King looked over, staring at Zhuan Yan, scanning her seductive skin, and walked towards Zhuan Yan step by step. The coldness on Zhuan Yan's body was released, but the Demon King said contemptuously, "The women of Zhuan Palace are pure and innocent, just suitable for people from my Xian'ai sect. If I play with them, it will be very exciting. If you dare to resist, I don't mind training you." You. Zhuan Yan's face was pale, pointing at the Demon King, and the Demon King's expression became colder and colder. "If you obey and cooperate, I cannot touch you." After that, he walked to Zhuan Yan's side. Zhuan Yan's body trembled slightly. The Demon King's palm power was directly printed on her body, and then he hugged her body and flew into the sky and left this place. Outside, the people of Zhuan Palace looked indifferent. Zhuan Yan, a proud figure of Zhuan Palace, was humiliated like this, which was unbearable. This girl is too naughty. The woman in front of Zhuan Xin was slightly dissatisfied with Zhuan Yan. She actually ruined herself for Chu Meng. Senior sister Zhuan Yan is too reckless. Doesn't she know that she represents the dignity of Zhuanyu Temple? Li Xiaoyu echoed. It was brother Chu Meng who helped senior sister Zhuan Yan. Senior sister is grateful for doing this. What's wrong with that? Zhuan Xin defended Zhuan Yan, but heard the woman in front of him shouting, "Shut up." Zhuan Xin curled her lips and said nothing. At this time, Chu Meng was stripped out of the Suzaku formation by the power of space. At this time, he stood in the crowd, and the people around him made room for him. This Chu Meng should have comprehended the second level of martial arts will. With a big axe, he could fight the Demon King. He definitely had a chance to impact the top 15 seats on the destiny list, but he was eliminated by King Chen. However, Chu Meng finally proved himself. Although he was not able to be on that gorgeous stage, Qinshan Pavilion would give him a good place when it made the list. Chu Meng didn't care about these at all. He looked at the scene in the Suzaku formation and showed an angry look. "King Chen, Demon King." Chu Meng roared in a low voice. He was unwilling and in pain. Seeing Zhuan Yan being subdued, he felt very uncomfortable and wanted to rush in to fight the Demon King again. Qin Wentian was still practicing in the cave. Although he was angry and wanted to rush out immediately to kill the 3 people from the outside world, he still endured. Because the demon's martial arts will had transformed, after he became a demon again, he felt the throbbing of his blood. It was as if there was a giant demon from the ancient times locked in his body, wanting to rush out and roar, but he still felt bound. However, Qin Wentian also clearly felt the further growth of the power of his blood. When the demon god transformation and the demon's martial arts will broke out at the same time, the energy contained in his blood could be stimulated more strongly and rushed into every part of his body. It's still a little short. Qin Wentian felt that his blood had taken off the shackles, but it seemed that there was an invisible force that prevented the violent ancient demon blood from bursting out its energy, always hindering it and unable to break. Perhaps, he is still a breath away. I believe that as he becomes stronger, it will come naturally. Yang Fan, Hu Feng, and Situ Po are still outside, gradually getting impatient. This Qin Wentian is really patient. No matter how he is insulted, he can hold back and not come out. But this guy is smart. If the 3 of them are outside, Qin Wentian will be in danger of death if he comes out. Of course, he hides inside. As for ancient luck, Yang Fan and the other 2 don't have much thought. It is unrealistic for them to seize too much ancient luck. Now they have a little understanding of the strength of the strong people participating in this destiny list. Now, Yang Fan and Situpo have set their goal to the top 10. As long as they can rush into the top 10, it will be very good. As for Huo Feng, he has no idea. He just wants to kill Qin Wentian now to vent the resentment in his heart. Qin Wentian, do you really intend to wait until your friend dies in front of you before you come out? Huo Feng said coldly, and walked to the front of the cave again, and said in a low voice, once King Chen appears again, I will tell him about the relationship between you and Mo King Chen. I will definitely tell him about the relationship between you and Mo King Chen. Isn't that woman very holy? Then, if King Chen does something out of the ordinary to insult her in public, what do you think of the outside world? Boom. A terrifying demonic aura spread out, and Huo Feng's body exploded backwards, but there was a triumphant smile in his eyes. Every time he talked about Mo King Chen, Qin Wentian would lose his balance and couldn't practice at ease. This was the rule he mastered. Then, he planned to use more vicious words to humiliate Mo King Chen and see how long he could endure. But at this moment, two figures floated in the void. It was the Demon King who captured Jiutian. Yang Fan and the other two looked puzzled, but the Demon King glanced at them and said coldly, King Chen asked me to capture this woman. He originally intended to bring Chu Mang here, but for Chu Mang, this woman did not hesitate to offend King Chen and swallowed Chu Mang's Suzaku ancient luck, which saved Chu Mang. Her relationship with Chu Mang should be unusual. Now Chu Mang is outside watching everything here. I see. Huo Feng glanced at Jiutian, smiled and said, Jiutian, the pride of Zuan Palace, is as pure as ice and jade. Wow, her snow-white skin is exposed, so beautiful. Jiutian, are you and Chu Mang in love, or are you a virgin? Huo Feng, you are shameless. Jiutian couldn't help but scolded coldly when she saw Huo Feng's wanton eyes. Shameless. A cold light flashed across Huo Feng's face, I will be even more shameless. This Qin Wentian dare not come out no matter what. Any woman who insults him will be turned into a grandson. I wonder if I take off your clothes and let everyone admire them together, I can make him come out and admire them together. As Huo Feng finished speaking, a terrible demonic aura madly spread out from the cave, like a gust of demonic wind, blowing on them, making them feel a little chilly, as if a little cold. Da, da, da. Light footsteps came from the cave, and their eyes suddenly turned and stared at the cave. Finally, can't help it? Huo Feng's smile was thick, and he said coldly, it seems that sometimes, a little trick is still needed. Yang Fan, who was sitting there, opened his eyes and stared at the cave. A cold light flashed in Situpo's eyes. The grudge between him and Qin Wentian must be settled after all. Qin Wentian must die. A figure appeared outside the cave. The crowd saw that his body seemed to have changed. He was taller and more demonic. His eyes made people feel terrible. He stood there, like a demon monarch. Even the people of the heavenly demon sect had never been so demonic. Qin Wentian looked at Huo Feng. He seemed very calm, but if you understand his inner thoughts, you will understand that such calmness is the result of extreme anger, and the suppressed anger may burst out at any time. Qin Wentian, I need your cultivation method, otherwise, I will follow Huo Feng's words and strip the clothes on this woman one by one. The Demon King stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly. He agreed to come here with another purpose, which was for Qin Wentian's cultivation method. The heavenly demon sect had long received the news that Qin Wentian practiced a very powerful demon cultivation method, which must be very suitable for their heavenly demon sect. Therefore, when the Demon King saw Qin Wentian participating in the destiny list, he hoped that he would not be eliminated so early. Because, he wanted the cultivation method. Qin Wentian glanced at the Demon King, just one glance, and the Demon King felt cold all over. Then, Qin Wentian continued to look at Huo Feng and finally spoke. You seem to have forgotten how Huo Xiaoyan died. You will die more miserably than him. Qin Wentian stared at Huo Feng, and then walked forward without looking at the others. Huo Feng and others stared at Qin Wentian. Where did his confidence come from? The aura of Huo Feng was roaring, and the dazzling star soul released a brilliant light. This person has entered the 8th level of Yuan Fu. It seems that if you want to kill him, you have to be careful and cautious, so as not to capsize in the gutter. Yang Fan and Situpo did not seem to have any intention of taking action. They were waiting. They wanted to see how strong Qin Wentian was now. As for Huo Feng, does he have anything to do with them? Suddenly, there seemed to be a brilliant light bursting out from the center of Qin Wentian's eyebrows. Hu Feng felt a pain in his head, as if a terrifying giant monster had landed directly on his head, causing him to show a painful expression, and instantly his whole body was permeated with cold sweat. Bang! A huge force of nothingness directly shook his body. Hu Feng roared, waved his palm, and pushed forward. The terrible power in the void gathered and turned into a terrifying black palm print. Qin Wentian's palm reached out, like a huge ancient demon's palm print. With a loud bang, the black palm print disappeared, and the palm grabbed from the sky. Hu Feng's face was pale, and he raised his hand to resist with a roar. However, when the ancient demon's palm print fell, it seemed that there were endless ancient demon beasts roaring. With a loud bang, Hu Feng's body was shaken and fell, and a terrifying palm print pressed on him. Looking up, Hu Feng saw Qin Wentian walking in front of him, overlooking him. Where does a useless person like you get the courage? Qin Wentian looked down at Hu Feng like a demon monarch. With a grab, a scream came out, and one of Hu Feng's arms was forcibly grabbed off, and blood flew out, causing the hearts of many people outside to beat violently, but they felt excited instead, as if their blood was burning. Qin Wentian, wearing a platinum battle robe, is he going to explode? This kind of plot is what they want to see. Chapter 368 Absolute Crushing. After the battle between Qin Wentian and King Chen, he was blocked in the cave and dared not to appear again. Now, he finally appeared again after being suppressed, and his strength has indeed become stronger. He should have broken through the realm and entered the 8th level of Yuan Fu. Otherwise, Hu Feng could not have been able to withstand even one blow. After all, Hu Feng was also a strong man on the destiny list. To be able to reach this level means that he is a top figure in the Yuan Fu level, but even so, he could not withstand the power of a palm. It can be seen that Qin Wentian, who is invincible in the same realm, has a terrifying ability to fight across levels. He can injure King Chen at the 7th level of Yuan Fu. Now he walks out of the cave to vent his flames of hatred. I don't know what Hu Feng said to Qin Wentian when he was outside the cave, which made Qin Wentian so angry. One of his arms was torn apart by Qin Wentian. This is clearly a massacre. Qin Wentian's palm was like a demon's arm. He stared at Hu Feng. The other party turned his body and faced him, his feet staring at the ground, his body leaning forward. At this time, he looked at Qin Wentian with a strong sense of fear. The Demon King, Yang Fan, Sitopo and others beside him were also shocked. They could clearly feel the anger burning in Qin Wentian. I am a member of the Hu family. Hu Feng stared at Qin Wentian. Now he was so pitiful that he could only threaten Qin Wentian with the Hu family. Qin Wentian's palm grabbed his other arm. His eyes were extremely strange and cold. No. Hu Feng shook his head frantically. With a sneer, a scream accompanied by a stream of blood, Hu Feng's other arm was torn off. He was twitching with pain, but he felt extremely desperate in his heart. This is the price you pay for saying those words. Qin Wentian's palm fell, and under Hu Feng's desperate eyes, it hid his face. Hu Feng's head exploded and died without a complete body. Qin Wentian's reverse scales could not be touched. Ever since Hu Feng insulted Mo King Chang for the first time, Qin Wentian had already treated him as a dead man. However, the flame of killing had not completely erupted until this moment. Kill him. He actually killed Hu Feng. The crowd was extremely shocked. The people of the Hu family were even more livid. Hu Feng was considered a genius of their Hu family, but he was killed without any resistance. Moreover, he was killed cruelly. The ancient luck of the Suzaku behind Hu Feng was swallowed by Qin Wentian's purgatory Suzaku. Yang Fan, Sitopo and others stared at Qin Wentian, and their bodies leaned towards the direction of the Demon King. At this moment, Qin Wentian gave them a strong sense of threat. If one person could not deal with him, they planned to join forces. Otherwise, if they were defeated, they were afraid that the angry Qin Wentian would kill them like he killed Hu Feng. The Demon King's eyes were also slightly solemn. He did not expect that someone in the 8th level of the Jiutian mansion would give him such a strong pressure. At this time, Qin Wentian's body was horrible and his life breath was terrifying. He was more frightening than a real monster. He had the fighting talent of a human, but also the attack and defense of a monster and huge vitality. Such a perfect fusion was terrifying. Qin Wentian glanced at the three people, and a star soul appeared above his head, the star soul of a monster. A dragon head, a lion body, a snake tail, the wings of a roc, the scales of a black tortoise, and the claws of a unicorn. Emperor Star Soul. The Demon King of the Heavenly Demon Sect knew how well the star souls of monsters were, and he knew the battle beast list like the back of his hand. He could tell at a glance that this star soul was the Emperor Star Soul, ranked first in the battle beast list, which contained terrifying demon energy and also had the ability to summon. The terrifying starlight rushed straight into the sky. The vermilion bird formation would not block the starlight, otherwise it would balance the power of the star soul of the person fighting. The starlight above the Emperor Demon Star Soul became brighter and brighter, and the strange starlight in the void fell down, and then it seemed as if a demon star fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the earth shook, and a terrifying ancient ape appeared beside Qin Wentian, with a golden body and a terrifying golden light flowing all over his body. Golden Ancient Ape, ranked third in the battle beast list, with infinite strength and unparalleled defense. The Demon King stared at the summoned demon beast, and his face gradually became ugly. This summoned Golden Ancient Ape was filled with the aura of the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Mansion. This was a cross-border summon. At this time, a blood-colored light emerged, and a terrifying blood-colored demon beast was suspended in the air, and his cold eyes swept across everyone. Red Blood Lightning Eagle, ranked 5th in the battle beast list. The Demon King's face was ashen. The Red Blood Lightning Eagle also had the aura of the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Mansion, a peak demon beast of the 9th level. This is not over yet. One demon beast after another fell from the sky, and it was dazzling. Green-faced Dragon King. Silver-armored Bear King. Silver Pen. 5 terrifying monsters appeared around Qin Wentian's body. In an instant, a terrifying demonic aura enveloped the void. Yang Fan and Situpo's hearts began to waver. These 5 monsters were all at the peak of the Yuan Mansion. The terrifying demonic aura on their bodies was equivalent to 5 beings of their level. What a terrifying lineup! With a sharp cry, the Red Blood Lightning Eagle roared out like lightning and headed towards Situpo. The Red Blood Lightning Eagle was good at speed and lightning. The blood-colored light shone, and only a blood-colored light remained. Situpo's star soul bloomed, and he was instantly covered with the Star Rock Guardian armor. The Jiutian sword appeared, and he slashed out without hesitation. Bang! The lightning-fast Red Blood Lightning Eagle collided with Situpo in an instant. The huge force shook Situpo back. Another bloodlight appeared, and its figure was almost invisible. At the same moment, the Silver Peng roared and pounced on Situpo. The 2 monsters with lightning speed instantly put Situpo in danger. Boom! With a loud noise, Situpo's body was shaken away. The Star Rock Guardian armor on his body shattered, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. How could it be so strong? A summoning monster not only has its own abilities, but also has the martial arts willpower of the master who summoned it. The Golden Ancient Ape walked towards Yang Fan, and the green-faced Dragon King and the silver-armored Bear King pounced on the Demon King. Qin Wentian, however, stood there, just watching all this happen, controlling the 5 monsters with a strong will. Yang Fan's star soul exploded, and the star-picking palm print was more terrifying than before. The second level of martial arts will that had been hidden for a long time finally broke out at this moment, colliding with a Golden Ancient Ape ranked 3rd in the battle beast list, picking stars with one palm, with infinite power. The Golden Ancient Ape roared wildly, and the large palm print cast by gold directly smashed out. The star-picking palm print was actually broken, and the terrifying power shook Yang Fan's body away. How can it be so strong? People outside were deeply shocked by this scene. Qin Wentian summoned the star beasts with the Emperor Demon Star Soul, ranked 1st in the battle beast list. Each battle beast seemed to contain a monstrous demonic energy in him. The Golden Ancient Ape directly shook Yang Fan away. With such combat power, how many places can Qin Wentian rank on the destiny list? At this moment, no one guessed the top 100 or the top 36. They had directly crossed Qin Wentian's strength and classified it into a terrifying existence capable of competing for the top 10. He will fight shoulder to shoulder with the most promising group of people to compete for the most dazzling positions. The most shocked person was undoubtedly the Demon King. He had also wanted to communicate and summon the martial stars, but finding the summoning stars required extremely strong perception. He knew very well that summoning this kind of star soul was extremely abnormal. The stronger the summoner, the more terrifying the summoned star beasts would be. Qin Wentian had such a terrifying demonic aura, he was too suitable to summon star beasts. Every star beast seemed to have inherited his terrifying demonic aura. Aren't you afraid that I will attack her? The Demon King captured Zhuan Yan and stared at Qin Wentian and asked. Qin Wentian's body was seen floating slowly in the air, and his demonic eyes swept over him, and he said coldly, "Let her go." and then go away. I don't pursue your business." The Demon King stared at Qin Wentian floating in the void. The demon-like young man was looking down at him with an extremely strong attitude, as if he could kill him as long as he wanted. This feeling was very uncomfortable, but the Demon King saw the power of the 5 war beasts and felt that Qin Wentian already had such a terrible ability. If he really attacked Jiutian, he and Qin Wentian would probably have a deadly feud. Staring at Qin Wentian for a long time, the Demon King was shaken in his heart. The demon-like figure made him deeply afraid. Letting go of Jiutian's hand, the Demon King's figure flashed and he actually left directly with a whistle, which shocked everyone outside. The Demon King retreated without a fight, and let Jiutian go. They couldn't directly feel Qin Wentian's breath, but the Demon King felt that he did this. What did it mean? Jiutian was also deeply shocked. Qin Wentian let the Demon King release her with just one sentence. How strong was the demon figure in front of him at this moment? The other 2 demon beasts went to attack Yang Fan and Situpo. Yang Fan's attack power was not even as good as that of a golden ancient ape. How could he withstand the attack? At this moment, he wanted to escape, but found that he had lost a chance. As for Situpo, he was even worse. The Star Rock Guardian armor had been broken long ago. The Red Blood Lightning Eagle and Silver Peng seemed to be teasing him. His body was stained with blood. Qin Wentian, from the first moment he walked out of the cave, he only attacked Hua Feng. Yang Fan in front of him, when he was in Wangzhou City, had looked down on him arrogantly. Situpo, in the Wuxiang realm, was extremely strong in front of him. Until after the Xianbei Ancient Road, Situ was defeated, but he still wanted to kill him. But now, Qin Wentian didn't even need to do it himself to make them very miserable. "Qin Wentian, do you dare to fight head-on?" Situpo roared. As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Blood Lightning Eagle and the Silver Peng floated around him. Qin Wentian walked forward and stared at his figure. Looking into Qin Wentian's eyes, Situpo actually felt a little fear at this moment. Taking a step forward, Qin Wentian stepped towards Situpo. The aura on Situpo's body burst out crazily. 3 star souls emerged at the same time, adding attack. The extremely terrifying life-destroying sword power emerged around him, as if to destroy everything. However, Qin Wentian stabbed out with one finger, a casual finger, but it seemed to break everything. The endless life-destroying sword power was penetrated. Situpo roared and slashed out the life-destroying sword light, but he could not stop the power of that finger. Puff! With a light sound, Qin Wentian's finger directly pierced through Situpo's eyebrows, as if it appeared out of thin air, like a dream. The sword energy around Situpo was still whistling, but his eyes gradually became dull. Did he, Situpo, die just like that? He wanted to fight, but found that Qin Wentian's finger was enough to kill him. P.S. Wuhan asks for a few monthly tickets. Brothers who have monthly tickets, please vote. Thank you all. Chapter 369 I Want Ancient Luck. Situpo, the prodigy of the Jiutian sword sect, fell under the finger of Qin Wentian. Poor Situpo was gifted and had obtained the 36th and 3rd cultivation right in the Wuxiang realm. Moreover, he had just entered the 9th level of the Yuanfu realm. If he was given time, he could become stronger. Unfortunately, Situpo met Qin Wentian, who was even more evil than him. On that day in the Wuxiang realm, Qin Wentian had a conflict with Yu Bingying of the Kangwang Palace. Situpo learned about it. He was so proud in front of Qin Wentian, and he could have completely crushed Qin Wentian at that time. However, the life and death battle in the Wuxiang realm was interrupted by the old man of the Wuxiang realm, who asked them to fight on the Xianbei Ancient Road. On the Xianbei Ancient Road, Situpo was defeated by Qin Wentian and was expelled from the Wuxiang realm. For this reason, Situpo had the intention to kill Qin Wentian in his heart, but today, he has ruined his own life. Although the battle for the destiny ranking was extremely cruel, generally speaking, everyone came from various forces and would not do anything too extreme, and would spare someone's life. However, Chen Wang, Situpo, Yang Fan, Hua Feng and others bullied Qin Wentian too much. They wanted to force Qin Wentian to death, and tried every means to make him walk out of the cave to die, and even insulted and angered him with all kinds of vicious words. Qin Wentian's murderous thoughts can be imagined. He finally walked out, but he did not die after he came out. He first tortured and killed Hua Feng, and then, with a word, he made the Demon King let go of Jiutian and retreat, and then he killed Situpo with force. These scenes deeply shocked the outside world. Qin Wentian's rise was too fast. Since the first round of the battle for the destiny ranking, he has been showing his edge, but because of his low realm, he has never been favored by others. But now, Qin Wentian has gradually made people ignore his realm. The 4 strong men on the destiny ranking died or fled in front of him. What could be more convincing than the scene in front of him? The star beasts he summoned were enough to sweep away all the beings on the destiny list. Outside, among the crowd of Kangwang Palace, Yu Bingying's face was as pale as paper. Situpo was dead. She would never forget why Situpo had a grudge against Qin Wentian. It was all because of her. She was proud and arrogant. She asked Qin Wentian to see her. For this reason, Lin Haoshan and others forcibly interrupted Qin Wentian's practice, and thus had a grudge against Qin Wentian. This was originally a small matter, but it gradually evolved. Until Situpo died, she was really panicked and scared. Although Qin Wentian might not remember her existence, Situpo was the man she had placed high hopes on, and he fell just like that. The people from the Jiutian sword sect, the Hui family, and the Haixing mansion all had ugly expressions, which made everyone understand that this time Qin Wentian had offended all those big forces. Although the younger generation's battle depends entirely on their own strength, in such an occasion, Qin Wentian killed those people with great force. These big forces would not send strong men to kill Qin Wentian in revenge, but they would never give up. They would probably not let Qin Wentian be safe and sound. Qin Wentian naturally understood, but when the other party forced him so hard, could he still endure it? Or, would his concession make those people stop making things difficult for him? Qin Wentian looked at the last person, Yang Fan, who had never taken him seriously in Wangzhou City. I'll give you my ancient luck. Yang Fan looked pale. Now that 5 violent Star War beasts were surrounding him, Yang Fan felt a ray of despair. In such a situation, he couldn't escape. Too late. Qin Wentian spoke calmly. The golden ancient ape trampled the ground and roared with a terrifying golden palm print. The red-blooded electric eagle was like blood-red lightning, and its sharp wings cut towards Yang Fan. The silver-armored bear king roared and rushed out. Let alone Yang Fan, even those watching from the outside world felt a sense of fear. Now Yang Fan had no way to the sky or the earth. Qin Wentian's body was suspended in the void. His strange eyes watched Yang Fan being swallowed up bit by bit. With a scream, Yang Fan was quickly beaten into a corpse. Although he was a genius in the star-picking mansion of Wangzhou City, he was still just an ordinary corpse when he died. The purgatory vermilion bird above Qin Wentian swooped down and swallowed up the opponent's ancient luck. At this moment, the third vertical line of light was almost condensed above Qin Wentian's head, which meant that his Suzaku ancient luck was the result of eliminating more than 20 people. Although not all of these people were eliminated by him, some were defeated by Yang Fan, and some were eliminated by Situpo, but in the end, they all gathered above his head. Looking up, Qin Wentian looked into the distance. King Chen. Qin Wentian murmured, and the demonic light in his eyes passed through the sky and earth, with an indomitable sharpness. Since you want to be the first on the destiny list so much, then I will compete with you. As the voice fell, the wind whistled, and the iron-armored bear king rushed onto the back of the red-blood lightning eagle, and then roared away. The green-faced dragon king stepped on the back of the silver pang, and the silver light passed through the sky. The golden ancient ape trampled on the ground, and every step he took seemed to cross an infinite distance, and disappeared from Qin Wentian's side in the blink of an eye. 5 Star War beasts radiated in 3 different directions. Qin Wentian took a step forward and roared forward. A terrible demonic wind blew between the heaven and earth. Jiutian raised her head and looked at Qin Wentian's disappearing figure. She felt her heart was surging violently. She exhaled a long breath of turbid air and showed a bitter smile on her face. Qin Wentian and his people grew too fast, so fast that Jiutian felt that she was mediocre. In the Suzaku formation, the competition for ancient luck became more and more intense, and the strong people left behind became stronger and stronger. However, as the number of people in the Suzaku formation decreased, the chances of meeting each other became less and less. At this moment, Long Cheng was walking on a flat ground, and his perception was spreading. Although he was ranked 20th on the destiny list, he was still very cautious. This time, the competition for the destiny list made him feel extremely uneasy. Many outstanding people emerged. He witnessed a beautiful woman defeating a person who was ranked ahead of him not long ago. At this moment, Long Cheng frowned slightly. What happened? Why did he feel that the earth was shaking? Moreover, the tremor became more and more intense, causing Long Cheng's expression to gradually change. He looked in a certain direction, and then he saw a terrifying monster made of gold running towards him with huge steps, and every step he took made the earth tremble. Is this the golden ancient ape? Long Cheng trembled in his heart. How could there be a monster? Why did a monster without ancient luck appear in this Suzaku formation? What was going on? The golden ancient ape ran straight towards him. In just a few steps, it rushed in front of him. With a roar, its palm shook down like an ancient golden mountain and slapped it. The terrifying power made people feel suffocated. That power was so powerful that it was terrifying. The third-ranked war beast in the war beast list, its attack and defense capabilities were almost perfect, and its strength was infinite. In addition, it had the will of the master who summoned it, the will of power and the will of the monster. How terrible would the golden ancient ape be? With a slap, it was as if the sky was about to collapse. Long Cheng gathered all his strength and attacked, but was slapped directly on the ground by a slap. This was an absolute crushing of power. The golden ape grasped Long Cheng in the palm of his left hand, and then continued to run forward. Evil beast, let me go. Long Cheng was held in the palm of his hand and roared angrily. When had he ever been so aggrieved? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the golden ape's giant palm exert a little force, and Long Cheng screamed immediately, and dared not roar again. His face was ashen, and he stared at the golden ape angrily. This beast, how unreasonable, how unreasonable. Where on earth did this monster come from? Long Cheng felt extremely aggrieved. Not long after, the golden ape and Long Cheng found another person, Ningming. This person ranked more than 30 in the destiny list and was also a very powerful person, but in front of the golden ape, he did not have much resistance. If he did not control the second level of martial arts will, he would not be able to fight the golden ape at all. The ending was no surprise. Ningming's fate was the same as Long Cheng's. The two were held together, their bodies pressed against each other, and their faces were bleeding. Surprisingly, he was insulted by a beast. In a blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and it became increasingly difficult to compete for the ancient luck, but the extreme scene became more obvious. The strongest group of people became more and more terrifying, and more ancient luck gathered. Chen Wang, Shi Potion and others, the Suzaku above them seemed to be condensed into a real Suzaku, with flames lingering around their bodies, which was extremely terrifying. Zhan Chen, Wang Kang, Wang Ju, Yan Cheng and others were still very strong. Si Kaiong, Qin Zheng, Leng Hong, Hua Shaoqing, Yun Mengai and others still showed their dark horse posture and kept moving forward. It seemed that no one could stop them. However, in recent days, the person who has attracted the most attention is not Chen Wang, Shi Potion, or the dark horse Si Kaiong, but the person who cannot be ignored, Qin Wentian. In the Suzaku formation, a very shocking scene happened at this moment. The golden ancient ape, the blood-red lightning eagle, the silver rock, 5-star war beasts rushed in the same direction. In the palm of the golden ancient ape, there were several figures. On the claws of the blood-red lightning eagle and the green-faced dragon king, there were also human figures. Those people roared in anger and unwillingness, but it was useless. These monsters did not kill them, but just captured them and ran in the same direction. In the end, these monsters gathered in the same place, under a huge rock on a mountain. On the boulder, those people raised their heads and were deeply shocked. There was actually a figure wearing a platinum battle robe, Qin Wentian. This young man who was once the 7th level of the Yuanfu realm, but robbed many people of their edge, now stood on the boulder, extremely strange, like a monarch, overlooking the world. His temperament was terrifying. And they also found that there were not only monsters that captured them, but also other monsters. These monsters came here to pay homage to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was like their king. It turned out that these war beasts were actually controlled by Qin Wentian. I want ancient luck. Qin Wentian looked at the sky below with strange eyes, and then the purgatory vermilion bird pounced out and devoured the ancient luck. Those people felt extremely aggrieved, but helpless. This scene had a huge impact on their hearts. Even many years later, they could not forget that the legendary figure of Daksha, he, stood on the boulder during the battle for the Fate List many years ago, overlooking them like a king and taking away their ancient luck. P.S. Wuhan looked strange, sitting in front of the computer, and shouted, "I want recommendation tickets and monthly tickets." Chapter 370, Changes in the Destiny Ranking. The scene in the Vermilion Bird formation also shocked people outside. The figure on the mountain boulder overlooked many powerful people, summoning war beasts to seize ancient luck and gather them on his body. Who else has such a spirit? On the Void Corridor, people from the major Overlord-level forces carefully examine Qin Wentian. So far, this boy's dazzling performance is not inferior to Chen Wangshi Potion and others. He has a strange look and is shrouded in demonic aura. Old man Xianqi looked at Qin Wentian with a sharp look. He peeked into the fortune of Daxia and saw that a demon star has risen in recent years, becoming brighter and brighter. Now, it has come to Qin's house city, the ancient capital of Daxia, and even came here to participate in the competition for the destiny list. He has been paying attention to who might be this demon star. At this moment, it seems that Qin Wentian is the most suitable person. Is he the demon star who can change the fortune of Daxia with demonic aura all over his body? At this moment, the summoned war beast in front of Qin Wentian roared towards all directions again, as if the power of the stars had not been exhausted, and Qin Wentian himself sat cross-legged on the boulder, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. He seized the ancient luck and did not forget to practice. The battle in the Suzaku formation became more and more intense, but the number of collisions gradually decreased. Until there were less than 360 people, the crowd realized that this time the battle for the Great Xia Fate list was different from the past. Sure enough, the Great Xia fortune is changing. Old man Xianqi sighed in a low voice, causing the eyes of the people around him to condense. It really changed. This time, how many people will the Suzaku formation select? Next to him, a strong man from the Jiutian family spoke calmly. If the Great Xia fortune changes and the number of people selected by the Suzaku formation decreases, then this means that the ancient luck gathered by the remaining people will be stronger. The more people will be eliminated in the end, and the ancient luck that has been seized will be gathered on the last batch of people, and an unprecedented situation will occur. Look there, King Chen, he actually used his ancient luck to break open a piece of land, and there was magma fire erupting, and the sky was dyed red. At this time, the crowd's eyes were focused on a certain location, where King Chen was. They saw that the land below him was broken open, and magma fire was gushing out, as if a volcano had erupted. There was even a staircase leading to the underground magma. King Chen's eyes were sharp and excited. While he was seizing the ancient luck, he was looking for Fan Li or Yang Kuangshen, but he didn't find them. The ancient luck gathered more and more until he broke open a piece of land. He stepped out and walked down the stairs leading to the underground magma step by step. King Chen's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. There was magma fire under the broken land, but what was inside, I'm afraid only King Chen knew. The people of the Great Sun Chen family showed excitement on their faces. As expected of King Chen of the Great Sun, his ancient luck appeared. As time passed, fewer and fewer people could still stay in the Suzaku formation, and the fighting power of those who could stay was becoming stronger and stronger. Yan Kuangshen, he also comprehended the second realm of martial arts will, and became an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yang Zhen. This scene made the people of the Yang family very happy. Although Duan Qingshen's death made them quite depressed, Yang Kuangshen's status in the Yang family was more noble. He was originally a direct descendant of the head of the family. Now, he has successfully surpassed Duan Qingshen and replaced his position as a genius. Yang Kuangshen's status will become higher and higher. When Yang Ting saw this scene, her face was pale. What happened in these scenes was like a dream. Qin Wentian, the enemy who killed Duan Qingshen, was getting stronger and stronger. Now, Yang Kuangshen had also reached this point. This made Yang Ting understand that her idea of using the Yang family to avenge Duan Qingshen was completely hopeless. With Yang Kuangshen's current status, how could she still have a say and touch Yang Kuangshen's friends? Now, she only hoped that Qin Wentian would die in the battle for the destiny ranking, in the hands of King Chen. Shi Potion has also found his ancient luck. He used the ancient luck of the vermilion bird to open a mountain passage and stepped into it. The crowd saw the scene in the vermilion bird formation again, and their hearts trembled again. What will happen in the vermilion bird formation in this battle for the destiny ranking? Si Kaiong, like King Chen and Shi Potion, is the third one to find his ancient luck. It seems that as long as enough ancient luck of the vermilion bird is gathered, the spirit of the vermilion bird that is born will lead them to find their ancient luck. There are fewer and fewer people in the formation, and there are even less than 100 people. The ancient luck of the remaining people is getting more and more terrifying. The vermilion bird behind them seems to come alive. Those who were eliminated saw the situation inside, and their faces froze. They all realized that this battle for the destiny ranking was extraordinary. They secretly said it was a pity that they did not seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen is really strong. He has always kept a low profile. Now, he has found his ancient luck. The crowd was shocked to see the ancient luck appear again. How come so many ancient lucks appear this time? This is something that has never happened before. It happened in this battle for the destiny list. After that, it was Wang Kang and Qin Zhen. Then, it was Yu Mengai and Mu Feng. The dark horse status of Si Kaiong, Qin Zheng, and Yu Mengai was undoubted. 8 people have found ancient luck. From now on, it seems that we can also glimpse the strength of these people. These 8 people are likely to be the strongest group of people. Of course, there are several variables. Qin Wentian, Wang Ju, Hua Shaoqing, and Yam Cheng will be variables. This group of people should compete for the top 10 seats in this destiny list. The Demon King retreated without a fight when facing Qin Wentian, so he should have been eliminated from the top 10 seats. He is not qualified to enter that position. At this moment, Qin Wentian has also gathered a lot of ancient luck. Under the sweep of the Star War Beast, the figure of the Suzaku floating behind him has been completely solidified. There are 9 vertical lines on the forehead. How terrible it is. Even this purgatory Suzaku has the aura of the terrifying 9th level of the Yuan Fu. He faintly feels that his ancient luck has been saturated, and there is no need to take ancient luck anymore. His eyes are still closed, sinking into sleep. This time, he has been sleeping for a long time. In his sleep, he seems to be able to see many scenes. He feels his dreams seriously. In the past, I met a middle-aged man in Kingshan by chance. I can have a big dream. There is life in the dream, as if it is real. Who knows whether it is a dream or awake? The distance between heaven and earth is a dream, the real and the fake are a dream, the true and the false are a dream. The breeze brushed Qin Wentian's clothes and brushed through his dream, making him feel a ray of coolness. The Star War Beast squatted under the boulder, and at his feet, it lay quietly there. As long as the power of the stars is not exhausted, the summoned Star War Beast will not disappear. At the beginning, when Xianyang City was in danger, Heibo gave him an object, which made an ancient ape appear at the critical moment. Now Qin Wentian certainly understood that the ancient ape was the sealed Star War Beast, which was summoned and given to him by Heibo to save his life. The red blood electric eagle and the silver pang lay on the left and right of Qin Wentian. The golden ancient ape stood up. He stood on the ground, but his head was already under Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian stretched out his left hand, gently stroked the head of the golden ancient ape, and then stroked the back of the red blood electric eagle. Several Star War Beasts raised their heads slightly and looked at him, as if they had emotions. These were the Star War Beasts he summoned, and they were connected with his mind. Behind Qin Wentian, the infernal vermilion bird let out a long cry, and immediately the monsters lowered their heads and crawled down, as if they felt the majesty of the king. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, and then he saw the infernal vermilion bird flapping its wings, and actually threw Yin Peng's body down directly, and then he laid down beside Qin Wentian. "You guy, is it true or not? Why is it so real?" Qin Wentian felt the fiery meaning of the infernal vermilion bird, and also stroked its forehead with his palm. The infernal vermilion bird raised its head, cried a few times, and flapped its wings, as if it wanted to spread its wings and fly high. "You want to take me away?" Qin Wentian asked in a low voice. The infernal vermilion bird made a low cry and nodded slightly. "Okay." Qin Wentian stood up and then stepped on the back of the infernal vermilion bird. In an instant, the infernal vermilion bird's body rushed straight into the sky, passing through the void, and flew towards the distance like lightning. The golden ancient ape raised a huge step, trampled on the ground crazily, and ran forward, following the footsteps of the purgatory vermilion bird on the ground. The red blood lightning eagle and the silver pang took the bodies of the green-faced dragon king and the silver-armored bear king and soared into the sky, also following the purgatory vermilion bird. A group of monsters, mighty and powerful. In the ancient vermilion bird formation, there is a monster-shaped mountain, standing there, as if it borders the sky. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in front of the mountain. These 2 people are the Demon King and Pangzon. The Demon King, ranked 13th on the Destiny list, is a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Pangzon, ranked 14th on the Destiny list, is a member of the Beast King Hall. Both of them are the geniuses of the Demon State City, and they are tied in ranking. They are very powerful. Every battle is inconclusive, but at this moment, They are joining forces. The vermilion birds suspended on the two people are rushing forward crazily, hitting the mountain wall, causing the mountain wall to shake, as if trying to break it open, but they can never do it. The ancient luck of the Suzaku brings this, so it must be extraordinary. The Demon King stared at Peng Xin's ancient luck with a cold look. If he swallowed it, would his ancient luck of the Suzaku grow stronger and could it break the mountain? At this moment, a Suzaku cried in the distance. The Demon King and Peng Xin turned around and saw a Suzaku figure whistling over. The Suzaku was filled with a fire of purgatory, which was extremely terrifying and full of demonic energy. What was even more shocking was that on the back of the Suzaku, a young man stood proudly, standing there like a demon monarch. Under the Suzaku, on the earth, the golden ancient ape crossed an infinite distance with every step and rushed over. The earth shook wildly, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. On both sides of the Suzaku, the red-blooded electric eagle in the silver rock crossed the sky. It's him. The Demon King was deeply shocked by the scene before his eyes, and his heart was in great ups and downs. Qin Wentian appeared again. This person was like a demon, more demonic and stronger than him and Peng Xin. The infernal Suzaku roared, and immediately the Demon King and Peng Xin's Suzaku all avoided it. Then the infernal Suzaku's body turned into a sharp blade and hit the mountain wall directly, over and over again, as if it would never stop. The rumbling sound continued, and the golden ancient ape came forward to help, bombarding it madly. A huge rock rolled down from the mountain peak, and blood had already bloomed on the forehead of the infernal Suzaku. However, it still hit the mountain wall tirelessly and without rest. Finally, a sharp whistle was heard, and the mountain wall broke open, revealing a huge cave. Qin Wentian squatted down and gently stroked the forehead of the infernal Suzaku, but saw the infernal Suzaku raised its head. As fierce as it was now extremely docile, and there was a hint of asking for credit in its sharp eyes. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Wentian rubbed the brow of the infernal Suzaku, and then walked forward. Wait! Peng Xin shouted coldly. Qin Wentian turned around and glanced at Peng Xin with a weird look. Then Peng Xin grinned and said, Demon King, this man did this for the two of us. Should we thank him? The Demon King's expression froze, and then he sneered in his heart. This Peng Xin wants to swallow up Qin Wentian's ancient fortune. Chapter 371, Demon God Transformation. Qin Wentian's cold light swept across Peng Xin, and then there was a rumbling sound. The golden ape trampled the ground, and the red-blooded electric eagle drew a gorgeous arc in the void and walked towards Peng Xin. Peng Xin was filled with demonic energy, and the star soul descended. The whole person exuded a terrifying and violent aura. However, at this moment, it seemed that there was a terrifying light shining from the center of Qin Wentian's eyebrows. In an instant, Peng Xin's expression instantly became ugly. His arm blasted forward, and there was a bang. The Demon King found that Peng Xin's attack hit the illusory place, and there was nothing there. What's going on? Peng Xin's heart trembled, and then a terrible sense of crisis came. He just wanted to dodge, but heard a loud bang, and the terrifying palm print of the golden ape hit him directly. In an instant, Peng Xin's body was slapped up, and a lightning bolt hit him directly. Peng Xin's body went to a distant place and disappeared from sight. A touch of shock flashed across the eyes of the Demon King, and his face looked a little ugly. He thought he could still fight Qin Wentian, but when he saw the situation in front of him, he realized that if he fought with Qin Wentian, the consequences would be terrible, just like Peng Xin, who was completely crushed. At this time, his eyes also showed doubts. Why did Peng Xin's attack go so wrong at that moment? This shouldn't be the case. Peng Xin's strength is not weaker than his. How could he make such a fatal mistake? He looked at Qin Wentian deeply, and he felt that this person was becoming more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Qin Wentian glanced at him, and then walked into the cave with a purgatory vermilion bird. The golden ancient ape, the green-faced dragon king, and the silver-armored bear king stood outside the cave, guarding it, as if to prevent anyone from entering. The Demon King knew in his heart that this ancient fortune was not for him. Qin Wentian stepped into the cave. It was a little dim before, but as he walked forward, it gradually became brighter. After a while, Qin Wentian came to a palace. His eyes suddenly fixed, and a strange light flashed in his strange eyes. There was actually a palace hidden in this cave. The huge palace was extremely vast and majestic, exuding a cold and eerie feeling, as if there was a terrifying demonic aura hidden in it. There were many statues in the palace. These statues were all in the shape of demon beasts, as if they really had the charm of demons, which was extremely terrifying. Catcha! A light sound came out, causing Qin Wentian's heart to tremble slightly. Then he looked in a certain direction, and a terrifying sharpness appeared in his eyes. He saw an ancient demon statue in that direction, which was a terrifying wind demon tiger. This statue actually slowly took off its shell, revealing a hideous demon face, and its eyes were glowing with a cold and eerie light. The statue actually came to life. There were continuous crackling sounds, and the statues shed their shells one by one. Countless pairs of strange eyes stared at Qin Wentian. A terrible demonic aura swept across the world, which was extremely terrifying. The purgatory vermilion bird let out a hissing cry, and the red blood lightning eagle and the silver peng all roared. However, the demonic aura on the monsters became stronger and stronger, and the statues turned into monsters. Qin Wentian's eyes were cold, and his body gradually floated in the air. Suddenly, the monsters rioted and rushed towards Qin Wentian frantically. Just the violent demonic aura made people feel deeply terrified. The purgatory vermilion bird was bathed in flames, like the fire of purgatory. It let out a long roar, and its body roared out. Wherever the purgatory fire passed, the monsters' bodies burned directly. At the same time, the wings of the purgatory vermilion bird turned into a terrible golden color, and blood flew over the ground, and the monsters were destroyed one by one. However, there were countless monster statues in the ancient temple. Now they turned into monsters and attacked frantically, not knowing whether to live or die. The red blood lightning eagle and silver peng also rushed out, fighting the monsters. At the same time, a monster rushed to Qin Wentian's side, but Qin Wentian stepped on the ground and slapped his palms wildly. In an instant, a monster was directly shattered and died. How could it be that the divine pattern can't be engraved? Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely cold. He didn't know what the ground was made of, but it couldn't be engraved with divine patterns. In this case, he could only fight to deal with these endless monsters. The purgatory vermilion bird, the red blood lightning eagle and the silver peng fought wildly. They were all very powerful, especially the purgatory vermilion bird. The flames on its body were like the fire of purgatory, and its power was extremely terrifying. Its wings were like the sharpest blades, which could cut the body of the monster, but the monsters here were all extremely crazy and rushed out without caring about their lives. A terrifying demon ape fell directly from the sky and landed on the purgatory vermilion bird, causing the purgatory vermilion bird to scream wildly, and the flames on its body made the demon ape burn directly. But such a terrible attack also injured the purgatory Suzaku. The shock was too terrible. Moreover, such a scene kept repeating. Not long after, the silver peng was torn to pieces and died. Later, even the red blood lightning eagle died in battle. Qin Wentian's third eye shone brightly, and there seemed to be a terrifying force pressing down between heaven and earth. His body was covered with demon armor, and all the demons that came were killed by his attacks. His footsteps walked forward, and demon corpses piled up wherever he passed. The purgatory Suzaku seemed to understand Qin Wentian's intentions, and also cleared the way for Qin Wentian in front, moving forward, killing countless demon beasts along the way. Blood flowed from the corners of its mouth and kept dripping, but its eyes were still so cold, full of coldness, like the purgatory god of death. One man and one demon, no demon beast could stop them. Finally, they walked to the front of the hall. A terrifying ancient demon was suspended in the void. It was also a terrifying shadow of the vermilion bird, the evil vermilion bird. Its aura was extremely terrifying, making people feel cold. It stared at Qin Wentian and the purgatory vermilion bird, and was filled with violent murderous intent. The purgatory vermilion bird roared and wanted to rush out, but Qin Wentian said coldly, "I will do it." After the voice fell, Qin Wentian walked forward. This was the cave he opened up. This test should be faced by him. The purgatory vermilion bird turned around and faced the demon beasts that continued to attack. Its eyes were still extremely cold. Qin Wentian opened his third eye and a terrifying light swept over it, but he saw that the evil vermilion bird was still staring at him coldly, unmoved, as if it was not affected at all. Immune. Qin Wentian's expression froze. This terrifying evil vermilion bird was actually immune to his pupil attack. Puff. The evil dark vermilion bird spit out a stream of cold air, like the cold and dark breath from hell. Qin Wentian made a palm seal, and a dragon shadow violently shot out. However, the dragon shadow seemed to be frozen by the cold and dark intention. Even Qin Wentian's arm felt a stream of icy air, which made the flow of his star force seem to be hindered, and a terrible evil dark breath eroded in. What a terrible evil dark breath! Is this the test of ancient luck? Qin Wentian's strange eyes were still incomparably tenacious. The purgatory vermilion bird behind him attacked frantically, blocking all the monsters for him. Even if it was injured, it did not retreat at all, as if it knew the horror of the evil dark vermilion bird and did not let its master be distracted at all. Qin Wentian stared at the evil dark vermilion bird and pressed his palm again. In an instant, the heart-piercing ancient bell appeared. However, the evil dark vermilion bird still stared at him, not moving at all, and was still unaffected by anything. This made Qin Wentian vaguely understand that the only way to kill the evil dark vermilion bird was to attack with force. It was immune to many magical powers. Behind him, the angry roar of the purgatory vermilion bird came, and blood kept dripping from its body. Its body turned into a phantom, blocking all the monsters and preventing them from approaching Qin Wentian. It was a pity that people outside could not see everything inside, otherwise they would be shocked. The fierce vermilion bird ancient luck, transformed into a real vermilion bird demon, could be so loyal to their master, at all costs, and protect their master with their lives, so that they could take away the ancient luck that belonged to them. People outside did not know what kind of ancient luck everyone had taken, whether it was a success or a failure, because they could not see it. Qin Wentian stared at the evil Suzaku and walked forward. A terrifying demonic aura rushed straight into the hall. His body seemed to be covered by the demonic aura. His body was like a demon. His whole body exuded the color of a demon. His eyes were extremely cold. The evil Suzaku stared at him coldly, spitting out the evil airflow, wrapping around Qin Wentian's body, causing Qin Wentian's body to freeze and be eroded by the evil air. However, his steps were still so firm, and no one could stop his will. The evil airflow seemed to wrap around Qin Wentian's body. Seeing that Qin Wentian was still moving forward, the evil Suzaku looked extremely cold. Its body rushed out and instantly descended on Qin Wentian. It tore everything apart with one grab and directly buckled into Qin Wentian's body. The evil air penetrated crazily, making Qin Wentian feel like he was dying. However, Qin Wentian saw that his palm grabbed its body, and then his right hand violently struck out. At this moment, all his strength was concentrated on this punch. The evil dark vermilion bird screamed and tried to break free, but with a loud bang, its body was hit hard and its figure became illusory. "Swallow it," Qin Wentian said coldly, and the purgatory vermilion bird immediately roared over, opened its mouth, and suddenly swallowed up the evil dark vermilion bird bit by bit. The evil dark vermilion bird wanted to resist, but Qin Wentian grabbed its body and punched it. Finally, the purgatory vermilion bird swallowed up the evil dark vermilion bird. When it turned its eyes, it let out a long roar, and the monsters behind it finally stopped, and its body condensed into a statue again. Qin Wentian's body seemed to be attached to a layer of evil spirit, and there was a terrible wound on his chest. The purgatory vermilion bird gently touched the wound, but Qin Wentian smiled and said, "It's okay." As he said that, he continued to move forward. In front of him, an ancient road appeared at the end of the palace. Qin Wentian walked forward along the ancient road and saw a golden stone wall with golden light flowing on it. At the top, there were 3 large characters engraved: Demon God Transformation. Demon God Transformation. Qin Wentian took a deep breath. So that's how it was. In the past, King Kang must have seized the ancient luck and came here. Demon God Transformation flowed out from here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Demon God Sacrifices Irreversible. Qin Wentian looked like a demon, looking forward, and was quite shocked. After thousands of years, he and King Kang actually seized the same ancient luck and came to the same place, as if it was destined. However, if this is just the ancient luck of the demon god transformation, isn't it a waste of your ancient luck? Qin Wentian didn't think so. He looked forward with a burning gaze. On the golden stone wall, it seemed that endless light poured into the center of his eyebrows, and there seemed to be a lot of demon beasts emerging. This is the most complete demon god transformation. The inheritance that King Kang gave him back then could not be implanted in his mind, like the stone wall in front of him. At this moment, Qin Wentian suddenly understood that the vast hall outside and the endless ancient demons were a test, but they were also for the purpose of achieving his demon god transformation. The opportunity is destined by heaven. Since I have come here, how can I return empty-handed? I will complete the demon god transformation here. Qin Wentian murmured, and then gently stroked the purgatory vermilion bird beside him. It was injured, but its eyes were still gentle. Its head arched towards his arms, as if it was intimate. Moreover, its color seemed to change after devouring the evil dark vermilion bird, becoming more evil. You should have a good rest. I also need to recover from my injuries. Then we will go to clean up the ancient temple outside together. Qin Wentian said slowly. The purgatory vermilion bird nodded slightly, then lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and seemed to be regulating his breathing. Qin Wentian also sat cross-legged. He was also injured when he killed the evil dark vermilion bird just now, and his injuries were not light. The evil dark vermilion bird guarded the demon god transformation and was powerful. It was immune to many attacks and could only be destroyed by force. Qin Wentian killed it in the most direct and domineering way. Of course, if Qin Wentian had not seen the purgatory vermilion bird guarding behind him and getting injured, he would not have fought so hard. After a long period of recuperation and recovery from injuries, the man and the demon returned to the hall. There was a sound of crackling, and the statues seemed to be shattered. The demonic aura once again swept the world. Qin Wentian's eyes were full of demonic boundlessness. He walked forward and walked to the center of the hall. He saw a statue shattered and the ancient demon appeared. He grabbed it with his palm. A terrifying force emanated from him, destroying the demon and taking its soul. The demonic aura entered its body. 2 hours later, Qin Wentian and the purgatory vermilion bird were all stained with blood. At this moment, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, and endless demonic aura floated into his body. His body was like a bottomless pit, madly devouring the thousands of demonic auras. The demonic aura on his body became more and more dense and terrifying. 3 days later, there were no demons on the ground of the ancient hall. Even the demonic aura in the hall disappeared, and all gathered on the young man sitting cross-legged. He was full of demonic aura, and I don't know how terrible he was. In the Suzaku formation, as time passed, the number of people became fewer and fewer, and there were less than 100 people. People from the outside world were still watching carefully what was happening in the Suzaku formation. It was possible that half of the less than 100 strong men had comprehended the second level of martial arts will. This was definitely a super scary number, beyond their cognition. This situation had never occurred in any competition for the Destiny list. In the past, comprehending the second level of martial arts will almost guaranteed a place in the top 20, or even higher. But this time, there was a change in the Destiny list. Not only were there not 360 people left, but even the ancient luck of the Suzaku formation could not accommodate even 100 people. The weak ones had to be eliminated and eliminated. The strength of those who stayed was constantly getting stronger. Could it be that there was really luck in the dark, allowing those who stayed to bathe in ancient luck? Of course, what everyone cared more about was those who found their own ancient luck. Although there were still many people left, there were very few people who could monopolize ancient luck, only 9. Originally, Jiutian or Pengzhen would have had a chance, but Qin Wentian took the lead and opened up the ancient luck. He stepped into it and injured Pengzhen forcefully, snatching the opportunity of the ancient luck. After that, no one could monopolize the ancient luck. These 9 people are Chen Wang, Shi Poshan, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, Wang Kang, Qin Zheng, Yun Mengai, Mu Feng, and Qin Wentian. Although the crowd did not know what they were going through, they had a faint feeling that these 9 people were likely to become the most dazzling 9 people on the Destiny list this time, or even the top 9 seats in the end. Chen Wang, Shi Poshan, Zhan Chen, and Wang Kang were expected. Mu Feng was already at a high position in the Destiny list, and it was reasonable for him to explode after his personality changed drastically. Si Kaiong, Qin Zheng, Yun Mengai, and Qin Wentian were 4 dark horses. Of course, in addition to these 9 people, others also had the ancient luck adventure, but they were fought over by all parties, and as far as we can see, they did not monopolize the ancient luck like those 9 people. Moreover, no one knew what they were going through. What kind of changes would happen to them after they came out? These 9 people were already very powerful. Even Qin Wentian, who was originally the least favored, was extremely powerful and crushed Yang Fan and others, and looked down on Pengzhen. Their strength can be seen. The strong will become stronger. Mo Qingcheng, she has also found her own ancient luck. At this moment, everyone's eyes froze, looking at Mo Qingcheng's disappearing figure. Mo Qingcheng became the 10th person, But she was different, because she did not seize many Suzaku ancient lucks like the other 9 people, making Suzaku strong, but she happened to have good luck and encountered her own ancient luck. No one knew why. Could it be that she was born beautiful and the Suzaku formation took care of her? This was obviously impossible. The real reason was probably only known to Mo Qingcheng herself. Senior Xianji, do you think that in this battle for the destiny list, how many people will be left in the Suzaku formation before the formation is resolved? Someone asked the old man Xianji in the void corridor. The fortune of Daxia has changed. I don't know. However, the number of people left in the end will be the number of people on this year's destiny list. If there's only one person left, the destiny list will only have room for one person. Old man Xianji spoke slowly. His eyes were wise and calm. No one knew what he was thinking. However, the people in the Suzaku formation are obviously stronger than in previous years. This means that there may be many of these people who will affect the future fortune of Daxia, because the change in Daxia's fortune began with them. Old man Xianji spoke again, which shocked everyone around him. Fortune and destiny are mysterious and infinite. No one can say whether they exist or not, and how true they are. However, the Qinshan Pavilion has existed for countless years and has been able to peek into the stars and predict the fortune of Daxia. I'm afraid what old man Xianji said is true. The world has a beginning and an end. The fortune and destiny of the stars start with whoever they are and end with whoever they are. Everyone, you should be careful in your future actions. Old man Xianji's words were full of mystery. No one could understand his meaning. People from all major forces had their own ideas. The people of the Chen family looked sharp. One of them smiled and said, "What the senior said makes sense. These people who changed their fate must be extraordinary. King Chen is the first to open up ancient luck. I wonder if he can influence Daxia in the future. This person is the uncle of King Chen, who has high hopes for King Chen. How can there be a difference between first and last?" The people of the Shi family said indifferently, obviously not convinced by the other party's words. If it is true as the old man Xianji said, Daxia's fate will change, and the person who can change the fate will go to the Suzaku formation, they would naturally rather believe that the person will be Shi Potion of their Shi family. Nonsense. The people of the Hua family snorted coldly. They were naturally unhappy that Hua Xiaoqing failed to open up his own ancient luck. What's more, Hua Taixu is such a person, how could he be weaker than these people in front of them? King Chen is also the most dazzling person here, but in the past, he has never risen in front of Hua Taixu of their Hua family. As long as Hua Taixu of their Hua family is there, King Chen will always be second. If these people can change the fate of Daxia, what about Hua Taixu? The people of the Hua family always believed that Hua Taixu would affect the future of the Daxia dynasty and become an important figure. He would also be the key figure for their Hua family to break through the existing limitations. They each had their own ideas, and the people in the Suzaku formation would not know. Under the reef in the sea, a fat figure jumped onto the reef and roared, "Fatty, I have finally reached the strongest realm of the Yuanfu." It turned out that Fanel knew that his own strength was weak these days, so he practiced in peace until he broke through the realm and entered the 8th level of the Yuanfu. He took the realm-breaking pill and rushed into the 9th level of the Yuanfu in one fell swoop. The poor fat man didn't know that the outside world had undergone earth-shaking changes. With full of confidence, Fatty Fanel finally stopped dodging, and was in high spirits, ready to train the people in the Suzaku formation and let them know the reputation of the genius Fanel. Soon, Fanel got his wish and met a man, Wang Ju, who had been defeated by Qin Zhang and fled in embarrassment at the hands of Mu Fan. The angry Wang Ju used the most violent attack to blast Fanel, who was about to show his skills, out, leaving Fanel confused as to what had happened. Why was it different from what he had imagined? Wasn't the genius Fanel supposed to be famous on the fate list? Why was he blasted out before he had even made a splash? It was just a pure play. But when he went out and saw the few people left in the Suzaku formation, he seemed to understand something. However, why did Qin Wentian and the others also disappear? Qin Wentian was still in the ancient palace. Now, his demon god transformation had finally reached the 3rd realm, the demon transformation realm. With a slight movement of his mind, the terrifying golden winged rock wings instantly appeared behind Qin Wentian. He flashed and came to the golden stone wall, his eyes still demonic. At this moment, the ancient characters on the golden stone wall began to change. The golden light was shining, which was a bit dazzling. Qin Wentian stared at the changes on the stone wall with a sharp look. Finally, a vast scene appeared on the stone wall in front of him. There was a figure standing on the vast land. He sang and made a wonderful sound. The sky and the earth changed color. The evil spirits from all directions gathered on his body. The stars of the sky and the earth fell down. The wonderful sound gradually became magnificent. The earth in all directions trembled, and the sky was shining with stars. In an instant, endless power fell on this person. His body began to transform. The wings of the vermilion bird, the golden body of the vermilion bird, and the claws of the vermilion bird appeared. The terrible rumbling sound came into Qin Wentian's ears. He continued to sing. Suddenly, a long chant of the vermilion bird was heard, and the earth trembled. The person's body soared into the sky, transformed into the vermilion bird, soaring up and rushing into the sky. The chant of the demon god, the ancient thoughts reached the sky, gather the demon energy from all directions, swallow the demon essence of the starry sky, the thoughts reach the demon gods from all directions, and my life will turn into a demon. The ancient voice entered Qin Wentian's eardrums, shaking Qin Wentian's heart. This technique, the demon god sacrifice, can achieve the spirit of the demon god, which is irreversible. Chapter 373 Too weak. Irreversible. Qin Wentian was shocked. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath. It turned out that after the demon god transformation, there was an even more terrifying demon god sacrifice, which required him to practice the third level of the demon god transformation before it would appear. King Kang must have missed it. He had not practiced a demon god transformation in advance. After he obtained this technique, he might not have practiced it directly to the third level, but practiced it after he went out, so he missed the demon god sacrifice. However, although there is a demon god sacrifice, this technique is too overbearing. The chant of the demon god, the ancient thoughts reach the sky, what a spirit, communicate with the demon gods of all directions, transform people into demons, and transform into the spirit of the demon god. In the future, there will be a chance to achieve the status of the demon god. The divine bird Suzaku must be a demon god of one side, the totem of Daksha. Qin Wentian felt disappointed, not knowing what it was like. His palm gently stroked the wings of the Inferno Suzaku beside him and whispered, "This technique is against the will of heaven. It allows a human to transform into a demon and achieve the spirit of a demon god. Humans are the spirits of all things. How terrifying it would be if they continued to practice after transforming into demons. But, how can I transform into a demon?" Thinking of this, Qin Wentian shook his head slightly, looked at the Inferno Suzaku and said, "You don't want me to transform into a demon so that I can accompany you to fly across the sky, do you?" The Inferno Suzaku seemed to feel a little aggrieved when he heard what Qin Wentian said, and continued to rub its head into Qin Wentian's arms. Qin Wentian seemed to understand the meaning of the Purgatory Suzaku, and said calmly, "I won't blame you, but it's a pity. The ancient luck in the Suzaku formation is so powerful, and this demon god sacrifice is also a very terrible and heaven-defying demon art. If someone is willing to practice it, it will definitely reach the sky, which is extremely terrible. However, I don't want to practice it, but it's a bit of a waste. If I had known this, you should have taken me to find other ancient luck." The Purgatory Suzaku made a low sound, and Qin Wentian said casually, "Although I don't want to become a demon, this technique has met me, so I still have to control it. If I meet someone with a predestined relationship in the future, I can also give it to him." After that, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, and used his heart to comprehend the chant of the demon god, and reached the sky with ancient thoughts. Immersed in the practice, I don't know how long it took. After a long time, Qin Wentian uttered a low chant from his mouth, like the sound of the demon god, thick and powerful, as if it came from ancient times. It was not a human voice, but there was a terrifying power that connected the heaven and the earth. The whole palace shook slightly, and endless demonic energy gathered, with Qin Wentian as the center, and gathered crazily. The blood in Qin Wentian's body was churning and rioting, becoming more and more terrifying. The dormant blood was faintly reviving. A terrible rumbling sound was heard, and the blood in Qin Wentian's body was roaring and raging crazily, making a terrible sound that echoed throughout the hall. The Purgatory Vermilion bird lying beside him stood up, stared at Qin Wentian, and made a long cry. There was a bright light in its eyes, as if it was extremely shocked, staring at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's low chant continued, and his blood turned into a terrible vortex, spinning wildly. Suddenly, the terrifying blood in Qin Wentian's body seemed to gather into the shadow of a terrifying ancient giant monster. There was a pair of soul-stirring eyes that suddenly opened, terrifying and boundless. Who is using the power of chanting to summon the ancient blood creatures? A terrifying pressure spread out, and the purgatory vermilion bird actually crawled on the ground, struggling to raise its head. Its eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian's body, and it was unknown how shocked it was. That pressure was too terrifying. Too weak. A low voice seemed to be heard in Qin Wentian's heart, and then the pressure gradually dissipated, and the blood in Qin Wentian's body gradually returned to calm, without the previous rage. Suddenly, Qin Wentian's eyes opened, and a terrifying demon light shone out. His eyes were sharp and boundless, and his forehead was full of sweat. Disappeared. Qin Wentian seemed to be talking to himself. He clearly heard a voice in his heart just now, too weak. Then, the terrible ancient giant demon continued to fall into deep sleep, as if, with his strength, he was not qualified to draw the power of this bloodline. He was too weak. I didn't expect that the demon god sacrifice would actually trigger the blood power in my body. It seems that it is indeed the blood of the ancient demon, and it is extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would not be triggered by the demon god chant. It must be a kind of demon god blood. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and became more curious about his life experience. The last time he was in a desperate situation, he stimulated his blood once, but it still only triggered a trace of power. There's endless potential in his double blood, but it's a pity that he is too weak to tap it. Yuanfu Peak realm is too weak? Then what realm can meet the minimum requirements? Xiangyang realm, or the stronger Xiangxiang realm? Just as Qin Wentian was thinking, a rumbling sound of vibration came out, and the whole palace shook, and then began to sink. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and he looked up at the sky. A terrible and gorgeous beam of light directly cut through the palace and shot into it. There, Qin Wentian seemed to see the huge Suzaku ancient demon floating on the Suzaku formation. The spirit of the ancient demon controlled the Suzaku formation. It seemed to be a real living being. A beam of light shot out, and everything seemed to be annihilated. The entire palace turned into golden light, as if it was about to turn into dust. Qin Wentian was still standing there, but at this time the palace disappeared, and the Suzaku formation seemed to be changing. You are destined to become a demon, and you can control the spirit of the Suzaku. In the ancient dynasty, you can do whatever you want. A voice full of temptation entered Qin Wentian's eardrum, which shocked Qin Wentian's heart. He looked up at the ancient demon Suzaku in the sky with sharp eyes, and his heart was constantly shaking. The demon god sacrifice. With the chanting of the demon god, the ancient thoughts reached the sky, and gathered the power of the demon gods from all directions. In the Suzaku formation, there was the spirit of the Suzaku. He was destined to become a demon, but the ancient thoughts reached the sky, and borrowed its power. Qin Wentian looked at the purgatory Suzaku floating beside him with a gentle gaze. He rubbed its head again and whispered softly, "So, the ancient luck you gave me is so far-reaching. Unfortunately, I don't want to become a demon." Purgatory Suzaku looked at Qin Wentian with gentle eyes and shook its head slightly, as if it didn't care about Qin Wentian's thoughts. If Qin Wentian didn't want to become a demon, it wouldn't force him. The people in the outside world were even more shocked at this moment. They saw that the 10 people with their ancient luck all appeared. The place where they were located had collapsed, and even the Suzaku ancient formation had undergone drastic changes. Now, there were only 36 people left in the Suzaku formation. These 36 people were all stronger than when the battle for the destiny list began. Especially the 10 people, their temperaments had changed a lot, and they were even more terrifying. In the next 3 years, only 36 people will be selected from the destiny list. At this moment, on the void corridor, the old man Xianji spoke loudly, fulfilling his promise. The number of people left in the Suzaku formation would be accommodated on the destiny list. Now, the formation has been solved. Now, there are 36 people left. Therefore, the destiny list can only accommodate 36 people. This means that the figure in front of us at this moment is already the top 36 of the next destiny list. If anyone wants to enter in the future, they need to defeat them to enter the list. King Chen, what kind of ancient luck did he get? He has become so scary. At this time, everyone looked over there and saw King Chen sitting cross-legged, with the power of the great sun filing his body. It seemed that the light of the great sun was falling from the sky. Behind him, a terrifying shadow of the great sun was floating there, as if it was about to condense the great sun Dharma body. Just the shining light made people feel terrified. King Chen is already very powerful. Who can stop him now? The crowd whispered in their hearts. In this battle for the destiny ranking, King Chen is probably the first. It is difficult for anyone to compete with him. In addition to King Chen, Shi Potion, Zhang Chen and others also have their own great fortunes. This battle for the destiny ranking is extremely unusual. There is a situation that has never happened before. 10 people have obtained great fortunes. Qin Wentian has a terrible demonic aura on him, but now King Chen is even stronger. I am afraid you will not let him go. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian and the purgatory vermilion bird floating on his body. The demonic aura was terrible. Sure enough, at this moment, Chen Wang's eyes suddenly opened, and his eyes swept over Qin Wentian, and there seemed to be a terrible glow of the sun in his eyes. Qin Wentian unexpectedly walked out of the cave safely. Not only that, his temperament changed a lot. The purgatory Suzaku beside him turned into a real body, and he also got the ancient luck. But so what? Now there are only 36 people left, and they will fight head-on. Qin Wentian will definitely die. The Suzaku formation has dissipated, and the space seems to have shrunk, and the opponent can be seen clearly. In the center of them, a star-studded Suzaku battle platform rises up and hangs in the void, like the shape of a Suzaku. This is the Suzaku battle platform, the decisive battle platform. The remaining 36 people, the 36 strong on the destiny ranking, will have the ultimate showdown. A wave of enthusiasm flows through the hearts of the onlookers, and they seem to have witnessed an unprecedented battle for the destiny ranking. For thousands of years, there has never been such a grand scene as today. Perhaps it is true as the old man Xianji said, the fate of Daxia is about to change, and the Daxia dynasty is about to change. The old man Xianji looked up and looked at the ancient Suzaku monster in the void. He saw that the spirit of the ancient monster had huge eyes and was staring at the sky below. For thousands of years, this Suzaku formation was the only place in the ancient Daxia dynasty that had never been cracked. Now, the Suzaku formation has finally undergone some changes. What will happen in this battle for the destiny list, even he, the old man Xianji, cannot predict. The top 36 of the destiny list have appeared. You have spent so much time in the formation, it's time to take a rest. At this moment, a voice came out, and everyone looked over and saw a middle-aged figure standing in the void at the other end of the void corridor. Behind him, several figures slowly rose into the air. All of them were young figures, and all of them exuded an extraordinary aura. Since you are in the ancient dynasty, you are guests. We should treat you well and then proceed to the final showdown on the destiny ranking. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Guests? Since they are guests, doesn't that imply that they are the hosts? People from the ancient dynasty of Daxia. Qin Wentian looked at these people. Yang Kuangsheng once told him that the people of the ancient dynasty of Daxia were quite mysterious. However, when the dynasty collapsed thousands of years ago, the 9 great clans would never leave anyone alive. The identities of these people are questionable. Perhaps, the top leaders of the major overlord-level forces know something. However, they are all very tight-lipped about it and keep it a secret. Chapter 374 Rejection. Elder Xianji and other powerful overlords also looked at the people who appeared. They did not show any surprise. They had already known about their existence. Some people even frowned slightly, as if they were unhappy. It's good to take a break. Elder Xianji said to them calmly. It seems that you can live longer. King Chen looked at Qin Wentian and said coldly. Qin Wentian looked like a demon, with the cold light flashing, and no thoughts could be seen in his deep eyes. Everyone stood up and followed those people to continue walking towards the ancient dynasty. Yang Kuangsheng came to Qin Wentian and asked, "How is it? It seems that your strength has improved a lot." A smile flashed in Qin Wentian's demonic eyes. "It's okay, but you seem to have changed more. Your demonic aura is so terrifying. You must have some ancient luck." Yang Kuangsheng smiled, then looked forward and whispered, "Be careful of these people." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and then saw the middle-aged man in front of him leading everyone to a banquet. There were quite a few figures here. There were beautiful maids setting up a banquet. The middle-aged man stood on the main seat, smiled at everyone, and said, "Everyone, please take your seats." The crowd sat down one after another. Qin Wentian sat in a slightly backward position, Yang Kuangsheng sat on his right, and Mo Qingcheng sat on his left. This scene made a sharp cold light flash in Zhan Chen's eyes. His eyes were even more terrifying. Zhan Chen, he also had his own luck. Si Kaiong, how do you feel? Seeing the dark horse Si Kaiong sitting next to the middle-aged man, Everyone was quite surprised. It turned out that this Si Qiong was actually a person from these so-called ancient dynasties. The Great Xia Ancient Luck is a powerful secret magical power outside of the 9 great secret arts. Si Qiong said, causing a gleam of brilliance to burst out from the middle-aged man's eyes. Secret magical powers are all extremely powerful, especially the secrets left by the ancient dynasty. They are not disclosed to the public and will never be weaker than the 9 great secret arts of the Great Xia Ancient Dynasty. They are all the treasures of the Great Xia Ancient Dynasty. It turns out that they are hidden in the Suzaku formation, and seem to be controlled by the spirit of the Suzaku. Fortunately, they did not forcibly destroy the Suzaku formation, otherwise, I am afraid there would be no today. Qin Wentian's heart was slightly moved. The demon god transformation and the demon god sacrifice were actually the secret magical powers of the Great Xia Ancient Dynasty. No wonder they are so terrible. To be honest, your family should know our identities. After the Great Xia dispute is over, you can go and ask them on your own. After that, you can come to the Great Xia Dynasty at any time and become one of us. The middle-aged man smiled and looked at everyone and said, in addition, we are willing to exchange the secrets in your hands with one of the 9 great secrets of the Great Xia Dynasty. Everyone's expression was sharp, and a strange color flashed across their faces. These people seemed to come for the secrets and magical powers. What do you think? The middle-aged man looked around, first looking at King Chen, and then looking at everyone one by one. King Chen pondered for a moment. He had the hope of winning the first place in the destiny list in this competition. Even his family placed hope on him and seized great fortune. Therefore, he knew the secret and understood who the other party was. Okay. King Chen thought for a moment and then nodded. In exchange for a Great Xia ancient secret, he did not suffer any loss. With the ability of the other party, if he wanted to plunder by force, he would have nothing to say. However, with the other party's identity, they wanted to get all the valuable things in Daxia. As for the exchange, they all knew about the 9 unique skills of Daxia. They didn't care if they spread it out. The Chen family of Dai was not on the same level as them. Yes. Shi Potion also nodded gently. Si Qiong had a relationship with him. Zhan Chen and Wang Kang also agreed. They even had some expectations in their hearts. It was not a loss for them to get one of the 9 unique skills. I need to think about it. Qin Zhang said calmly, causing a sharp light to flash in the middle-aged man's eyes, as if he was slightly displeased. I also need to think about it. Yun Mengai said calmly, and Qin Wentian looked at her. Yun Mengai always gave Qin Wentian a mysterious feeling. She seemed to have some relationship with the ancient dynasty of Daxia. At this moment, he saw Yun Mengai's beautiful eyes looking at him, with some expectations. I'll think about it. Mo Qingchang said in a low voice. 3 people in a row had to consider it, and the middle-aged man's eyes had gradually become cold. You'd better think it over carefully. Si Qiong's eyes flashed with a sharp meaning, sweeping over Yun Mengai and Mo Qingcheng, with a hint of threat in his eyes. Qin Wentian frowned and said lightly, I need to consider it too. As soon as he finished speaking, Si Qiong's pupils flashed coldly, sweeping over Qin Wentian, really not giving him any face. The battle for the destiny ranking is not over yet. Si Qiong's voice was cold. I have to consider it too. Mu Feng said lightly, and the 5 people behind him all said they would consider it, making the atmosphere of the banquet tense for a while, with a faint sense of oppression. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. A cold voice came out from the mouth of the young man behind the middle-aged man. It was a young woman with a cold temperament. She glanced at everyone with arrogance. I have already given you a great opportunity by exchanging the unique skills of the ancient Great Xia dynasty with you. It's something that we both want, so you can't even consider it? This is not the attitude of equal exchange. Qin Zhang said lightly, and said with a smile, this banquet is not a good banquet. It seems that we should say goodbye. Or, let's continue the battle for the destiny list. Qin Wentian spoke calmly, and then they all stood up slowly. They saw Si Qiong knocking on the table and chairs in front of him, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Wait. Qin Wentian and others turned around and looked at Si Qiong, and then saw Si Qiong raised his head, looked at them, and smiled. If the battle for the destiny list begins, I will not be polite to you. No need. Mu Feng's voice was a bit cold, and then he walked out. The smile on Si Qiong's mouth gradually turned cold, and his lips were as sharp as a knife. Then, see you on the destiny list. The banquet ended unhappily. Qin Wentian and others left, but Chen Wang, Shi Potion and others who agreed to it were still there. Descendants of the Chen family and the Shi family, you are all good. When you go back, ask your family whether you can join us. Maybe one day, you can have the style of your ancestors. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Wang and others, and said with a smile, put aside the fight for the destiny list for the time being, you can practice the unique skills of Daksha first. Chen Wang and others flashed wildly. If they practiced another unique skill of Daksha, their strength would be even stronger. At that time, they would be able to sweep others on the destiny list. Now, the one that Chen Wang and others feared the most was Si Kaiong. It turned out that he was from here. Zhan Chen and Wang Kang also stayed. They were also the ones being exchanged. The middle-aged man looked at the two of them with a smile and said calmly, in this competition for the destiny list, the four of you, plus Si Kaiong and his 5 companions, will compete for the top 5 spots. After that, the middle-aged man stood up and said, follow me. King Chen and the others all followed him. As for Qin Wentian and the others, they returned to the incomplete Suzaku formation, which was no longer the same as the original formation, and sat in their respective positions. King Chen, Shi Potion and the others didn't come back. What happened? Everyone was puzzled. Old Man Xianji and the others seemed to understand something, but even they couldn't interfere. This time, the destiny list is destined to be the beginning of the change of Daksha's destiny. Seeing this situation, Old Man Xianji sighed in his heart. Daksha's star fortune is a general trend and cannot be changed at all. Just like when Daksha was destroyed, the ancient dynasty of Daksha was powerless to turn the tide. But Old Man Xianji couldn't guess what kind of Daksha pattern would be caused by the birth of the demon star and the change of star fortune, and what would be the fate of the various forces? In this battle for the destiny list, how many people will dominate Daksha's destiny? Become an important figure in the future. No one knows that even if he is Old Man Xianji, he can glimpse the star fortune, but he is not a prophet. Now, the person who best meets the conditions for the so-called demon star is the demon young man sitting there. He was once an unknown person, but he has just emerged in this battle for the destiny list. Time passed slowly, and Chen Wang and the other 5 people still hadn't appeared, which made everyone more and more suspicious. However, Xianji Lorne and the others were all indifferent and calm, which made everyone wait patiently. Qin Wentian and the others were also calm. They all sat cross-legged and practiced seriously. They had no way to change other people's ideas. They could only follow their hearts and not regret their lives. Chen Wang and the others had not returned yet. They were probably practicing the unique skills of Daksha, which made Qin Wentian and the others feel a lot of pressure. Chen Wang, Shi Potion, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, and Wang Kang were 5 people with relatively strong strength. Now they have obtained unique skills, which may be even more terrifying. After a few days, there was finally a whistling sound in the distance, and the middle-aged figure appeared again. Behind him, Chen Wang and the others walked with a smile, standing on the empty stone platform, looking at everyone with an arrogant look in their eyes. Si Kaiong turned his eyes and looked in the direction of the Old Man Xianji, and said, the fate of the Great Sha will be decided tonight. It is a battle of destiny. Everyone here is ambitious. Why fear life and death? One battle will determine destiny. Do you mean that life and death will be decided in the decisive battle tonight? The Old Man Xianji looked at Si Kaiong and asked calmly. That's right. The loser is not worthy of destiny. Si Kaiong glanced at Qin Wentian and the other 5 people. His eyes were extremely sharp. The fate of the Great Sha will be decided tonight, and it should be so. King Chen stared into the void, with an indomitable aura on his body. His eyes swept over Qin Wentian and others, and he was arrogant. The weak are not worthy of destiny. What do you think? The Old Man Xianji looked at the others. In the past, if you lose the battle on the destiny list, you can admit defeat, so that the outstanding people of the Great Sha will not die. However, tonight, King Chen, Si Kaiong and others said wildly that life and death are not important. Everyone present, looking at the area around the Suzaku battle arena, was extremely shocked. They could all clearly feel the strong confidence in King Chen. If Old Man Xianji nodded, the battle tonight would become the most intense and cruel battle in the history of the Destiny List. This battle for the Destiny List was beyond everyone's expectations, but it was even more exciting. Who is the person with the destiny of the Great Xia tonight? Qin Wentian's demonic eyes fell on King Chen, and his demonic eyes were bright. I hope you can remember the bold words at this moment. The weak are not worthy of destiny. I don't believe in destiny, so why should I fear war? Qin Wentian's voice was cold and demonic. In the battle for destiny, I don't believe in destiny. Chapter 375, A person in black robe, a woman? Countless eyes fell on the area around the Suzaku battle platform. 36 figures, either standing or sitting on the stone platform, had the shadow of the Suzaku floating behind them, revealing a fierce aura. These 36 people will be important figures in the future of Daksha. They will be on the destiny list unless they are squeezed out by others. Old man Xianji's expression remained calm. He looked at everyone and said slowly, Chen Wang, Shi Poshan, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, Wang Kang, Qin Zheng, Yun Mengai, Mu Feng, Qin Wentian, Mo Qingcheng, 10 people. Suzaku condensed the body, and took the most ancient luck in the Suzaku formation. The 10 of you will be temporarily ranked in the top 10. The remaining 26 people will be temporarily ranked according to how much ancient luck Suzaku took. Wang Ju will be 11th, Hua Shaoqing will be 12th, and then in order. After old man Xianji finished speaking, everyone looked at the Suzaku behind them. The strength of the ancient luck on their foreheads temporarily determined their rankings. If they wanted to change the rankings, they had to fight. This time, the battle for the destiny ranking is still the same as in the past. From the back to the front, the person with the lowest ranking will challenge the person in the front. If he wins, he will replace his ranking and have the opportunity to continue challenging. If he loses, his ranking will be fixed. He can challenge across rankings. Old man Xianji continued, at this moment, there are 36 of you. The 36th person, Xiaodu, you, go to the Suzaku battle stage first and challenge at will. Xiaodu is a member of the Xiao family of Jiutian Palace. This time, he came to participate in the battle for the destiny ranking. Jiutian Palace has high hopes for him. Moreover, he did not disappoint Jiutian Palace's expectations and stepped into the destiny ranking. Even though the destiny ranking only takes 36 people, he just happened to step on the last one. He was seen with a flash of his figure, landing on the Suzaku battle stage in an extremely chic manner, and his eyes swept over the people in the air below. His eyes were extremely sharp. He had fought many of the 35 people in front of him, and they were all very powerful. There were also many others that he had heard of, and they were all terrible people. He was not absolutely sure to challenge any of them. Finally, Xiaodu's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. This person was the one that Jiutian Palace wanted to capture, but he didn't expect that this boy would disregard the safety of Emperor Star Academy and not fall into the trap. Instead, he came to participate in the battle of the destiny ranking. What was even more surprising was that Xiaodu heard that Qin Wentian had even been insulted by Luo Qiangqiu, and later he rose up in anger and defeated and killed Luo Qiangqiu. At that time, Xiaodu, was already quite famous in Jiutian Palace, and was definitely not comparable to Luo Qiangqiu. But now, Qin Wentian, who he would not even look at more in the past, has temporarily obtained a place in the top 10. I don't know how much strength and luck he has. In the same Suzaku formation, except for those who have collided with Qin Wentian, they don't know what other people have experienced. Xiaodu, of course, did not see Qin Wentian's violent performance. As a proud figure of Jiutian Palace, he was also very proud. At this time, his eyes were sharp and he wanted to try it faintly. If he defeated Qin Wentian, wouldn't he be able to directly enter the top 10? Once he defeated Qin Wentian, then even if he was challenged and defeated continuously, he would not fall too low in the ranking. This was an opportunity. Qin Wentian's aura was only at the 8th level of Yuan Fu. Even if you had some kind of martial arts will that entered the 2nd level, he should still be able to compete with him. Qin Wentian, get up. Xiaodu stared at Qin Wentian, as if a sharp sword pierced through him. Qin Wentian raised his head and glanced at Xiaodu with his strange eyes. In an instant, Xiaodu saw those eyes and felt a slight tremor in his heart. However, he was also an extraordinary person. He stabilized his mind and could not let Qin Wentian's eyes affect his fighting spirit. Oops. There were people from Jiutian Palace in the Void Corridor. They definitely did not expect Xiaodu to challenge Qin Wentian in the first battle. They witnessed what happened in the Suzaku formation. Although Qin Wentian was at the 8th level of Yuan Fu, he still had the fighting power to compete for the top 10. Xiaodu was far from enough to defeat him. Jin Mengai also came with the people from Qingyan Pavilion. She smiled and shook her head when she saw this scene. This Xiaodu, overestimating himself. The gap between the two was too big. They were not at the same level at all. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and landed on the Suzaku battle stage. He glanced at Xiaodu, and his cold demon eyes eroded out in an instant. In an instant, Xiaodu felt cold all over, and suddenly let out a roar, as if in extreme pain. Kill! Xiaodu let out a roar, and the dazzling star soul light burst out. His figure rushed towards Qin Wentian, and his palm pressed forward, as if an ancient thunder seal fell, and it was directly printed on Qin Wentian's chest. However, there seemed to be a terrifying force on Qin Wentian's chest, and his palm print could not penetrate it. This defense. Xiaodu's expression was stiff. He felt as if his palm print had hid an ancient monster with extremely terrible defense. The defense of monsters is extremely strong, especially some monsters with great power and strong defense, such as the golden body peng monster, the powerful bull monster, the golden monster ape, etc., whose power and defense are so terrible. At this moment, Qin Wentian gave Xiaodu the feeling that he was attacking such a terrible monster and could not shake it. Looking up, Xiaodu saw a pair of cold monster eyes, and a chill went straight into his heart. Bang! A terrifying force hit his chest. Xiaodu only felt his sternum shattered. His body flew directly out of the Suzaku battle stage and then fell to the ground fiercely. He groaned and spit out blood. When he raised his head, he saw Qin Wentian didn't even look at him, and walked back to the original place. Such a scene made Xiaodu feel ashamed and angry, a battle of shame. Xiaodu, 36th on the destiny list. The old man Xianji waved his hand, and a gorgeous list floated in the void, with the word destiny engraved on it. At the bottom, the word Xiaodu was engraved on it, and there was a note on the left, 36th place. Xiaodu, ranked last. Qin Wentian is good at strength and defense. If he doesn't control the second level of martial arts, well, there is no need to fight at all, and he can't be shaken. Everyone thought to themselves that Qin Wentian should be able to occupy the top 10 places. He has already had such combat power after entering the 8th level of Yuan Fu. Then, another figure stepped onto the Suzaku battle stage. This time, he did not challenge those who were ranked too high, but challenged the strong man who was ranked next to him, but the outcome of the battle was still a defeat, and the ranking could only be fixed at 35th. The battle continued, and as it continued, the figures on the Suzaku battle stage became stronger and stronger. Later, Zhuan Yan of the Zhuan Hall was defeated and fixed in the ranking 20th, while her previous ranking was 17th, which means that Zhuan Yan's ranking actually fell back by 3 places. Next, it was Peng Xin, who ranked 19th, who challenged Yan Kuongshen, who ranked 17th. The outcome of the battle was quite unexpected. Yan Kuongshen, who had an absolute advantage in Star Soul, and who had comprehended the second level of the martial will of Flame Martial Will, plus the power of his bloodline, defeated the violent Peng Xin, and temporarily retained his 17th ranking, while Peng Xin's ranking was fixed at 19th. Afterwards, the 18th ranked Demon King stepped onto the Suzaku battle stage. He glanced at the figure in the sky, and his expression was slightly ugly. This time, the Demon King had high hopes for the battle of the destiny list, striving for the top 10 seats, but now that he had swept away the remaining people, he actually felt a sense of fear. The top 10 seats, Chen Wang, Shi Potion, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, Wang Kang, Qin Zheng, Yun Mengai, Mu Feng, Qin Wentian, and Mo Qingchen. These 10 people are already powerful. Even Qin Wentian, he has personally witnessed his terrifyingness. The one who is most likely to be weaker is Mo Qingchen. The next people ranked 11 to 17 are Wang Ju, Hua Shaoqing, Yan Cheng, Li Yu, the man in black robe, Leng Hong, and Yu Yan Kuongshen. Wang Ju, Hua Shaoqing, Yan Cheng, Li Yu, except for Hua Shaoqing, the rankings of the other 3 in the previous session were very terrible. All 3 of them were in the top 10, but now, they have been squeezed out, but it does not mean that they are weak. As for the black-robed man and Leng Hong, they were both Dark Horse characters. He had also seen their battles and they were very strong. As for Yan Kuongshen, he had just witnessed a battle with Peng Zhan. He was not sure that he could defeat Yan Kuongshen. Taking a deep breath, the Demon King's eyes finally fell on the black-robed man. The black-robed man's specific strength was still a mystery, so he had to gamble on a fight first. It's you. The Demon King looked at the black-robed figure. A terrifying demonic aura permeated his body. His palm seemed to transform into a terrifying demonic palm print, which was somewhat similar to Qin Wentian's demon god transformation, but not as domineering as the demon god transformation. The black-robed man's figure flickered and landed on the Suzaku terrace. The demonic aura on his body was rolling endlessly. It was no secret that this person practiced magic. Now, the black-robed man's cultivation realm has reached the 9th level of Yuanfu, which is much stronger than when Qin Wentian first saw him. Qin Wentian was also very concerned about this battle. He had always been curious about the identity of the black-robed man. The Demon King's body was transformed into a demon, giving people a terrifying feeling, while the black-robed man was domineering and demonic. There were violent air currents around both of them. Roars came out one after another, and the Demon King released star souls, all of which were demon beast star souls, amplifying attacks. His speed was very fast, and he rushed towards the black-robed man in an instant. The black-robed man did not dodge, and also rushed forward. Seeing this scene, the Demon King's expression froze, and then a cold sneer flashed in his eyes. Kill! The terrifying demon light appeared in his palm, and he directly printed the killing. His attack speed suddenly increased at this moment, and hit the black-robed man in an instant. This scene made everyone's expression stagnate, and the Demon King's eyes also stagnated. He looked up at the black-robed man and showed a touch of shock. She who practices magic, a woman. The extremely violent demonic power rushed into the opponent's body, but the black-robed man's eyes were extremely cold, as if nothing had happened. The black palm print was directly printed out. On the terrible demonic palm print, there seemed to be a terrible demonic airflow, which directly hit the head of the Demon King. With a bang, the Demon King was instantly killed. A cold light flashed in the black-robed man's expression, and then he walked down the Suzaku battle stage without saying a word. Just now, he transformed the demonic airflow that hit his body into his own attack. Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw the attack just now. The Demon King's attack was terrible, but he actually ignored it, and it seemed that he transformed the demonic energy into his own attack power. What a domineering method! Who is this person? Why did he get angry and directly wipe out the Demon King? The people of the Heavenly Demon sect looked livid. The Demon King was ranked 13th in the last Destiny list, but now he has fallen, not to mention the top 10. He doesn't even have a chance to touch the top 10. This battle for the Destiny list is too fierce. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.